History of Greece. 3 in 1. Ancient Greek Mythology, Byzantium and Modern Greece. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Introduction. Welcome to History of Greece, a bundle of 3 books that cover the rich and diverse history of Greece from ancient times to the present day. This collection offers a comprehensive overview of Greece's past, including its ancient civilizations, its Byzantine legacy, and its modern struggles and triumphs. Book 1, From Mycenae to Marathon, a comprehensive history of ancient Greece, takes readers on a journey through the world of the ancient Greeks, exploring their legendary heroes, epic battles, and enduring cultural achievements. From the Bronze Age Mycenaeans to the classical Athenians, this book covers the major events and figures that shaped ancient Greece. Book 2, Byzantium, The Rise and Fall of the Eastern Roman Empire, delves into the fascinating world of the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire. This book covers the period from the fall of the Western Roman Empire to the conquest of Constantinople by the Ottomans in 1453, examining the political, cultural, and religious developments that defined this unique and influential civilization. Book 3, Modern Greece, From Ottoman Rule to the Present Day, explores the struggles and triumphs of modern Greece, from its long period of Ottoman rule to its emergence as a modern, independent state in the 19th century. This book covers Greece's turbulent 20th century history, including the wars, dictatorship, and economic challenges that have shaped the country's modern identity. Together, these 3 books offer a comprehensive and engaging history of Greece, providing readers with a deep understanding of the country's past and present. Whether you are a student of history, a lover of Greece, or simply curious about this remarkable nation, History of Greece is an essential read. From Mycenae to Marathon, a comprehensive history of ancient Greece. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1, The Birth of Western Civilization. The early civilizations of Greece, the Minoans and the Mycenaeans, laid the foundations for Western civilization as we know it today. Their achievements in art, architecture, and technology set the stage for the development of later cultures, and their influence can be seen throughout the Mediterranean world. In this essay, we will examine the history and achievements of these 2 ancient civilizations, from their rise to their eventual decline. The Minoan civilization, which flourished on the island of Crete from around 2000 BCE to 1450 BCE, was known for its advanced art, architecture, and trade networks. The Minoans were a seafaring people who relied on trade with other Mediterranean cultures for their wealth. They built large, intricate palaces that were decorated with colorful frescoes and adorned with sculptures of animals and humans. One of the most famous Minoan sites is the Palace of Knossos, which was discovered by British archaeologist Arthur Evans in the early 20th century. Knossos was a sprawling complex of buildings that covered more than 6 acres of land. It was decorated with frescoes depicting everything from bull leaping contests to elaborate religious ceremonies. The palace also featured a complex system of plumbing and drainage, as well as underground storage rooms for storing grain and other foodstuffs. The Minoans were also known for their writing system, which is known as Linear A. Unfortunately, the script has never been fully deciphered, so little is known about the Minoan language or the texts that were written in it. However, it is clear that the Minoans were sophisticated traders who conducted business with other cultures throughout the Mediterranean. Despite their many achievements, the Minoans were eventually conquered by a group known as the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans were a more warlike people who were based on the Greek mainland. They were known for their impressive fortifications and their use of chariots in battle. The Mycenaean civilization, which flourished from around 1600 BCE to 1100 BCE, is best known for its epic poetry, which was passed down through the generations and eventually compiled by Homer in the Iliad and the Odyssey. The Mycenaeans were also skilled metal workers who produced intricate gold jewelry and weapons. One of the most famous Mycenaean sites is the Citadel of Mycenae, which was discovered by Heinrich Schliemann in the late 19th century. Mycenae was a heavily fortified city that was surrounded by massive walls made of huge stones that had been carefully cut and fitted together. The city was also home to the famous Lion Gate, which was decorated with two stone lions that stood guard over the entrance. The Mycenaeans were also skilled sailors who traded extensively with other Mediterranean cultures. They even established colonies in places like Sicily and southern Italy. However, their civilization was eventually brought down by a combination of internal strife and external invasion. Despite their many differences, the Minoans and Mycenaeans both played a crucial role in the development of Western civilization. Their achievements in art, architecture, and technology set the stage for the Greeks, Romans, and other cultures that followed. The Minoans' sophisticated trade networks and the Mycenaeans' epic poetry and metalworking skills were particularly influential, and their legacy can be seen in everything from modern architecture to contemporary literature. In summary, the Minoans and Mycenaeans were two of the most important civilizations in the ancient world. Their achievements in art, architecture, and technology helped to lay the foundations for Western civilization, and their legacy can still be seen today. The emergence of the Greek city-state, or polis, was a pivotal moment in the history of Western civilization. From the 8th to the 5th centuries BCE, the Greeks developed a unique form of government that combined elements of democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy. This system, which was based on the idea of civic participation and the rule of law, would go on to influence political thought for centuries to come. The city-state emerged in Greece as a result of a number of factors. One of the most important was geography. Greece is a mountainous country, with rugged terrain that makes communication and transportation difficult. This led to the development of small, isolated communities that were largely self-sufficient. Over time, these communities began to develop their own unique cultures and customs, and they came to see themselves as distinct from one another. Another factor that contributed to the development of the city-state was economic growth. The Greeks were seafaring people who were engaged in extensive trade throughout the Mediterranean world. This led to the accumulation of wealth, which in turn allowed the Greeks to establish colonies and expand their influence. As they did so, they began to create a new kind of political organization that would eventually become the polis. The polis was a unique form of government that was based on the idea of civic participation. In a polis, all citizens had a say in government, regardless of their social status. This was a radical departure from the monarchies and aristocracies that had dominated other cultures at the time. Instead of being ruled by a single individual or a small group of elites, the Greeks believed that everyone should have a voice in government. One of the most famous examples of the polis was Athens. Athens was a bustling city that was home to some of the greatest minds in history, including Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates. It was also a democratic city-state that was run by a council of citizens. The council met regularly to discuss issues of importance to the city, and every citizen had the right to speak and vote on matters that affected them. Another famous example of the polis was Sparta. Sparta was a militaristic city-state that was known for its harsh discipline and rigorous training. It was run by a council of elders who were chosen for their wisdom and experience. Unlike Athens, Sparta did not have a formal system of democracy, but it was still based on the idea of civic participation. All citizens were expected to be active in the community, and they were required to participate in military training from a young age. Despite their differences, both Athens and Sparta were based on the idea of civic participation. They believed that all citizens had a responsibility to contribute to the community, and they created systems of government that allowed everyone to have a voice. This was a radical departure from the monarchies and aristocracies of the time, and it set the stage for the development of democracy as we know it today. The polis was not without its flaws, however. Because it was based on the idea of civic participation, it was often limited to a small group of citizens. Women, slaves, and non-citizens were often excluded from the political process, which meant that the polis was not truly democratic. It was also prone to internal strife, as different groups vied for power and influence. Despite these challenges, the polis was a remarkable achievement. It was a new kind of government that was based on the idea of civic participation and the rule of law. It allowed for the development of new forms of art, literature, and philosophy, and it set the stage for the development of Western civilization. The ancient Athenians are known for their groundbreaking experiment in democracy. From the 5th century BCE until the Macedonian conquest in the 4th century BCE, Athens was a city-state that was governed by the people. All citizens had a say in government, regardless of their social status. This was a radical departure from the monarchies and aristocracies that had dominated other cultures, and it set the stage for the development of democracy as we know it today. The roots of Athenian democracy can be traced back to the reforms of the 6th century BCE statesman Solon. Solon was a wealthy merchant who believed that the existing system of government, which was dominated by a small group of aristocrats, was unfair and oppressive. He proposed a series of reforms that would give more power to the people, including the right to participate in the assembly and serve on juries. Solon's reforms laid the foundation for Athenian democracy, but it was not until the 5th century BCE that democracy truly flourished. This was a time of great political and cultural achievement for Athens, as the city-state rose to prominence as a major power in the Mediterranean world. At the heart of Athenian democracy was the assembly. The assembly was a body of citizens who met regularly to discuss issues of importance to the city. All citizens were allowed to attend the assembly, which meant that even the poorest and most marginalized members of society had a voice in government. The assembly was responsible for passing laws, approving budgets, and making decisions on matters of war and peace. In addition to the assembly, Athenian democracy was also characterized by a system of courts and juries. All citizens were eligible to serve on juries, which meant that they had a direct say in the administration of justice. This was a radical departure from other cultures, where the wealthy and powerful often controlled the courts. The Athenians also had a system of magistrates who were responsible for enforcing the laws. These magistrates were chosen by lot, which meant that they were selected at random from a pool of eligible citizens. This ensured that no one person or group had too much power in the government. One of the most famous examples of Athenian democracy was the trial of Socrates. Socrates was a philosopher who was accused of corrupting the youth and challenging the authority of the gods. He was brought to trial before a jury of 500 citizens, who listened to his defense and ultimately voted to convict him. Socrates was sentenced to death by drinking hemlock, but his trial and execution remain a testament to the power of Athenian democracy. Despite its many achievements, Athenian democracy was not without its flaws. Women, slaves, and non-citizens were excluded from the political process, which meant that Athenian democracy was not truly democratic. It was also prone to demagoguery, as charismatic leaders like Pericles were able to sway the assembly through their rhetoric and charisma. Despite these challenges, Athenian democracy remains one of the greatest experiments in political participation in the history of the world. It was a radical departure from the monarchies and aristocracies that had dominated other cultures, and it set the stage for the development of democracy as we know it today. The Athenians showed that it was possible to govern a society through the participation of all citizens, regardless of their social status. Their legacy can be seen in everything from modern constitutions to contemporary political movements. Athenian democracy was a true achievement, and it remains an inspiration to all those who believe in the power of the people. The ancient Greeks are known for their great achievements in philosophy. From the 6th century BCE until the Hellenistic period in the 4th century BCE, Greek thinkers explored the nature of reality, the human condition, and the relationship between individuals and society. Their work laid the foundation for Western philosophy and helped to shape the way we think about the world. Greek philosophy emerged in a cultural context that was steeped in myth and legend. The Greeks believed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses who controlled the forces of nature and governed human affairs. This worldview was expressed in the myths and stories that were passed down from generation to generation. However, as the Greeks began to explore the world around them, they came to realize that their myths were not sufficient to explain the nature of reality. The earliest Greek philosophers were known as the pre-Socratics. They were concerned with questions of cosmology and metaphysics, and they sought to understand the fundamental principles that underlie the natural world. One of the most famous pre-Socratics was Thales of Miletus, who believed that all matter was made of water. Another famous pre-Socratic was Heraclitus, who believed that change was the fundamental principle of the universe. The pre-Socratics paved the way for the emergence of a new kind of philosophy that was based on reason and argumentation. This philosophy was known as the Sophists, and it was characterized by a focus on rhetoric and the art of persuasion. The Sophists believed that there was no absolute truth, and that all knowledge was relative to the individual. However, it was the work of Socrates that truly revolutionized Greek philosophy. Socrates was a philosopher who was known for his Socratic method, which involved questioning assumptions and beliefs in order to arrive at a deeper understanding of truth. He believed that knowledge was the key to living a virtuous life, and that the pursuit of knowledge required constant questioning and self-examination. Socrates' most famous student was Plato, who would go on to become one of the most influential philosophers in Western history. Plato believed that there was a realm of eternal forms or ideas that existed outside of the physical world. He argued that the purpose of philosophy was to understand these forms and to use them to guide human behavior. Plato's most famous work was The Republic, in which he outlined his vision of an ideal society. In The Republic, Plato argued that the rulers of a society should be philosophers, who had the wisdom and knowledge necessary to govern justly. He also believed that individuals should be educated in a way that would allow them to see the world as it truly is, rather than as it appears to be. Another famous philosopher was Aristotle, who was a student of Plato. Aristotle believed that the world was made up of a series of natural causes and effects, and that it was possible to understand these causes through observation and reason. He developed a system of logic that was based on the idea of syllogism, and he believed that knowledge could be acquired through a process of deduction. Aristotle's most famous work was the Nicomachean Ethics, in which he explored the nature of human virtue and happiness. He argued that virtue was the key to a fulfilling life, and that it could be developed through the practice of good habits and the cultivation of moral character. Greek philosophy was a remarkable achievement that had a profound impact on the development of Western civilization. It was a radical departure from the mythological worldview that had dominated other cultures, and it set the stage for the development of rational thought and empirical inquiry. The Greeks showed that it was possible to use reason and argumentation to understand the world and to live a virtuous life. Their legacy can be seen in everything from modern science to contemporary philosophy. The ancient Greeks were renowned for their extraordinary achievements in art and architecture. From the 6th century BCE until the Hellenistic period in the 4th century BCE, Greek artists and architects created some of the most beautiful and iconic works in human history. Their art and architecture were characterized by a focus on proportion, symmetry, and harmony, which made them some of the most aesthetically pleasing works of art ever created. One of the most famous examples of Greek art is the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena on the Acropolis in Athens. The Parthenon was built in the 5th century BCE and was designed by the architect Ectinos and the sculptor Phidias. The temple was built using a system of proportion known as the Golden Ratio, which is a mathematical ratio that is believed to be the most aesthetically pleasing to the human eye. The Parthenon is a masterpiece of Greek architecture, and it remains one of the most iconic buildings in the world. Greek sculpture was also characterized by a focus on proportion and symmetry. Greek sculptors were known for their ability to create works that were perfectly balanced and harmonious. One of the most famous examples of Greek sculpture is the Discobolus, a statue of a discus thrower created by the sculptor Myron in the 5th century BCE. The Discobolus is a masterpiece of Greek sculpture, and it remains one of the most iconic works of art in the world. Another famous example of Greek art is the Kouros, a type of statue that was popular in the Archaic period. Kouros statues were characterized by their idealized depiction of the human form. They were usually made of marble and were often used as grave markers. Koro statues were highly stylized, with elongated proportions and a rigid posture. They were designed to convey the idea of youthful perfection and strength. Greek art was not limited to sculpture and architecture, however. Greek artists also excelled in painting, ceramics, and metalwork. Greek pottery, in particular, was known for its beauty and craftsmanship. Greek potters created a wide variety of vessels, including amphorae, craters, and kylikes. These vessels were often decorated with scenes from mythology or everyday life, and they were highly prized for their beauty and elegance. Greek art was not just aesthetically pleasing, however. It also served important cultural and religious functions. Greek temples, for example, were not just places of worship. They were also places of communal gathering, where the citizens of a city-state could come together to celebrate their shared culture and identity. Greek sculpture and pottery were also used to tell stories from mythology and to celebrate the achievements of individuals and communities. Greek art and architecture remain some of the most enduring and influential works of art in human history. They have inspired artists and architects for thousands of years, and they continue to captivate and inspire people around the world today. Greek art and architecture are a testament to the power of human creativity and imagination, and they serve as a reminder of the beauty and potential of the human spirit. The Greeks showed that it was possible to create works of art that were not just aesthetically pleasing, but that also served important cultural and social functions. Their legacy can be seen in everything from the columns of ancient temples to the paintings of modern artists. Greek art and architecture are a true achievement, and they remain a testament to the beauty and potential of human creativity. Chapter 2: Myth, Legend, and Reality in Ancient Greece. Greek mythology is a rich and complex tradition that has captivated people for thousands of years. It is a collection of myths and legends that explore the nature of the world and the human condition. Greek mythology was born out of a culture that believed in a pantheon of gods and goddesses who controlled the forces of nature and governed human affairs. One of the most famous gods in Greek mythology is Zeus, the king of the gods. Zeus was believed to control the sky and the weather, and he was often depicted as a powerful and fearsome figure. He was also known for his many affairs with mortals and other gods, which often led to jealousy and conflict among the gods. Another famous god is Poseidon, the god of the sea. Poseidon was believed to control the oceans and the creatures that lived in them. He was also associated with earthquakes and other natural disasters. The goddess Athena was another important figure in Greek mythology. She was the goddess of wisdom and war, and she was often depicted wearing armor and carrying a spear. Athena was also associated with the city of Athens, which was named after her. The gods and goddesses of Greek mythology were not the only important figures, however. There were also many heroes and demigods who played important roles in Greek mythology. One of the most famous heroes is Heracles, who was known for his incredible strength and bravery. Heracles was often depicted fighting monsters and completing impossible tasks. Another famous hero is Theseus, who was known for his bravery and cunning. Theseus was the hero who defeated the Minotaur, a fearsome creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. The stories of Greek mythology were not just entertaining tales, however. They also served important cultural and religious functions. Greek myths were used to explain the natural world and to provide moral guidance to individuals and communities. The myths were also used to celebrate the achievements of individuals and communities, and to provide a sense of shared identity and culture. Greek mythology has had a profound impact on Western culture. The myths and legends of ancient Greece have inspired countless works of art, literature, and music. They have also had a lasting impact on our language, with many words and phrases from Greek mythology still in use today. The enduring appeal of Greek mythology can be attributed in part to its timeless themes and characters. The stories of the gods and heroes of ancient Greece continue to captivate and inspire people today, just as they did thousands of years ago. In summary, Greek mythology is a rich and complex tradition that has captivated people for thousands of years. It is a collection of myths and legends that explore the nature of the world and the human condition. The gods and heroes of Greek mythology continue to inspire and fascinate people today, and their enduring appeal is a testament to the power of human imagination and creativity. The Trojan War is one of the most enduring and fascinating stories in Western literature. The story of the war between the Greeks and the Trojans has been retold countless times in literature, art, and film. However, the true nature of the war remains shrouded in mystery and myth. The Trojan War was first chronicled by the ancient Greek poet Homer in his epic poem, the Iliad. But did the Trojan War actually happen, or was it just a myth? According to the ancient Greek historian Herodotus, the Trojan War was a historical event that occurred around 1184 BCE. Herodotus believed that the war was fought over control of the ancient city of Troy, which was located in modern-day Turkey. According to Herodotus, the war lasted for 10 years and was won by the Greeks. However, other historians and scholars have questioned the historicity of the Trojan War. Some believe that the story of the war was just a myth, created by the ancient Greeks to explain the origins of their own culture and to provide a sense of shared identity and history. One of the reasons that scholars have questioned the historicity of the Trojan War is the lack of archaeological evidence for the war. While there is evidence that Troy was a real city that was destroyed by fire around the time of the Trojan War, there is no conclusive evidence of a Greek invasion or of a 10-year war. Furthermore, the events described in the Iliad, such as the intervention of the gods and the heroic feats of the Greek heroes, are difficult to reconcile with the realities of ancient warfare. Despite these challenges, many scholars believe that the Trojan War was at least partially based on historical events. They point to the fact that the story of the war was told and retold for centuries, suggesting that it had some basis in reality. They also point to the fact that the story of the war is consistent with what we know of ancient warfare, with battles fought between armies of heavily armed soldiers. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Trojan War is the way in which it has been retold and reinterpreted over the centuries. The story of the war has been told in countless different ways, with different authors and artists adding their own interpretations and embellishments to the story. In the hands of the ancient Greek poets, the story of the Trojan War became a tale of heroism and tragedy, with brave warriors fighting for honor and glory. In the hands of modern authors and filmmakers, the story has been retold as a tale of love and betrayal, with the focus on the doomed romance between the Trojan prince Paris and the Greek queen Helen. The enduring appeal of the Trojan War lies in its timeless themes and characters. The story of the war explores the nature of heroism, the consequences of war, and the complexities of human relationships. The characters of the Trojan War, such as Achilles, Hector, and Odysseus, continue to captivate and inspire people today, just as they did thousands of years ago. In summary, the true nature of the Trojan War remains shrouded in mystery and myth. While some believe that the war was a historical event, others question its historicity. However, the enduring appeal of the story lies not in its historicity, but in its timeless themes and characters. The story of the Trojan War continues to captivate and inspire people today, and its enduring legacy is a testament to the power of human imagination and creativity. The Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are among the greatest works of literature ever produced. The epics were composed by the ancient Greek poet Homer, who lived sometime between the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. The Iliad tells the story of the Trojan War, while the Odyssey tells the story of the Greek hero Odysseus and his long journey home after the war. While the epics are works of poetry, they also contain elements of history and provide a valuable window into the culture and society of ancient Greece. The Homeric epics are often regarded as the foundation of Western literature. They are a testament to the power of the human imagination and the enduring appeal of epic storytelling. The epics are full of larger-than-life characters, such as Achilles, Hector, and Odysseus, who embody the virtues and flaws of humanity. The epics also explore themes that continue to resonate with modern audiences, such as heroism, love, and the struggle for survival. The Iliad and the Odyssey are also valuable historical documents. They provide a glimpse into the culture and society of ancient Greece, and they offer insights into the values and beliefs of the Greeks. The epics are full of descriptions of the daily life of the Greeks, from their social customs and religious practices to their weapons and armor. The Homeric epics are also valuable for their portrayal of warfare in ancient Greece. The Iliad in particular is a vivid depiction of ancient warfare, with detailed descriptions of battles and tactics. The epic portrays warfare as a brutal and unforgiving affair, with little regard for human life. However, the epic also portrays heroism as an essential element of warfare, with brave warriors fighting for honor and glory. The Homeric epics also provide a valuable window into the language and literature of ancient Greece. Homer's poetry is renowned for its beauty and complexity, and his use of metaphor and symbolism has inspired countless writers and artists throughout history. Homer's language is full of archaic words and phrases, which provide insights into the evolution of the Greek language over time. While the Homeric epics are works of poetry, they are also historical documents that provide a glimpse into the world of ancient Greece. The epics offer a valuable perspective on the culture and society of the Greeks, and they explore themes that continue to resonate with modern audiences. The enduring appeal of the Homeric epics is a testament to their power and influence, and to the enduring legacy of ancient Greece. The Oracle at Delphi was one of the most famous religious institutions in ancient Greece. The oracle was located at the sanctuary of Apollo at Delphi, a mountainous region in central Greece. The oracle was a place where people from all over Greece would come to seek guidance from the gods. The oracle was said to be able to predict the future, and its pronouncements were highly regarded by the ancient Greeks. However, the oracle was also shrouded in mystery and myth, and its true nature remains a subject of debate and speculation. The origins of the oracle are lost in the mists of time. According to myth, the oracle was established by the god Apollo himself, who had defeated the serpent Python in the region and declared the site sacred to him. The oracle was said to be the mouthpiece of Apollo, and its priests were believed to be able to interpret his messages. The oracle was famous for its cryptic pronouncements, which were often open to multiple interpretations. The oracle was known to speak in riddles and metaphors, and its pronouncements were often obscure and difficult to understand. This led to the development of a profession of interpreters, who would try to decipher the meaning of the oracle's words. The oracle was consulted by people from all walks of life, from kings and generals to ordinary farmers and traders. The oracle was believed to be able to predict the future, and its pronouncements were often taken very seriously. Kings and generals would consult the oracle before going to war, and traders would consult the oracle before embarking on risky ventures. The oracle was also a source of political power. The priests of the oracle were highly respected and influential, and their pronouncements could have a significant impact on political decisions. The oracle was known to be impartial, and its pronouncements were believed to be free from political bias. The oracle was also famous for its role in the Pythian Games, which were held every 4 years in honor of Apollo. The games were a major sporting event, with athletes from all over Greece competing in various events, including running, wrestling, and chariot racing. The winners of the games were considered to be blessed by Apollo, and their victories were believed to be a sign of his favor. Despite its fame and influence, the oracle was not without controversy. The oracle was known to make mistakes, and its pronouncements were not always accurate. There were also accusations of corruption and fraud, with some suggesting that the priests of the oracle were manipulating the pronouncements to suit their own interests. In the end, the oracle's influence declined with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire. The oracle was closed by the Emperor Theodosius in 393 CE, and its priests were forced to abandon their ancient traditions. The oracle's role in Greek society was taken over by the Christian Church, and its influence gradually faded into obscurity. Today, the ruins of the oracle at Delphi still stand as a testament to its power and influence. The site is a popular tourist destination, and visitors can still see the remains of the Temple of Apollo and the theater where the Pythian Games were held. The oracle at Delphi remains a fascinating and mysterious part of ancient Greek history, and its legacy continues to inspire and captivate people today. Chapter 3: the rise and fall of the Mycenaean civilization. The Olympic Games are one of the most famous and celebrated sporting events in the world. The Games have a long and fascinating history, dating back to ancient Greece. The ancient Olympics were held every 4 years in Olympia, a small town in southern Greece. The Games were a celebration of athleticism and competition, and they were also steeped in myth and religious significance. According to myth, the Olympic Games were founded by the god Zeus himself. The Games were said to be a celebration of his victory over the Titans, and they were dedicated to his wife, Hera. The Games were a way for the Greeks to honor their gods and to celebrate the human body and its potential. The ancient Olympics were very different from the modern Games. The events were limited to a few disciplines, including running, jumping, and throwing. The athletes competed in the nude, and there were no women's events. The Games were also closely tied to religious rituals and sacrifices, and the winners were considered to be blessed by the gods. The Olympic Games were not just a sporting event, they were also a political and cultural phenomenon. The Games brought together athletes and spectators from all over Greece, and they were a way for the Greeks to celebrate their common identity and cultural heritage. The Games were also a way for individual cities and states to showcase their wealth and power. The Olympic Games were also a way for the Greeks to promote peace and diplomacy. The Games were held during times of peace, and a truce was declared throughout Greece for the duration of the Games. This allowed athletes and spectators to travel safely to and from Olympia, and it also provided a forum for diplomacy and the resolution of disputes. The ancient Olympics were discontinued in 393 CE, when the Emperor Theodosius banned all pagan festivals and rituals. However, the spirit of the Games lived on, and they were revived in the modern era. The first modern Olympic Games were held in Athens in 1896, and they have been held every 4 years since then. The modern Olympic Games have evolved and grown over time. The Games now include a wide variety of sports, and they are open to athletes from all over the world. The Games have also become a major global event, with billions of people tuning in to watch the competitions. Despite the changes, the Olympic Games still retain their mythic and religious significance. The Olympic flame, which is lit at Olympia and carried to the host city, is a symbol of the connection between the ancient and modern Games. The Games are also still a celebration of athleticism and competition, and they continue to bring together athletes and spectators from all over the world. The Olympic Games are a testament to the enduring appeal of sport and competition. They are a celebration of human potential and the pursuit of excellence, and they embody the values of fair play, respect, and cooperation. The Games are also a reminder of the ancient Greek legacy, and they serve as a link between the past and the present. The Mycenaean Age was a period of great cultural and artistic achievement in ancient Greece. The Mycenaean civilization flourished between the 16th and 12th centuries BCE, and it was characterized by impressive architecture, powerful military prowess, and a sophisticated culture. The Mycenaean Age was a time of great change and innovation, and it laid the foundation for the later classical period of ancient Greece. The Mycenaean civilization was named after the city of Mycenae, which was the center of political and economic power in the region. Mycenae was a walled city built on a hilltop, and it was home to a powerful ruling class. The Mycenaeans were skilled builders, and they constructed impressive fortifications, palaces, and tombs. One of the most famous Mycenaean structures is the Lion Gate at Mycenae. The gate is a massive stone structure, with 2 lionesses flanking a column. The gate was an impressive feat of engineering, and it served as a symbol of the power and prestige of the Mycenaean rulers. The Mycenaeans were also famous for their military prowess. The Mycenaean armies were composed of heavily armored warriors, armed with spears, swords, and shields. The Mycenaean warriors were renowned for their courage and discipline, and they were feared by their enemies. The Mycenaeans were also skilled traders and artisans. They traded with other civilizations around the Mediterranean, and they were famous for their pottery, jewelry, and metalwork. The Mycenaean pottery was decorated with intricate geometric designs and scenes from mythology, and it was highly prized by collectors. One of the most famous Mycenaean artifacts is the Mask of Agamemnon. The mask is a gold funeral mask discovered in a tomb at Mycenae. The mask is believed to have been worn by the legendary king Agamemnon, and it has become an iconic symbol of the Mycenaean civilization. The Mycenaean civilization was also famous for its culture and mythology. The Mycenaeans worshipped a pantheon of gods and goddesses, including Zeus, Hera, Athena, and Apollo. They also believed in the power of divination and prophecy, and they consulted oracles and seers for guidance. The Mycenaeans were also famous for their epic poetry. The most famous Mycenaean epic is the Iliad, attributed to the poet Homer. The Iliad tells the story of the Trojan War, and it is a vivid portrayal of Mycenaean culture and mythology. The Mycenaeans also produced other works of literature, including hymns, songs, and epic cycles. The Mycenaean civilization declined around the 12th century BCE, for reasons that are not entirely clear. Some scholars believe that the decline was caused by a combination of internal unrest, external threats, and natural disasters. The Mycenaean civilization was replaced by a period of relative cultural and political darkness, known as the Greek Dark Ages. Despite its relatively short existence, the Mycenaean civilization had a profound impact on the later history of Greece. The Mycenaean architecture, art, and mythology influenced the development of later Greek civilization, and the Mycenaean military tactics and technology were adopted by later Greek armies. In summary, the Mycenaean Age was a period of great cultural and artistic achievement in ancient Greece. The Mycenaean civilization was characterized by impressive architecture, powerful military prowess, and a sophisticated culture. The Mycenaean civilization laid the foundation for the later classical period of ancient Greece, and it left a lasting legacy in the art, literature, and mythology of Greece. The Mycenaean civilization was a highly sophisticated and influential society that flourished in ancient Greece during the 16th to 12th centuries BCE. One of the key features of Mycenaean society was its palace economy, a system of centralized economic management that was based on the control of resources by the ruling elite. At the center of the palace economy were the Mycenaean palaces, which were located in major cities such as Mycenae, Tiryns, and Pylos. The palaces were not only centers of political power, but also of economic and religious activity. They served as warehouses for the storage of goods, centers for the production of commodities such as textiles and pottery, and sites for the performance of religious rituals. The palace economy was characterized by a complex system of redistribution and exchange. The Mycenaean rulers, known as waneks, controlled the production and distribution of resources, and they allocated goods to different groups within society based on their needs and status. This system allowed the Mycenaean elites to maintain their power and influence, while also ensuring the stability and cohesion of society. One of the key resources controlled by the Mycenaean rulers was land. The Mycenaean palaces controlled large tracts of agricultural land, which were worked by a combination of slaves, serfs, and tenant farmers. The produce from these lands was then redistributed by the palace authorities to different groups within society, including the ruling elite, the military, and the priesthood. Another important resource controlled by the Mycenaean rulers was trade. The Mycenaean civilization was located at a strategic crossroads of trade routes between Europe, Asia, and Africa, and it had access to a wide range of valuable commodities such as metals, spices, and textiles. The Mycenaean rulers used their control of trade to increase their wealth and influence, and they established diplomatic and commercial relationships with other civilizations such as Egypt, the Hittites, and the Minoans. The Mycenaean rulers also used their control of trade to establish a system of tribute and taxation. The rulers collected tribute from subject states and vassals, and they levied taxes on trade and commerce. This system of tribute and taxation allowed the Mycenaean rulers to accumulate vast amounts of wealth and power, and it helped to maintain the stability and cohesion of society. The palace economy was supported by a complex bureaucracy and administrative system. The Mycenaean rulers employed scribes, accountants, and other officials to manage the production, distribution, and exchange of goods. The palace authorities also maintained a system of weights, measures, and standards, which helped to ensure the accuracy and fairness of economic transactions. Despite its strengths, the palace economy was not without its weaknesses. The system relied heavily on the labor of slaves and serfs, and it was susceptible to disruptions such as natural disasters, military conflicts, and social unrest. The palace economy also created a system of social inequality, with the ruling elite enjoying vast wealth and privilege at the expense of the lower classes. In summary, the palace economy was a key feature of Mycenaean society and trade. The system was based on the control of resources by the ruling elite, and it allowed the Mycenaean rulers to maintain their power and influence. The palace economy was supported by a complex bureaucracy and administrative system, but it was also susceptible to weaknesses such as social inequality and disruptions. The palace economy left a lasting legacy in the development of economic and political systems in ancient Greece and beyond. The Mycenaean civilization was renowned for its sophisticated culture and rich artistic tradition, but it was also a highly literate society. The Mycenaeans used a script known as Linear B to record their language, which was a precursor to the Greek language spoken today. Linear B is one of the oldest known scripts in Europe, and its decipherment has provided valuable insights into the social, economic, and political structures of Mycenaean society. The story of the decipherment of Linear B is a fascinating one. The script was first discovered in 1900 by the British archaeologist Sir Arthur Evans, who was excavating the site of Knossos on the island of Crete. Evans recognized the script as a form of writing, but he was unable to decipher it. It was not until several decades later that the script was finally deciphered, thanks to the efforts of several scholars, including Michael Ventress and John Chadwick. The decipherment of Linear B was a major breakthrough in the study of ancient Greek civilization. The script provided valuable information about the Mycenaean language, which was previously unknown. It also revealed important details about the social, economic, and political structures of Mycenaean society. One of the most significant discoveries of Linear B was the evidence of a highly centralized and bureaucratic system of government in Mycenaean society. The script revealed the names of officials, bureaucrats, and other functionaries who played important roles in the administration of the Mycenaean palaces. The script also revealed the existence of a complex system of taxation and tribute, which was used to support the palace economy. Another important discovery of Linear B was the evidence of a highly developed system of trade and commerce in Mycenaean society. The script revealed the names of commodities such as wool, bronze, and grain, which were traded and exchanged between different parts of the Mycenaean world. The script also revealed the names of ports, harbors, and other trade centers, which played important roles in the Mycenaean economy. The decipherment of Linear B also shed light on the religious practices of Mycenaean society. The script revealed the names of gods, goddesses, and religious rituals, which were performed in the Mycenaean palaces and other religious sites. The script also revealed the existence of a class of priests and priestesses, who played important roles in the performance of these rituals. The decipherment of Linear B was not without its challenges. The script was written on clay tablets using a stylus, and the tablets were often broken or damaged. This made it difficult to piece together complete texts. The script was also highly complex, with hundreds of characters and symbols, many of which had multiple meanings. Despite these challenges, the decipherment of Linear B remains one of the most significant achievements in the study of ancient Greek civilization. The script has provided valuable insights into the language, culture, and society of the Mycenaean civilization, and it has helped to bridge the gap between the ancient world and the modern world. The decipherment of Linear B has also inspired new research and scholarship in fields such as linguistics, archaeology, and history. In summary, the decipherment of Linear B has been a major breakthrough in the study of ancient Greek civilization. The script has provided valuable information about the language, culture, and society of the Mycenaean civilization, and it has helped to bridge the gap between the ancient world and the modern world. The decipherment of Linear B is a testament to the perseverance and dedication of scholars and archaeologists, and it remains one of the most significant achievements in the field of classical studies. The Trojan War is one of the most famous and enduring legends of ancient Greek mythology. The story of the war has been told and retold countless times in literature, art, and popular culture, and it has captivated the imaginations of generations of people around the world. But what is the historical basis for this legendary conflict, and what role did it play in the expansion of Mycenaean civilization? The Mycenaean civilization emerged in the Aegean region around 1600 BCE and flourished for several centuries. The Mycenaeans were renowned for their sophisticated palaces, impressive fortifications, and extensive trade networks. They were also a militaristic society, and their armies were feared and respected throughout the ancient world. One of the key factors in the expansion of Mycenaean civilization was the control of important trade routes and strategic territories. The Mycenaeans established a network of colonies and outposts throughout the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean, and they became involved in conflicts with other regional powers over access to key resources and markets. It is in this context that the story of the Trojan War must be understood. According to legend, the Trojan War was fought between the Greeks, led by the powerful king Agamemnon of Mycenae, and the Trojans, a wealthy and powerful city-state located in what is now modern-day Turkey. The war was sparked by the abduction of the beautiful queen of Sparta, Helen, by the Trojan prince Paris. Agamemnon and his allies sailed to Troy to retrieve Helen and to punish the Trojans for their perceived insult. The legend of the Trojan War has been the subject of much debate and speculation among scholars. Some have argued that the war was a historical event, while others have dismissed it as purely mythical. The truth is likely somewhere in between. Recent archaeological discoveries have provided some evidence for the reality of the Trojan War. Excavations at the site of Troy have revealed evidence of a major conflict that occurred around the time when the Trojan War is believed to have taken place. The city walls of Troy show signs of a violent attack, and there are signs of destruction and fire throughout the site. While it is impossible to say for certain whether the Trojan War was a historical event, it is clear that the legend played an important role in the expansion of Mycenaean civilization. The war is believed to have taken place around the 12th century BCE, a time when the Mycenaeans were expanding their influence and control throughout the Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. The war may have been a way for the Mycenaeans to establish dominance over other regional powers and to secure their control over key trade routes and territories. The legend of the Trojan War also reflects the values and ideals of Mycenaean society. The story is filled with heroic deeds, epic battles, and larger-than-life characters, all of which were highly valued in Mycenaean culture. The Mycenaeans saw themselves as a proud and powerful people, and the story of the Trojan War served as a powerful symbol of their strength and prowess. The legacy of the Trojan War can still be felt in modern culture. The story has been retold countless times in literature, art, and film, and it has become a universal symbol of heroic struggle and sacrifice. The Trojan War may have been a legendary conflict, but its impact on the world of ancient Greece was very real. In summary, the Trojan War was a legendary conflict that may or may not have had a basis in historical fact. Regardless of its veracity, the story of the war played an important role in the expansion of Mycenaean civilization and reflects the values and ideals of Mycenaean culture. The Mycenaean civilization was one of the most powerful and sophisticated cultures of the ancient world. However, around the 12th century BCE, the civilization began to experience a sudden and dramatic decline. The causes of this collapse have been the subject of much debate among historians and archaeologists, but the consequences of this collapse were profound and far-reaching. There are many theories about what led to the collapse of Mycenaean civilization. Some have pointed to environmental factors, such as droughts, earthquakes, and other natural disasters, as possible causes. Others have focused on social and political factors, such as internal conflicts, economic inequality, and the decline of centralized authority. One theory that has gained widespread acceptance in recent years is that the collapse of Mycenaean civilization was caused by a series of invasions and raids by outside groups. These invaders are believed to have come from a variety of places, including the north, east, and west. The invasions likely occurred over a period of several decades and were characterized by widespread destruction and violence. The effects of the collapse of Mycenaean civilization were profound and far-reaching. The once great palaces and fortifications of Mycenaean cities were destroyed or abandoned, and the region was plunged into a period of darkness and chaos that lasted for several centuries. The population of the region declined sharply, and many of the advances in technology and culture that had been achieved during the Mycenaean era were lost. The collapse of Mycenaean civilization also had a profound impact on the wider world of the ancient Mediterranean. The decline of Mycenaean power created a power vacuum that was quickly filled by other regional powers, such as the Dorians and the Ionians. These groups established new settlements and colonies throughout the region, and they became the dominant forces in the Aegean world for centuries to come. The collapse of Mycenaean civilization also had an impact on the development of ancient Greek culture. The period of darkness and chaos that followed the collapse of Mycenaean power is known as the Greek Dark Ages, and it was characterized by a decline in population, culture, and technology. However, the Greek Dark Ages were also a time of innovation and creativity, as the people of Greece began to develop new forms of government, art, and literature. The most famous of these new developments was the emergence of the Greek polis, or city-state. The Greek polis was a new form of political organization that was characterized by a high degree of autonomy, citizen participation, and civic pride. The polis became the dominant form of government in Greece and would influence political thought and practice throughout the ancient world. The collapse of Mycenaean civilization also had a profound impact on Greek religion and mythology. Many of the gods and heroes of the Mycenaean era were forgotten or replaced by new deities, such as Zeus, Apollo, and Athena. The stories and legends of the Trojan War, which had been a central part of Mycenaean mythology, continued to be told and retold, but they were adapted and transformed to reflect the changing cultural values and beliefs of the Greek people. In summary, the collapse of Mycenaean civilization was a pivotal moment in the history of the ancient world. The causes of the collapse are still the subject of much debate, but the consequences were profound and far-reaching. The decline of Mycenaean power created a power vacuum that was filled by new regional powers, and it paved the way for the emergence of the Greek polis and the development of new forms of government, art, and literature. The legacy of Mycenaean civilization can still be felt in the culture and history of Greece and the wider Mediterranean world. Chapter 4: Homer and the Epic Tradition. Homer is one of the most celebrated and influential poets in human history. He is best known for his epic poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, which tell the stories of the Trojan War and the adventures of Odysseus, respectively. These poems are among the most revered works of Western literature, and they have had a profound impact on the culture and history of the ancient world. The origins of Homer and the epic poems are shrouded in mystery and legend. Some scholars believe that Homer was a real person who lived in the 8th or 9th century BCE, while others argue that he is a mythic figure who was created to represent a collective tradition of oral poetry. Regardless of whether Homer was a real person or a mythical figure, his works have had an enduring influence on the Western literary canon. The Iliad and the Odyssey are both epic poems, which are long narrative poems that tell stories of heroic deeds and legendary figures. The Iliad tells the story of the Trojan War, which was fought between the Greeks and the Trojans. The poem is set during the last year of the war and focuses on the conflict between Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Greek army, and Agamemnon, the king who commands the Greeks. The Odyssey, on the other hand, tells the story of Odysseus, a Greek hero who embarks on a long journey home after the fall of Troy. One of the most striking features of Homer's epic poems is their use of poetic language and imagery. Homer's language is rich and evocative, and it is filled with vivid descriptions of the natural world, the human body, and the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology. Homer's use of metaphor, simile, and other rhetorical devices creates a sense of depth and complexity that is unmatched in ancient literature. Homer's epic poems are also notable for their portrayal of human emotions and psychology. The characters in the Iliad and the Odyssey are complex and multifaceted, and they are driven by a range of emotions, including love, anger, fear, and grief. Homer's portrayal of these emotions and his exploration of the human psyche have had a profound influence on Western literature and culture. The Iliad and the Odyssey are also notable for their depiction of the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology. These deities are not merely divine beings, but they are also powerful and unpredictable forces that shape the course of human events. The gods and goddesses in Homer's epic poems are often depicted as interfering in the lives of mortals, either to help or to hinder them. This portrayal of the gods and goddesses has had a lasting impact on Western religious and philosophical thought. Homer's epic poems have been the subject of much scholarly debate and analysis over the centuries. Some scholars have focused on the historical accuracy of the poems, while others have explored their literary and poetic qualities. Still others have examined the social and cultural context in which the poems were composed and performed. Despite the many interpretations and analyses of Homer's epic poems, one thing is clear: these works have had a profound impact on Western literature and culture. They have inspired countless writers, artists, and thinkers over the centuries, and they continue to be studied and admired today. Homer's epic poems are a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the human imagination. The Iliad is one of the greatest epic poems of Western literature. It tells the story of the Trojan War, a legendary conflict between the Greeks and the Trojans that was fought over the course of 10 years. The poem is attributed to the Greek poet Homer, who is said to have composed it in the 8th or 9th century BCE. The Iliad is a work of tremendous literary and artistic significance. It is an epic poem, which is a long narrative poem that tells the story of heroic deeds and legendary figures. The poem is composed in dactylic hexameter, a metrical form that is highly suited to epic poetry. The language of the poem is rich and evocative, and it is filled with vivid descriptions of battle scenes, heroic feats, and the natural world. At its core, the Iliad is a story of war and heroism. The poem begins with the anger of Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Greek army. Achilles has been insulted by Agamemnon, the leader of the Greek forces, and he withdraws from the fighting. The Trojans, emboldened by Achilles' absence, begin to gain ground on the Greeks. The rest of the poem tells the story of the war and the many battles that were fought between the Greeks and the Trojans. The heroes of the poem are larger-than-life figures who are capable of great feats of strength and bravery. These heroes include Achilles, Odysseus, Diomedes, and Hector, the Prince of Troy. The Iliad is also notable for its depiction of the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology. These deities play an important role in the poem, and they are often depicted as interfering in the affairs of mortals. The gods and goddesses are divided into two camps: those who support the Greeks and those who support the Trojans. The most powerful of these deities is Zeus, the king of the gods. The Iliad is not merely a story of war and heroism, however. It is also a work of great psychological depth and complexity. The characters in the poem are driven by a range of emotions, including love, anger, fear, and grief. Achilles, in particular, is a complex and multifaceted character. He is driven by a fierce sense of pride and honor, but he is also capable of great compassion and empathy. One of the most striking features of the Iliad is its portrayal of the brutality and horror of war. Homer does not shy away from depicting the gruesome and violent nature of battle. The poem is filled with descriptions of bloodshed, mutilation, and death. At the same time, however, Homer also celebrates the nobility and courage of the warriors who fight in the war. The Iliad is a work of great moral ambiguity, and it forces the reader to grapple with the complex and often contradictory nature of human behavior. Over the centuries, the Iliad has been the subject of much scholarly debate and interpretation. Some scholars have focused on the historical accuracy of the poem, while others have examined its literary and artistic qualities. Still others have analyzed the social and cultural context in which the poem was composed and performed. Despite the many interpretations and analyses of the Iliad, one thing is clear: this poem is a masterpiece of Western literature. It has had a profound impact on the culture and history of the Western world, and it continues to be studied and admired today. The Iliad is a testament to the enduring power of epic poetry and the human imagination. The Odyssey is a masterpiece of Western literature, and it is one of the greatest works of epic poetry ever written. The poem tells the story of the 10-year journey home of the Greek hero Odysseus after the Trojan War. The poem is attributed to the Greek poet Homer, who is said to have composed it in the 8th or 9th century BCE. At its core, the Odyssey is a story of homecoming and identity. Odysseus is a man who is driven by a fierce desire to return home to his wife, Penelope, and his son, Telemachus. Throughout his long journey, he encounters many obstacles and challenges, including the wrath of the gods, the hostility of monsters and giants, and the temptation of beautiful women. Despite these challenges, Odysseus perseveres, and he is eventually able to return home to his family. Along the way, he is forced to confront his own identity and to come to terms with the fact that he is a man who is both a warrior and a husband, a hero and a father. One of the most striking features of the Odyssey is its portrayal of the gods and goddesses of Greek mythology. These deities play an important role in the poem, and they are often depicted as interfering in the affairs of mortals. The most powerful of these deities is Zeus, the king of the gods. Other important gods and goddesses in the poem include Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war, and Poseidon, the god of the sea. The Odyssey is also notable for its depiction of the many different cultures and societies that Odysseus encounters on his journey. These include the Cyclops, a race of one-eyed giants, the Lotus Eaters, who are addicted to a powerful narcotic, and the Sirens, who lure sailors to their death with their enchanting songs. Throughout his journey, Odysseus is forced to adapt to these different cultures and to navigate the complex social and political landscapes that he encounters. He is a man who is able to change and to adapt, and he is ultimately successful because of his intelligence, his courage, and his ability to connect with other people. The Odyssey is also a work of great literary and artistic significance. The poem is composed in dactylic hexameter, a metrical form that is highly suited to epic poetry. The language of the poem is rich and evocative, and it is filled with vivid descriptions of the natural world and the human psyche. At the same time, however, the Odyssey is a work of great moral complexity. Odysseus is not a perfect hero, and he is driven by a range of emotions, including pride, anger, and fear. He is a man who is capable of great deeds of heroism, but he is also prone to error and to weakness. The Odyssey is a work of great moral and philosophical depth, and it forces the reader to grapple with some of the most fundamental questions of human existence. What is the meaning of home and family? What is the nature of identity and selfhood? What is the relationship between humans and the divine? Over the centuries, the Odyssey has been the subject of much scholarly debate and interpretation. Some scholars have focused on the historical accuracy of the poem, while others have examined its literary and artistic qualities. Still others have analyzed the social and cultural context in which the poem was composed and performed. Despite the many interpretations and analyses of the Odyssey, one thing is clear: this poem is a masterpiece of Western literature. It has had a profound impact on the culture and history of the Western world, and it continues to be studied and admired today. The Odyssey is a testament to the enduring power of epic poetry and the human imagination. The Homeric epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are masterpieces of Western literature that have captivated readers for centuries. These epic poems are known for their portrayal of epic heroes and their feats of valor, but they also contain a rich and nuanced portrayal of women. In Homer's epics, women play a variety of roles, from the wives and daughters of heroes to the goddesses who intervene in the affairs of mortals. These women are portrayed as complex and multifaceted characters who possess a range of virtues and vices. One of the most striking features of the portrayal of women in Homer's epics is the emphasis on their beauty and physical appearance. Women are often described in lavish and sensual detail, with their beauty being celebrated as a symbol of their femininity and desirability. In the Iliad, for example, the Trojan princess Briseis is described as radiant as the sun and most beautiful among mortal women. Similarly, in the Odyssey, the enchantress Circe is described as a goddess of the most beautiful form. However, Homer's portrayal of women is not limited to their physical appearance. Women in the Homeric epics also possess a range of virtues and abilities that are celebrated throughout the poems. For example, women are often portrayed as being wise and insightful, with the ability to offer guidance and counsel to their male counterparts. In the Iliad, the Trojan queen Hecuba offers wise and poignant advice to her son Hector, urging him to consider the consequences of his actions and to act with honor and integrity. Similarly, in the Odyssey, the goddess Athena offers wise counsel to the hero Odysseus, advising him on how to navigate the challenges that he faces on his journey home. Women in the Homeric epics are also portrayed as being brave and resourceful. In the Iliad, the Trojan princess Andromache displays remarkable courage and resilience in the face of adversity, as she mourns the death of her husband Hector and prepares to face an uncertain future. Similarly, in the Odyssey, the hero's wife Penelope displays remarkable resourcefulness and cunning as she works to fend off suitors who are seeking to marry her and take over her husband's kingdom. At the same time, however, women in the Homeric epics are also subjected to a range of injustices and indignities. They are often portrayed as being the objects of desire or the possessions of men, rather than independent agents in their own right. For example, in the Iliad, the Greek king Agamemnon takes the Trojan princess Briseis as his concubine, causing a rift between himself and the hero Achilles. Similarly, in the Odyssey, the hero Odysseus is assisted by a number of female characters, but he also engages in numerous romantic encounters with them, often leaving them behind as he continues on his journey home. Despite these injustices, women in the Homeric epics are not passive victims. They are portrayed as active agents in their own right, possessing agency and the ability to influence the actions of the men around them. Women in the Homeric epics are often depicted as being powerful and influential figures, capable of shaping the course of events in their own right. In summary, the portrayal of women in Homer's epics is complex and multifaceted. Women are celebrated for their beauty, their wisdom, and their courage, but they are also subjected to a range of injustices and indignities. Despite these challenges, however, women in the Homeric epics are portrayed as active agents in their own right, possessing agency and the ability to influence the actions of the men around them. The influence of Homer, the ancient Greek poet, on Western literature and culture cannot be overstated. Homer's epic poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are two of the most important works of literature in the Western canon, and they have been read, studied, and revered for thousands of years. One of the most significant ways in which Homer has influenced Western literature is through his use of epic poetry. The epic poem is a long, narrative poem that tells the story of a hero's journey or an important event in a culture's history. Epic poetry was a popular literary form in ancient Greece, and Homer's works are considered to be the epitome of the form. Homer's influence on Western literature can be seen in the works of countless writers and poets over the centuries. For example, the English poet John Milton's epic poem Paradise Lost is modeled after the Homeric epics, and it contains many of the same themes and motifs. Similarly, the American poet Walt Whitman's epic poem Song of Myself is inspired by Homer's works and contains many references to the epic tradition. Homer's influence can also be seen in the works of modern novelists. For example, James Joyce's novel Ulysses is a modern retelling of the Odyssey, and it contains many allusions to Homer's works. Similarly, the Canadian author Margaret Atwood's novel The Penelopiad is a retelling of the Odyssey from the perspective of Penelope, the hero's wife. In addition to his influence on literature, Homer has also had a profound impact on Western culture more broadly. His works have been studied and revered by scholars, philosophers, and artists throughout history, and they continue to be a source of inspiration and fascination to this day. Homer's influence can be seen in the visual arts as well. For example, Many ancient Greek and Roman sculptures depict scenes from the Homeric epics, such as the famous marble relief known as the Achilles and Ajax playing a game. Similarly, the Italian painter Francesco Hayez's painting The Return of Ulysses depicts the hero's return to his kingdom after his long journey home. Homer's influence on Western culture can also be seen in the field of philosophy. For example, the German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche was greatly influenced by Homer's works, and he believed that the Homeric epics contained a profound wisdom that was relevant to modern life. Similarly, the French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre believed that the Homeric epics were a powerful expression of human freedom and autonomy. In summary, the influence of Homer on Western literature and culture is vast and enduring. His epic poems, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are two of the most important works of literature in the Western canon, and they continue to be read, studied and revered by scholars, writers, and readers around the world. Homer's influence can be seen in the works of countless writers and poets over the centuries, as well as in the visual arts and in the field of philosophy. Homer's works continue to be a source of inspiration and fascination to this day, and they are a testament to the enduring power of great literature to shape and influence the world. Chapter 5: The Formation of the Greek City-State. In ancient Greece, the city-state, or polis, was the basic unit of political organization. Each city-state was a sovereign entity, with its own government, laws, and customs. The polis was more than just a political unit, however. It was also a cultural and social entity, with a distinct identity, culture, and way of life. The origins of the Greek city-state can be traced back to the Bronze Age, when the Mycenaean civilization flourished in the Aegean region. Mycenaean cities, such as Mycenae and Tiryns, were fortified citadels surrounded by smaller settlements. These cities were ruled by kings, who exercised authority over the surrounding areas through a system of alliances and tribute. After the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization, around 1100 BCE, Greece entered a period of relative instability and decentralization. The Dark Age, as it is known, lasted for several centuries, and little is known about this period. It was not until the 8th century BCE that the Greek city-state began to emerge as a significant political and cultural force. The emergence of the city-state was a result of several factors, including population growth, the development of trade, and the need for defense against external threats. As cities grew in size and complexity, they began to develop their own political institutions, such as councils and assemblies, to govern themselves. These institutions were based on the principle of popular participation, with all citizens having the right to vote and participate in the decision-making process. The city-state was also a cultural entity, with a distinct identity, language, and way of life. Each city-state had its own patron deity or hero, who was celebrated in festivals and ceremonies. The city-state was also the site of artistic and intellectual achievement, with poets, philosophers, and artists contributing to the cultural life of the polis. The Greek city-state was a highly decentralized system of government, with each polis having its own laws, customs, and traditions. This diversity was one of the strengths of the Greek city-state, as it allowed for experimentation and innovation in government and culture. However, it also led to competition and conflict between city-states, as each sought to assert its dominance over the others. The city-state was also characterized by a strong sense of civic duty and patriotism. Citizens were expected to participate in the political life of the polis, and to be willing to defend it against external threats. This sense of civic duty was instilled in citizens from a young age, through education and military training. The Greek city-state reached its height during the 5th century BCE, with Athens and Sparta emerging as the dominant powers. Athens was a center of artistic and intellectual achievement, with philosophers such as Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle contributing to the cultural and intellectual life of the city-state. Sparta, on the other hand, was a militaristic society, with a strong emphasis on discipline and obedience. Despite their differences, both Athens and Sparta were characterized by a strong sense of civic duty and patriotism. Citizens were expected to put the interests of the polis above their own personal interests, and to be willing to make sacrifices for the common good. This sense of civic duty was reflected in the military prowess of both Athens and Sparta, as well as in their cultural and intellectual achievements. In summary, the Greek city-state was a unique and innovative form of government and society. It emerged in response to the challenges of population growth, trade, and external threats, and it was characterized by a strong sense of civic duty and patriotism. The city-state was a highly decentralized system of government, with each polis having its own laws, customs, and traditions. The Spartan state, also known as Lacedaemon, was one of the most powerful city-states of ancient Greece. Founded in the 9th century BCE, Sparta was located in the southern Peloponnese, and it was renowned for its disciplined and fearsome army. Sparta was unique among Greek city-states in that it was an oligarchy, ruled by a small group of wealthy and powerful men. This oligarchy was known as the Gerousia, or Council of Elders, and it was composed of 28 men over the age of 60, who were elected for life. The Gerousia was responsible for making most of the important decisions of the state, including the selection of the 2 kings who jointly ruled Sparta. The Spartan kings were not absolute monarchs, however. They were required to share power with the Gerousia and with the Assembly of Citizens, which was composed of all adult male citizens. The assembly had the power to elect officials, approve laws, and declare war, among other things. The Spartan state was also known for its extreme militarism. All male citizens were required to undergo military training from a young age, and they were expected to serve in the army until they reached the age of 60. The training was rigorous and brutal, and it emphasized discipline, obedience, and physical toughness. Spartan soldiers were known for their proficiency in hand-to-hand combat, and they were feared throughout Greece for their martial prowess. Spartan society was organized around the military, with every aspect of life designed to support the needs of the army. Women were expected to produce healthy and strong sons who would become soldiers, and they were given greater freedom and independence than women in other Greek city-states. Slaves, or helots, made up a significant portion of the population, and they were used to support the agricultural and economic needs of the state. Despite its military prowess, Sparta was not a cultural or intellectual center like Athens. The arts, philosophy, and literature were not highly valued in Spartan society, and education focused primarily on military training and physical fitness. Spartan society was also highly conservative, with little room for innovation or experimentation. Spartan foreign policy was focused on maintaining its military dominance over the Peloponnese and the rest of Greece. Sparta was involved in several major conflicts, including the Peloponnesian War, which pitted Sparta against Athens and its allies. Sparta emerged victorious in the war, but it was left weakened by the conflict, and it was eventually eclipsed by other city-states such as Thebes and Macedon. In summary, the Spartan state was a unique and highly militaristic society, characterized by oligarchic rule and extreme discipline. It was renowned for its fearsome army, which was composed of highly trained and disciplined soldiers. However, Spartan society was also highly conservative, with little emphasis on culture or intellectual pursuits. Despite its military success, Sparta was eventually eclipsed by other city-states, and its legacy remains a subject of debate among historians and scholars. The Athenian state, founded in the 8th century BCE, was one of the most important and influential city-states of ancient Greece. Located in Attica, on the eastern coast of Greece, Athens was renowned for its democratic government, its cultural achievements, and its military power. The Athenian political system was based on democracy, in which all adult male citizens had a say in the government. This system was unique among ancient societies, and it represented a significant departure from the oligarchic governments of other Greek city-states, such as Sparta. The Athenian democracy was organized around several institutions, including the assembly, the council, and the courts. The assembly was composed of all adult male citizens, who met regularly to debate and vote on important issues. The council, known as the Boule, was composed of 500 citizens who were chosen by lot to serve for a year. The Boule was responsible for proposing legislation and overseeing the administration of the government. The courts were composed of large juries who heard cases and rendered verdicts. The Athenian state was also renowned for its cultural achievements, especially in the arts and literature. Athens was home to some of the most famous playwrights, poets, and philosophers of the ancient world, including Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. The Athenian theater, in particular, was a major cultural institution, with plays performed regularly in public spaces throughout the city. These plays were often performed in the context of festivals and religious celebrations, and they covered a wide range of topics, including mythology, history, and politics. The theater was a way for Athenians to express and explore their ideas about the world, and it remains an important cultural legacy of ancient Greece. Athens was also home to a vibrant intellectual community, which included some of the most important philosophers and thinkers of the ancient world. Socrates, for example, was known for his innovative approach to philosophy, which involved questioning the assumptions and beliefs of his fellow citizens. Plato, one of Socrates' students, went on to found the Academy, which became one of the most important centers of philosophical learning in the ancient world. Aristotle, another student of Plato, was a polymath who made important contributions to philosophy, science, and logic. Athens was also a major military power, and it played a significant role in the conflicts and alliances of ancient Greece. Athens was involved in several major wars, including the Persian Wars and the Peloponnesian War, which pitted Athens against Sparta and its allies. Despite suffering a crushing defeat in the Peloponnesian War, Athens remained a major cultural and intellectual center, and it continued to exert a significant influence on the ancient world. In summary, the Athenian state was a unique and influential society, characterized by its democratic government, its cultural achievements, and its military power. Athens was a major center of intellectual and cultural activity, and it produced some of the most important philosophers, writers, and thinkers of the ancient world. Despite its military defeats, Athens remained a major cultural and intellectual center, and its legacy remains a source of inspiration and fascination to this day. The ancient world was marked by a constant process of migration, settlement, and expansion. As populations grew and resources became scarce, people were forced to move to new territories in search of land, water, and food. This process of migration led to the formation of new communities, which in turn gave rise to the phenomenon of colonization. Colonization played a crucial role in the formation of city-states, which were one of the defining features of ancient Greek society. City-states were political entities that emerged in the Greek world during the 8th century BCE. They were independent and self-governing, with their own laws, institutions, and customs. Colonization was a major factor in the formation of city-states, as it provided a means for Greeks to establish new settlements in new territories. Greeks were known for their seafaring skills, and they used this advantage to explore and settle in new areas. They founded colonies throughout the Mediterranean world, including in Italy, Sicily, and North Africa. These colonies provided Greeks with new sources of wealth and power, as well as opportunities for trade and commerce. One of the most important factors in the process of colonization was the availability of arable land. Greeks were primarily farmers, and they needed fertile land to grow crops and raise livestock. As the population grew, there was an increasing demand for land, and this led to a competition for resources. Colonization provided an outlet for this competition, as it allowed Greeks to establish new settlements in new areas where land was available. Colonization was also driven by political and social factors. Greeks were divided into numerous tribes and clans, each with their own traditions and customs. These divisions often led to conflict and instability, as different groups vied for power and influence. Colonization provided a means for Greeks to establish new communities based on shared values and interests. These new communities were often more cohesive and stable than the older ones, and they provided a basis for the development of new political and social institutions. Colonization played a crucial role in the development of Greek trade and commerce. Greeks were known for their skills as traders and merchants, and they used their colonies to establish new markets and trading partners. Colonies provided Greeks with access to new resources and products, and they helped to create a network of trade routes that linked the Mediterranean world together. Colonization also played a role in the spread of Greek culture and civilization. Greeks brought their language, religion, and customs with them to their new settlements, and they often sought to spread these ideas to the local populations. This led to a process of cultural exchange, in which Greeks and non-Greeks shared ideas and traditions, and developed new forms of art, literature, and philosophy. In summary, colonization played a crucial role in the formation of city-states in ancient Greece. It provided a means for Greeks to establish new settlements, compete for resources, and develop new political and social institutions. Colonization also played a role in the development of trade and commerce, the spread of Greek culture, and the creation of new forms of art and literature. The legacy of colonization can still be seen in the cultural and linguistic diversity of the Mediterranean world, and it remains a fascinating and complex aspect of ancient history. The Greek city-state, or polis, was one of the defining features of ancient Greek society. It was a unique political entity, independent and self-governing, with its own laws, institutions, and customs. The legacy of the Greek city-state has had a profound impact on the development of Western civilization, particularly in the areas of government, law, and citizenship. The Greek city-state was a model of democratic government, with citizens having a say in the decisions that affected their lives. This system of government was based on the idea that every citizen had a role to play in the affairs of the state, and that the common good was more important than individual interests. This emphasis on participation and cooperation has been a lasting legacy of the Greek city-state, and has influenced the development of democratic governments throughout history. In addition to its emphasis on democracy, the Greek city-state was also known for its system of law. Greek law was based on the idea of justice, and it sought to establish a fair and impartial system for resolving disputes. The Greeks believed that everyone was equal under the law, and that justice should be blind to social status or wealth. This emphasis on justice and equality has been a lasting legacy of the Greek city-state, and has influenced the development of legal systems throughout the world. Another legacy of the Greek city-state was its emphasis on citizenship. In the Greek city-state, citizenship was more than just a legal status, it was a way of life. Citizens were expected to participate in the affairs of the state, to serve in the military, and to contribute to the common good. This emphasis on civic duty and responsibility has been a lasting legacy of the Greek city-state, and has influenced the development of citizenship in modern societies. The legacy of the Greek city-state can be seen in the development of Western political thought. The idea of democracy, the rule of law, and citizenship have all been influenced by the Greek city-state. These concepts have been at the heart of Western political philosophy, and have influenced the development of modern democracy. The legacy of the Greek city-state can also be seen in the development of Western law. The Greeks believed in the importance of justice, and their system of law sought to establish a fair and impartial system for resolving disputes. This emphasis on justice and equality has been a lasting legacy of the Greek city-state, and has influenced the development of legal systems throughout the world. The legacy of the Greek city-state can also be seen in the development of Western culture. The Greeks were known for their achievements in art, literature, philosophy, and science. These achievements have had a profound impact on Western culture, and have influenced the development of modern art, literature, and philosophy. In summary, the legacy of the Greek city-state has had a profound impact on the development of Western civilization. The ideas of democracy, the rule of law, and citizenship have all been influenced by the Greek city-state, and have played a crucial role in the development of modern democracy. The legacy of the Greek city-state can be seen in the development of Western political thought, law, and culture, and remains a fascinating and complex aspect of ancient history. Chapter 6: Democracy and its Origins in Athens. Democracy in ancient Athens was a unique and revolutionary form of government that remains a topic of fascination and study to this day. The Athenian system of democracy emerged in the 5th century BCE, and was characterized by a radical emphasis on the participation of citizens in the political process. The legacy of Athenian democracy has had a profound impact on the development of Western political thought, and remains an important aspect of ancient history. The Athenian system of democracy was based on the idea of direct participation in government by the citizens. Unlike modern democracies, which rely on representatives to make decisions on behalf of the people, the Athenian system allowed citizens to make decisions themselves. All male citizens were eligible to participate in the political process, with the exception of slaves and foreigners. The system was not perfect, as it excluded women and non-citizens, but it was a radical departure from the autocratic systems that prevailed in other ancient societies. The Athenian system of democracy was made up of three branches: the ecclesia, the boule, and the dikasteria. The ecclesia was the assembly of all citizens and was responsible for making major decisions, such as whether to go to war or pass laws. The boule was a council of 500 citizens, chosen by lot, who were responsible for preparing and managing the agenda of the ecclesia. The dikasteria was a system of courts, where citizens could serve as jurors in legal cases. The Athenian system of democracy was not without its flaws. The participation of citizens in the political process was limited to a relatively small number of people, and the exclusion of women and non-citizens meant that the system was not truly democratic by modern standards. Nevertheless, the Athenian system of democracy was a radical departure from the autocratic systems that prevailed in other ancient societies. The Athenian system of democracy was not just a political system, it was a way of life. The Athenians believed that citizenship was not just a legal status, but a moral obligation. Citizens were expected to participate in the political process, to serve in the military, and to contribute to the common good. This emphasis on civic duty and responsibility has been a lasting legacy of Athenian democracy and has influenced the development of citizenship in modern societies. The legacy of Athenian democracy can be seen in the development of modern political thought. The Athenians believed in the importance of popular sovereignty, and their system of democracy sought to establish a government that was accountable to the people. This emphasis on accountability and representation has been a lasting legacy of Athenian democracy and has influenced the development of modern democracy. The legacy of Athenian democracy can also be seen in the development of Western philosophy. The Athenians were known for their achievements in philosophy, and their system of democracy was the subject of much philosophical inquiry. Plato and Aristotle, two of the most influential philosophers in Western thought, both wrote extensively about Athenian democracy and its limitations. In summary, Athenian democracy was a unique and revolutionary form of government that remains a topic of fascination and study to this day. The Athenian system of democracy was based on the idea of direct participation in government by the citizens, and was a radical departure from the autocratic systems that prevailed in other ancient societies. The legacy of Athenian democracy can be seen in the development of modern political thought, philosophy, and citizenship, and remains an important aspect of ancient history. In the early 6th century BCE, Athens was facing a crisis of political instability and social unrest. The city was divided into rival factions, and the aristocracy was dominated by a small number of wealthy families who controlled the political system. It was in this context that Solon, a poet and statesman, was appointed as archon, or chief magistrate, in 594 BCE. Solon's reforms would transform Athens and lay the foundation for Athenian democracy. Solon's reforms were aimed at addressing the social and economic problems facing Athens. He sought to address the root causes of the crisis by creating a more just and equitable society. Solon introduced a series of measures designed to redistribute power and wealth, and to increase the participation of ordinary citizens in the political process. One of Solon's most significant reforms was the cancellation of debts. Many Athenians had become indebted to the wealthy families who controlled the political system, and were trapped in a cycle of debt and poverty. Solon canceled all debts, freeing many Athenians from the burden of debt and creating a more equal society. Solon also introduced a system of weights and measures to regulate trade and commerce. This helped to create a more stable economy, and increased the opportunities for ordinary citizens to participate in trade and commerce. Another important reform introduced by Solon was the establishment of 4 classes of citizens based on wealth. Each class had different rights and responsibilities, with the wealthiest class having the most political power. This system was designed to ensure that the wealthy did not monopolize political power, while also ensuring that the less wealthy had a stake in the political process. Solon also introduced a system of courts that was more accessible to ordinary citizens. He created a new court system that allowed citizens to bring their disputes before a jury of their peers, rather than relying on the wealthy to resolve disputes through private arbitration. This helped to increase the participation of ordinary citizens in the legal system and created a more equal society. Perhaps most importantly, Solon introduced a system of political participation that allowed all citizens to participate in the political process. He created a new assembly, or ecclesia, that allowed all citizens to participate in the political process. This assembly had the power to pass laws, approve treaties, and make major decisions about the future of Athens. Solon's reforms were controversial and met with resistance from the aristocracy. Many of the wealthy families saw Solon's reforms as a threat to their power and sought to undermine them. Despite this resistance, Solon's reforms were a major step forward for Athenian democracy and laid the foundation for the system of government that would eventually develop in Athens. Solon's legacy is still felt today in modern democracies. His reforms helped to establish the principle of political equality and created a system of government that was accountable to the people. Solon's emphasis on the importance of political participation and civic duty has been a lasting legacy and has influenced the development of democracy in modern societies. In summary, the reforms of Solon were a significant milestone in the history of Athenian democracy. Solon's reforms helped to address the social and economic problems facing Athens and laid the foundation for a more just and equitable society. His introduction of a system of political participation, the cancellation of debts, and the creation of a new court system were all significant steps towards the establishment of Athenian democracy. Solon's reforms have had a lasting legacy and continue to influence the development of democracy in modern societies. In the early years of Athenian democracy, the city-state faced numerous challenges as it struggled to establish a stable system of government. The rule of the tyrants, a period of autocratic rule that lasted from the late 7th century BCE to the mid-6th century BCE, was one such challenge. This period was characterized by the rise of powerful individuals who ruled over the city-state with absolute authority, often using violence and intimidation to maintain their power. The rule of the tyrants was a response to the instability and chaos that characterized Athenian society in the early years of democracy. The city-state was divided into rival factions, and the aristocracy was dominated by a small number of wealthy families who controlled the political system. This led to a sense of disenfranchisement among ordinary citizens who felt that their voices were not being heard. The first Athenian tyrant was Cylon, a wealthy nobleman who attempted to seize power in 632 BCE. Cylon and his supporters attempted to take over the Acropolis, the citadel of Athens, but were ultimately defeated. Cylon and his brother were killed, and their supporters were exiled. This marked the beginning of a period of political instability that would last for several decades. The rule of the tyrants was characterized by the use of force and violence to maintain power. The tyrants often relied on mercenary armies and personal bodyguards to protect themselves from their enemies. They also used propaganda and intimidation to control the population, and employed spies and informants to root out dissent. Despite their authoritarian methods, the tyrants often sought to improve the lives of ordinary citizens. They introduced reforms that were aimed at increasing the power and influence of the middle classes and at breaking the stranglehold of the aristocracy. The tyrants also invested in public works projects, such as the construction of temples, public buildings, and monuments. The most famous of the Athenian tyrants was Pisistratos, who ruled Athens from 546 BCE to 527 BCE. Pisistratos was a skilled politician and military leader who used his considerable talents to establish a stable and prosperous Athenian state. He was popular among the people, who saw him as a benevolent ruler who was concerned with their welfare. Pisistratos introduced a number of reforms that were aimed at improving the lives of ordinary citizens. He established a system of public granaries that ensured that the poor had access to food during times of famine, and he encouraged the development of commerce and trade. He also sponsored the arts and commissioned many works of literature, music, and drama. Despite his popularity, Pisistratos was not universally admired. His rule was opposed by the aristocracy, who saw him as a threat to their power. He was also opposed by the Democratic Party, who saw him as a tyrant who had usurped power from the people. The rule of the tyrants ultimately came to an end in 510 BCE, when the Athenian aristocracy overthrew the last of the tyrants, Hippias. The overthrow of the tyrants marked the beginning of a new era in Athenian politics, one that was characterized by a more stable and democratic system of government. In summary, the rule of the tyrants was a period of political instability and authoritarian rule in early Athenian democracy. The tyrants used force and violence to maintain their power, and relied on propaganda and intimidation to control the population. Despite their authoritarian methods, the tyrants often sought to improve the lives of ordinary citizens, introducing reforms that were aimed at breaking the stranglehold of the aristocracy and improving the economy. The Age of Pericles was a period of extraordinary achievement and prosperity in Athenian democracy. It lasted from 461 BCE to 429 BCE, and was marked by the rule of the great statesman Pericles, who oversaw the construction of many of Athens' most famous landmarks, including the Parthenon and the Propylaea. Pericles was a gifted orator and politician, who used his skills to promote Athenian democracy and to build a more just and equitable society. He was an advocate for the rule of law and worked to ensure that the poor and disenfranchised had a voice in government. Pericles believed that Athens was the greatest city in the world, and worked tirelessly to make it even greater. The Age of Pericles was marked by a flowering of Athenian culture, with literature, philosophy, and the arts reaching new heights. It was also a period of great military success, as Athens emerged as the dominant power in the Greek world. One of the most important achievements of the Age of Pericles was the construction of the Parthenon, the magnificent temple dedicated to the goddess Athena. The Parthenon was designed by the architects Ictinus and Callicrates, and was decorated with the famous sculptures created by the artist Phidias. The temple was a symbol of Athenian power and prestige, and was the centerpiece of the Acropolis, the city's most important religious and political center. Another important achievement of the Age of Pericles was the construction of the Propylaea, the monumental gateway to the Acropolis. The Propylaea was designed by the architect Mnesicles, and was one of the most impressive architectural achievements of the ancient world. It was decorated with sculptures and reliefs, depicting important events from Athenian history. The Age of Pericles was also a time of great artistic and intellectual achievement. The philosopher Socrates, who would later become one of the most famous figures in Western philosophy, was born in Athens during this period. The playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides all wrote during the Age of Pericles, and their plays are still performed and studied today. The historian Thucydides also wrote during this period, producing one of the most famous and influential works of ancient history, the history of the Peloponnesian War. The Age of Pericles was also marked by significant military success. Athens emerged as the dominant power in the Greek world, and its navy became the most powerful in the Mediterranean. Pericles led Athens to victory in the first phase of the Peloponnesian War, a conflict that would ultimately lead to the downfall of Athenian democracy. Despite its many achievements, the Age of Pericles was not without its problems. The massive building projects that were undertaken during this period placed a strain on the city's finances and led to accusations of corruption and mismanagement. The expansion of Athenian power also led to tension and conflict with other Greek states, particularly Sparta. The end of the Age of Pericles came with the outbreak of the Peloponnesian War in 431 BCE. The war was a disastrous conflict that lasted for nearly 3 decades, and ultimately led to the downfall of Athenian democracy. Despite its eventual defeat, however, the Age of Pericles remains a testament to the power and creativity of Athenian democracy, and to the achievements that can be accomplished when a society values justice, equality, and the rule of law. In summary, the Age of Pericles was a remarkable period of achievement and prosperity in Athenian democracy. It was marked by the rule of the great statesman Pericles, who oversaw the construction of many of Athens' most famous landmarks, including the Parthenon and the Propylaea. The history of Athens is inseparable from the history of democracy. The birthplace of democracy, Athens was the first city-state to experiment with a system of government in which all citizens had a say in the affairs of the state. However, the idea of democracy was not without its critics, even in Athens itself. In this essay, we will examine the critiques of democracy put forth by two of the most influential Greek philosophers, Plato and Aristotle. Plato, a student of Socrates, was born in Athens in 428–427 BCE. In his work, The Republic, he constructs an ideal society in which philosophers are the rulers. Plato argues that the ideal society is one in which there is a strict hierarchy of classes, with the ruling class composed of philosopher kings. The philosopher kings are wise and just, and they rule for the good of the entire society, not just for their own interests. In Plato's ideal society, there is no place for democracy. He believes that democracy is inherently flawed, because it is based on the idea that everyone is equally qualified to govern. According to Plato, this is not the case, as most people are not capable of governing themselves, let alone others. Plato argues that democracy leads to a society in which everyone does what they want, rather than what is best for the society as a whole. Aristotle, who was born in 384 BCE in Stagira, was a student of Plato. However, Aristotle's views on democracy were very different from those of his teacher. Aristotle believed that democracy was the best system of government for the majority of people. In his work, Politics, Aristotle argues that democracy is the best system of government because it allows the greatest number of people to participate in the decision-making process. According to Aristotle, democracy is a system in which the citizens are the rulers, and the laws are made for the good of the entire society, not just for the benefit of the ruling class. Aristotle also believed that there were different forms of democracy. In a pure democracy, all citizens have an equal say in the affairs of the state. However, Aristotle argues that pure democracy is unstable because the majority can easily oppress the minority. Therefore, Aristotle proposed a system of representative democracy, in which citizens elect representatives to make decisions on their behalf. Aristotle believed that this system would protect the rights of the minority while allowing the majority to participate in the decision-making process. While Plato and Aristotle had different views on democracy, both believed that the system of government in Athens had its flaws. Plato believed that democracy was inherently flawed, and that the ideal society was one ruled by philosopher kings. Aristotle, on the other hand, believed that democracy was the best system of government for the majority of people, but recognized the need for a system of checks and balances to prevent the tyranny of the majority. Despite its flaws, Athenian democracy had a profound influence on Western civilization. It introduced the concept of citizens participating in the decision-making process, which became the cornerstone of modern democracy. The critiques of democracy put forth by Plato and Aristotle are still relevant today, and serve as a reminder that democracy is not a perfect system of government, but one that must be constantly scrutinized and improved. Chapter 7: The Persian Wars and the Triumph of Greek Freedom. The Persian Wars were a series of conflicts between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states that took place in the early 5th century BCE. The wars were the result of the expansionist policies of the Persian Empire, which had conquered much of the Near East and was seeking to extend its influence westward. The Greeks, who had a long history of independence and were fiercely proud of their autonomy, refused to submit to Persian rule. What followed was a series of wars that would shape the course of Greek history and have a lasting impact on Western civilization. The first Persian invasion of Greece took place in 492 BCE, when the Persian Emperor Darius I sent an expeditionary force to punish the Greek city-states of Athens and Eretria for their support of the Ionian Revolt, a rebellion against Persian rule in the Greek city of Miletus. The Persians landed at Marathon, a plain on the coast of Attica, and were met by a smaller force of Athenian soldiers. Despite being outnumbered, the Greeks managed to defeat the Persians in a stunning victory that demonstrated the superiority of Greek military tactics and strategy. 10 years later, in 480 BCE, Darius' son Xerxes I launched a much larger invasion of Greece. Xerxes' army was massive, consisting of over 100,000 soldiers, and included contingents from all over the Persian Empire. The Persians crossed the Hellespont and marched south towards Greece, where they were met by a combined Greek force led by the Spartan king Leonidas at the pass of Thermopylae. The Greeks fought bravely but were ultimately defeated, and the Persians continued their march southward, sacking Athens and burning the Acropolis. Despite this setback, the Greeks refused to surrender. A fleet of Greek ships, led by the Athenian general Themistocles, engaged the Persian navy in a series of naval battles, culminating in the decisive Battle of Salamis. The Greek navy was able to defeat the Persian fleet, effectively ending any hope of a Persian victory in the war. The Greeks then marched northward and defeated the Persian army at the Battle of Plataea, ending the Persian threat to Greece. The Persian Wars had a profound impact on Greek history and culture. The wars demonstrated the power of a united Greek front and paved the way for the rise of Athens as the dominant power in Greece. The wars also had a lasting impact on the development of Western civilization. The Greek victory at Marathon, in particular, has been celebrated as a symbol of the triumph of freedom over tyranny and has inspired countless works of literature and art. The Persian Wars also highlighted the cultural differences between the Greeks and the Persians. The Greeks saw themselves as defenders of freedom and democracy, while the Persians were viewed as tyrannical and despotic. These cultural differences would continue to influence relations between Greece and the Near East for centuries to come. The Persian Wars were also notable for their impact on the development of Greek military tactics and strategy. The Greeks demonstrated the effectiveness of the phalanx formation, in which soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with their shields overlapping. This formation allowed the Greeks to withstand charges by the Persian cavalry and prove decisive in several key battles. In summary, the Persian Wars were a series of conflicts between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states that took place in the early 5th century BCE. The wars had a profound impact on Greek history and culture, paving the way for the rise of Athens as the dominant power in Greece and inspiring countless works of literature and art. The wars also highlighted the cultural differences between the Greeks and the Persians and had a lasting impact on the development of Western civilization. In the early 5th century BCE, the Persian Empire was the largest and most powerful empire in the world. Ruled by the Achaemenid dynasty, the Persian Empire was vast, stretching from modern-day Greece and Egypt to India and Central Asia. The Greek city-states, on the other hand, were relatively small and fragmented. Despite their size and political divisions, the Greeks were determined to resist Persian expansionism and maintain their independence. This conflict culminated in the Persian Wars, a series of military campaigns fought between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states. The origins of the Persian Wars can be traced back to the Ionian Revolt, which began in 499 BCE. The Ionian Revolt was a rebellion of the Ionian Greeks against Persian rule. The Ionian Greeks had been conquered by the Persians in the mid-6th century BCE, but they had been allowed to retain some degree of autonomy. However, in the late 6th century BCE, the Persians imposed a tyrant, Aristagoras, on the Ionian city of Miletus. Aristagoras was a harsh and unpopular ruler, and in 499 BCE he led a revolt against Persian rule. The revolt quickly spread to other Ionian cities, and the Persians were forced to respond. The Persian response was swift and brutal. In 498 BCE, a Persian army under the command of the satrap Artaphernes landed in Ionia and defeated the rebels. The following year, the Persians launched a full-scale invasion of Greece. The invasion was led by Darius I, one of the greatest Persian kings. Darius had a vast army and a powerful navy, and he was determined to conquer Greece and punish the Greeks for their support of the Ionian Revolt. The first Persian invasion of Greece began in 490 BCE. The Persians landed at the plain of Marathon, about 25 miles northeast of Athens. The Athenians, who had been forewarned of the Persian invasion, sent a force of 10,000 hoplites to meet the Persians. The Athenian force was commanded by the general Miltiades, who devised a brilliant strategy that enabled the Athenians to win a decisive victory over the Persians. The Battle of Marathon was a turning point in Greek history, and it marked the beginning of the end of Persian aggression. Despite their defeat at Marathon, the Persians were not deterred. In 480 BCE, Darius's son Xerxes I launched a second invasion of Greece. Xerxes had an even larger army than his father, and he was determined to avenge the Persian defeat at Marathon. The second Persian invasion of Greece was much larger and more ambitious than the first. Xerxes marched his army across the Hellespont on a massive bridge of boats, and he sent his navy to blockade the Greek fleet at Artemisium. The Persians won a major victory at the Battle of Thermopylae, but they were defeated at the Battle of Salamis, where the Greek fleet destroyed the Persian navy. The Persian Wars had a profound impact on Greek history. The Greek victory over the Persians at Marathon and Salamis demonstrated that a small, determined force could defeat a larger, more powerful enemy. This gave the Greeks a newfound confidence and sense of unity. The Persian Wars also had an impact on the development of democracy in Athens. The Athenians saw themselves as the leaders of the Greek resistance to Persian aggression, and this helped to strengthen their sense of civic pride and identity. In summary, the Persian Wars were a pivotal moment in Greek history. The conflict between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states had far-reaching consequences, shaping the course of Greek politics, society, and culture. Amidst the rolling hills and dusty plains of Attica, a battle was fought that would forever alter the course of history. The Persian Empire, vast and powerful, had set its sights on Greece, and Athens stood in its way. The Battle of Marathon, fought in the year 490 BC, would be a turning point in the conflict between the Greeks and the Persians, and would ultimately pave the way for the rise of Athenian democracy. The story of Marathon begins with the Ionian Revolt, a rebellion of Greek city-states against Persian rule in the eastern Mediterranean. The Persians, led by Darius I, saw the rebellion as a threat to their territorial ambitions, and thus launched a full-scale invasion of Greece in 492 BC. The Greeks, fearing for their very survival, formed a defensive alliance known as the Hellenic League under the leadership of Athens and Sparta. After several years of inconclusive fighting, the Persian army, led by Darius' son Xerxes, advanced towards Greece once more. The Greeks, under the leadership of the Spartan king Leonidas, famously held off the Persian advance at the Battle of Thermopylae in 480 BC, but it was the Battle of Marathon 10 years earlier that first demonstrated the strength and resilience of the Greek hoplite phalanx. The Athenian general Miltiades, sensing an opportunity to strike a decisive blow against the Persians, led a force of 10,000 hoplites to Marathon, a small coastal plain north of Athens. There they faced an army of 25,000 Persians, led by the general Datis. The Persians, renowned for their archers and cavalry, were confident in their ability to crush the Greeks. But Miltiades had a plan. He ordered his hoplites to form a phalanx, a tightly packed formation of spearmen, and then he waited. As the Persian army advanced, their archers began to rain arrows down on the Greeks, but the phalanx held firm, their shields overlapping to form an impenetrable wall. When the Persians finally charged, the Greek phalanx advanced, pushing back the Persian line and causing chaos and confusion among their ranks. In the ensuing melee, the Greeks fought with ferocity and determination, while the Persians, unaccustomed to the close combat of hoplite warfare, were unable to respond effectively. After several hours of fighting, the Persian army began to retreat. The Greeks, seeing an opportunity to crush their enemy, gave chase, and in the end over 6,000 Persians lay dead on the field, while the Greeks suffered only 192 casualties. The Battle of Marathon was a stunning victory for the Greeks, one that would inspire generations of Athenians to come. It demonstrated the power of the hoplite phalanx and the superiority of Greek infantry over the Persian hordes. It also set the stage for the rise of Athenian democracy, as the victory at Marathon gave the Athenians a sense of pride and confidence in their abilities. The legacy of Marathon can still be seen today in the modern marathon race, which takes its name from the legend of the Greek messenger Pheidippides, who ran from Marathon to Athens to deliver news of the victory. But more than that, the Battle of Marathon stands as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit, to the courage and determination that can overcome even the most daunting of foes. In the 5th century BCE, the Greek world was threatened by the expanding Persian Empire, which had already conquered many of the Greek city-states in Asia Minor. The Greeks, however, refused to surrender their freedom and dignity to the Persians, and instead rallied together to fight for their independence. This epic struggle, known as the Persian Wars, would prove to be a turning point in the history of Greece and indeed of the Western world. The first major battle of the Persian Wars was fought at Marathon in 490 BCE. The Athenians, led by the general Miltiades, had received warning that a Persian invasion was imminent and had mobilized their army to defend their city. When the Persians landed on the shores of Marathon, they were met by a force of roughly 10,000 Athenians and 1,000 Plataeans. Despite being heavily outnumbered, the Greeks managed to outmaneuver the Persians and win a stunning victory. The Battle of Marathon was a triumph for Athens and for Greek democracy. It demonstrated the power of a citizen army fighting for its own freedom, and it instilled a sense of pride and confidence in the Athenians that would shape the course of their history. The victory was celebrated with a race from Marathon to Athens, which inspired the modern marathon race that we know today. The Persians, however, were not deterred by their defeat at Marathon. In 480 BCE, they launched a second invasion of Greece, this time under the leadership of King Xerxes himself. The Greeks knew that they would need to unite in order to repel the Persian army, and they formed an alliance under the leadership of Sparta. The Greeks decided to make their stand at the narrow pass of Thermopylae, where a small force of 7,000 Greeks, including 300 Spartans, held off the Persian army for 3 days. The Battle of Thermopylae was a heroic but ultimately doomed effort. Although the Greeks fought bravely and inflicted heavy casualties on the Persians, they were eventually outflanked and defeated. The Spartans fought to the death, but the rest of the Greek army was able to retreat and regroup. The defeat at Thermopylae was a blow to the morale of the Greeks, but it did not break their spirit. The Athenians, under the leadership of Themistocles, had already begun to plan their strategy for the next stage of the war. They had built a powerful navy, and they hoped to use it to defeat the Persians at sea. In 480 BCE, the Athenians and their allies won a decisive victory at the Battle of Salamis, where they destroyed much of the Persian fleet. The Battle of Salamis was a turning point in the war. It was the first time that the Greeks had defeated the Persians in a naval battle, and it gave them control of the sea. The Persians, realizing that their position was now weakened, decided to retreat to Asia Minor. The Greeks, however, were not content to let them go. They pursued the retreating Persian army and won a final victory at the Battle of Plataea in 479 BCE. The Persian Wars were a defining moment in the history of Greece. They proved that a small but determined people could resist the might of a great empire, and they inspired a sense of national pride and unity that would shape Greek culture and politics for centuries to come. The wars also marked the beginning of the rivalry between Athens and Sparta, which would lead to the Peloponnesian War and the eventual decline of Greek power. In the annals of Greek history, few conflicts have had the same enduring impact as the Persian Wars. These conflicts, fought between the Greek city-states and the mighty Persian Empire in the early 5th century BCE, were a pivotal moment not only for the Greeks, but for Western civilization as a whole. The events of the Persian Wars would come to shape the identity of the Greeks for centuries to come, and their legacy would echo through the halls of history long after the last Persian arrow had been loosed. At the heart of the Persian Wars lay a conflict of cultures. The Greeks, fiercely proud of their freedom and their democratic ideals, found themselves facing an empire that was vastly different in its values and beliefs. For the Persians, the conquest of Greece was seen as a natural extension of their imperial ambitions, a way to spread their culture and their religion to the farthest reaches of the known world. For the Greeks, however, the prospect of being subjugated by a foreign power was unthinkable. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic confrontations in human history. The opening act of the Persian Wars was the Ionian Revolt, a rebellion of the Greek cities in Asia Minor against Persian rule. This revolt was supported by Athens, which sent troops to aid the Ionians in their struggle. Although the revolt ultimately failed, it was a significant event in the lead up to the Persian Wars, as it showed that the Greeks were willing to stand up to Persian aggression. The main conflict of the Persian Wars began in 490 BCE, when the Persian king Darius I launched an invasion of Greece. The Persian army, led by Datis and Artaphernes, landed at the Bay of Marathon just a few miles from Athens. The Athenians, under the leadership of the general Miltiades, met the Persians on the plain of Marathon and won a stunning victory. The Athenians, with their superior hoplite tactics and their sheer determination, had proven that the Persians could be defeated. Despite their defeat at Marathon, the Persians were not deterred. In 480 BCE, Darius' successor Xerxes launched a massive invasion of Greece. This time the Persians were better prepared. Their army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and they had a vast fleet to transport them across the Aegean. The Greeks, by contrast, were fragmented and disorganized. Athens and Sparta, the two most powerful Greek states, formed an alliance, but even together they could not match the might of the Persian war machine. The Greeks, however, were not without their own advantages. The terrain of Greece, with its mountains and narrow passes, was ideally suited to their style of warfare. At the pass of Thermopylae, a small force of Greek soldiers led by the Spartan king Leonidas held off the Persian army for 3 days, inflicting heavy casualties and buying time for the rest of Greece to prepare for the invasion. At the same time, the Greek navy, under the command of the Athenian general Themistocles, won a decisive victory over the Persian fleet at the Battle of Salamis. The final battle of the Persian Wars took place at Plataea in 479 BCE. The Persian army, now weakened by the losses they had suffered, was defeated by the united Greek forces. The victory at Plataea marked the end of the Persian threat to Greece, and it was a triumph that would be remembered for centuries to come. The legacy of the Persian Wars was immense. For the Greeks, the victory was a source of immense pride and a testament to their courage and resilience. Chapter 8: Art and Architecture in Ancient Greece. In the annals of human history, the Greeks occupy a distinguished place for their achievements in art and architecture. Their artistic creations and architectural marvels continue to captivate and inspire people even today. The ancient Greeks had a unique sense of aesthetics, and their art and architecture embody the cultural and philosophical values of their society. The Greeks created their art and architecture in a period of about 1,000 years, from the 8th century BC to the 4th century BC. This period witnessed an explosion of artistic and architectural activity, and the Greeks produced a range of works that included sculpture, pottery, painting, and architecture. The Greek style of art and architecture was characterized by an emphasis on proportion, symmetry, and harmony. One of the most distinctive features of Greek art is its focus on the human form. The Greeks were fascinated by the human body and sought to depict it with great accuracy and detail. Greek sculptors created works that were not only realistic, but also idealized. They sought to capture the essence of human beauty, grace, and power, and their works are a testament to their mastery of the human form. Greek architecture was no less remarkable than its art. The Greeks invented a range of architectural styles that continue to influence modern architecture even today. The most famous of these styles is the classical style, which is characterized by its use of columns, pediments, and entablatures. The Greeks built their temples, public buildings, and other structures in the classical style, and these buildings continue to impress people with their beauty and grandeur. The Greeks were also pioneers in the use of mathematical principles in architecture. They used geometry to design their buildings and to create perfect proportions and symmetry. The Greeks believed that the use of geometry in architecture was a way of reflecting the harmony and order of the universe, and their buildings are a testament to their belief. The Greeks were also skilled in the use of color in their art and architecture. They used a range of colors, including black, white, red, and blue, to create works that were not only beautiful but also symbolic. The use of color was an important aspect of Greek art, and it was used to convey different emotions and ideas. Greek art and architecture had a profound influence on the world that followed. The Romans, in particular, were greatly influenced by Greek art and architecture, and they adopted many of the Greek styles and techniques in their own works. The Renaissance artists and architects were also inspired by the Greeks, and they sought to revive the classical style in their own works. In summary, Greek art and architecture are among the most remarkable achievements of human civilization. The Greeks created works that continue to captivate and inspire people even today, and their influence can be seen in the works of later artists and architects. The Greeks believed that art and architecture were a way of reflecting the values and beliefs of their society, and their works are a testament to their cultural and philosophical legacy. In the early days of Greece, art was crude and unrefined. However, over the centuries, it evolved into a thing of beauty and complexity that would leave an indelible mark on the world. The Archaic period of Greek art, which lasted from the 8th to the 6th centuries BCE, marked the transition from the crude simplicity of geometric art to the more refined and intricate style of the classical period. The Archaic period saw the development of two important types of sculpture, the kouros and the chorai. Kouros, meaning youth, were large freestanding statues of young men that were used as grave markers. The chorai, on the other hand, were statues of young women that were often used as votive offerings to the gods. The kouros of the Archaic period were typically tall and muscular, with a rigid, upright posture that conveyed an air of confidence and authority. They were carved from marble, limestone, or bronze, and were often depicted wearing a loincloth or naked. The face of the kouros was expressionless, with almond-shaped eyes and a straight nose that gave it a sense of serenity and calmness. The chorai, on the other hand, were carved with more attention to detail and were often adorned with jewelry, clothing, and intricate hairstyles. The facial features of the chorai were softer and more feminine than those of the kouros, with a slight smile that gave them a sense of warmth and approachability. As the Archaic period progressed, Greek art began to incorporate more complex themes and subjects. The black figure technique, which involved painting black figures onto a red clay background, was developed in the 7th century BCE and allowed artists to create more intricate designs and tell more complex stories. The Archaic period also saw the development of monumental architecture, such as the Temple of Hera at Olympia and the Temple of Artemis at Corfu. These temples were built with a series of columns, known as a colonnade, and were often decorated with intricate friezes and sculptures. Despite the advancements made during the Archaic period, Greek art and architecture would continue to evolve and become even more intricate and refined during the Classical period. However, the kouros and chorai of the Archaic period would remain an important part of Greek art, and would continue to influence artists for centuries to come. In the early 5th century BCE, the city of Athens reached its height of power and prosperity. This period, known as the Classical Age, saw a flourishing of Greek art and architecture that would define the Western aesthetic for centuries to come. One of the defining features of classical Greek art was its emphasis on idealized naturalism. Artists sought to represent the human form as realistically as possible, while also imbuing it with a sense of divine perfection. This led to the development of the canon of proportions, a system of measurements that dictated the ideal ratios between various parts of the body. The most famous example of this is the Doryphorus, Spear-Bearer, by Polykleitos, a sculpture that exemplifies the classical style. In addition to the human form, classical Greek art also focused on the representation of animals, especially in decorative friezes and sculptures. The Parthenon, one of the most famous examples of classical architecture, features a frieze depicting a procession of Athenians and animals in honor of the goddess Athena. Architecture was also a major focus of the classical period. Greek temples, with their simple rectangular shapes and pedimented roofs, were designed to house statues of the gods and to serve as places of worship. The most famous of these is the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to Athena on the Acropolis in Athens. The Parthenon, designed by the architects Iktinos and Callicrates, is an architectural masterpiece that is widely regarded as one of the greatest achievements of Western civilization. The classical period also saw the development of other architectural forms, such as the theater and the stadium. The Theater of Dionysus, located on the south slope of the Acropolis, was the site of the Athenian dramatic festivals and could seat up to 17,000 people. The Panathenaic Stadium, built for the Panathenaic Games in 330 BCE, could seat up to 50,000 spectators and is still used today for various events. One of the most important developments of the classical period was the emergence of public art. In the 5th century BCE, the Athenian statesman Pericles commissioned a series of public works, including the Parthenon, to showcase the power and wealth of Athens. These works of art were not only expressions of aesthetic beauty, but also served as symbols of political power and cultural identity. The legacy of classical Greek art and architecture can still be seen today, in everything from government buildings to works of literature and cinema. Its emphasis on naturalism, idealism, and proportion has influenced countless artists and designers throughout the centuries, and continues to shape our understanding of beauty and aesthetics. In summary, the classical period of Greek art and architecture was a time of unparalleled creativity and innovation. Its legacy continues to inspire artists and thinkers today, and its influence can be seen in every aspect of Western culture. From the simple beauty of the Parthenon to the complex realism of Polykleitos sculptures, classical Greek art and architecture remains a testament to the enduring power of human creativity and imagination. In the centuries following the classical period of Greece, the Hellenistic era witnessed a proliferation of Greek culture across the Mediterranean world. Under the rule of Alexander the Great and his successors, Greek art and architecture were fused with the styles and traditions of conquered lands, resulting in a period of tremendous creativity and innovation. The Hellenistic period saw the emergence of a new style of sculpture that broke away from the idealized, static forms of the classical period. Sculptors sought to capture a greater sense of movement and emotion, with figures depicted in dynamic poses and expressions. The Hellenistic sculpture was also notable for its attention to detail, with an increased focus on individual features and realistic representations of clothing and other materials. One of the most famous examples of Hellenistic sculpture is the Winged Victory of Samothrace, a marble statue depicting the goddess Nike. The statue is notable for its dramatic pose, with Nike depicted as if she is descending from the heavens with her wings outstretched. The statue's intricate drapery and the detailed rendering of its feathers and wings make it a masterpiece of Hellenistic art. In addition to sculpture, Hellenistic art was also characterized by its use of new techniques and materials. Mosaic art, in which small pieces of stone or glass were arranged to create intricate designs, became popular during this period. Hellenistic painters also experimented with new forms and techniques, such as the use of foreshortening and perspective. Hellenistic architecture was similarly innovative, with architects incorporating elements of other cultures and styles into their designs. One of the most famous examples of Hellenistic architecture is the Library of Alexandria, which was built during the reign of Ptolemy II. The library featured a massive reading room that could accommodate hundreds of scholars, as well as lecture halls, gardens, and other amenities. The Hellenistic period also saw the development of new forms of architecture, such as the Stoa, a covered colonnade that was used as a gathering place for public events. The Stoa was particularly popular in Athens, where several examples were built during the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE. The Hellenistic period was not just a time of artistic innovation, however. It was also a period of great cultural and scientific achievement, with Greek scholars and scientists making significant contributions to fields such as mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The philosopher Epicurus founded his own school of philosophy, which emphasized the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain, while the mathematician Euclid wrote his famous Elements, a foundational work in geometry that is still studied today. In summary, the Hellenistic period was a time of tremendous creativity and innovation in Greek art and architecture. It was a period in which Greek culture spread across the Mediterranean world, fusing with the traditions of conquered lands and producing a wealth of new artistic and intellectual achievements. From the dynamic sculptures of Nike and other gods to the monumental architecture of the Library of Alexandria, the Hellenistic period left an enduring legacy that continues to inspire and captivate us today. It is impossible to study the history of Western art and architecture without acknowledging the profound impact of ancient Greek art and architecture. From the ancient temples of Athens to the modern skyscrapers of New York City, the legacy of Greek art and architecture can be seen in nearly every corner of the globe. The Greeks were masterful builders, and their architectural achievements have inspired countless generations of architects and designers. The Greeks believed that their buildings should be both beautiful and functional, and this principle is evident in the many surviving examples of Greek architecture. One of the most iconic examples of Greek architecture is the Parthenon, a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena, located on the Acropolis in Athens. Built in the 5th century BCE, the Parthenon is a masterpiece of classical architecture, with its carefully proportioned columns and intricate friezes depicting scenes from Greek mythology. The building's symmetrical design and use of optical illusions create an illusion of perfection that has captivated visitors for centuries. Another hallmark of Greek architecture is the use of the orders, a system of design that was used to create the columns and other decorative elements of Greek buildings. The three orders, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian, each have their own distinctive style and are used to create different effects in buildings. The Doric order is the most austere and simple, while the Ionic order is more ornate and decorative. The Corinthian order is the most complex, with its elaborate capitals adorned with acanthus leaves. But Greek architecture was not limited to temples and public buildings. The Greeks also built many homes and other private buildings, which were typically made of wood and mud brick. These buildings were simple in design and were often adorned with decorative elements such as frescoes and sculptures. Greek art was equally impressive, with the Greeks producing some of the most beautiful and influential works of art in history. From the striking realism of the Kouros sculptures to the intricate beauty of the Hellenistic period, Greek art was characterized by a love of naturalism and a deep appreciation for the human form. One of the most famous works of Greek art is the statue of the Winged Victory of Samothrace, which is now housed in the Louvre Museum in Paris. The statue depicts Nike, the goddess of victory, with her wings spread wide as if she is about to take flight. The statue's flowing robes and intricate detailing are testament to the skill and artistry of the ancient Greek sculptors. Another famous work of Greek art is the Venus de Milo, a statue of the goddess Aphrodite that was discovered on the island of Melos in 1820. The statue's graceful curves and serene expression have made it one of the most recognizable works of ancient art. But Greek art was not just limited to sculpture. The Greeks also produced beautiful pottery, which was often decorated with scenes from Greek mythology or everyday life. The intricate detailing and use of color on these pots and vases have made them highly sought after by collectors and art enthusiasts. The legacy of Greek art and architecture can be seen in the many ways in which it has influenced Western art and culture. From the neoclassical architecture of the 18th and 19th centuries to the modernist designs of the 20th century, Greek art and architecture have provided a never-ending source of inspiration to artists and architects throughout the ages. Perhaps the greatest legacy of Greek art and architecture, however, is the way in which it has captured the human spirit and provided a lasting reminder of the beauty and grandeur of human achievement. The Greeks understood that art and architecture were not just about creating beautiful objects, but about expressing the very essence of what it means to be human. Chapter 9: The Golden Age of Athens and the Peloponnesian War. The Athenian Empire was a remarkable achievement of the Golden Age of Athens, which lasted from the end of the Persian Wars to the beginning of the Peloponnesian War. During this time, Athens became the dominant power in Greece, establishing a network of allies and subject states throughout the Aegean world. The Athenian Empire was built on a foundation of military might, economic power, and cultural prestige, and it played a crucial role in shaping the course of Greek history. The origins of the Athenian Empire can be traced to the aftermath of the Persian Wars, which ended in 479 BCE. After defeating the Persians, the Greek city-states formed the Delian League, a military alliance whose purpose was to defend Greece against future Persian aggression. The league was based on the island of Delos, and Athens was chosen to lead it. As the most powerful city-state in Greece, Athens had the resources and the ambition to take on this role, and it quickly began to assert its authority over the other members of the league. The Athenians saw the Delian League as a means to achieve their own goals, rather than simply a defensive alliance. They used their control of the league to build up their navy and to expand their influence over the Aegean world. They established colonies and trading posts, and they imposed tribute on their subject states, which they used to fund their military and cultural projects. The Athenian Empire was built on the foundation of this economic and military power, which allowed Athens to exert its dominance over the other city-states. One of the key factors in the success of the Athenian Empire was the cultural prestige of Athens itself. The city was a center of art, philosophy, and literature, and it attracted scholars and artists from all over Greece. The Athenians used this cultural prestige to enhance their own power and influence, and they encouraged their subject states to adopt Athenian cultural practices. This policy helped to create a sense of shared identity among the members of the empire, and it gave the Athenians a powerful tool for controlling their subjects. The Athenian Empire reached its peak under the leadership of Pericles, who served as the city's political leader from 461 to 429 BCE. Pericles was a masterful politician and orator, and he used his skills to consolidate and expand Athens' power. He oversaw the construction of many of the city's most famous buildings and monuments, including the Parthenon, the Propylaea, and the Odeon of Herodes Atticus. He also sponsored a wide range of cultural and educational programs, including the work of the philosopher Socrates and the playwright Sophocles. Despite its many successes, the Athenian Empire was not without its challenges. The empire's growth and expansion created tensions with other city-states, which resented Athens' dominance. Some of these city-states formed alliances to resist Athenian power, and this led to a series of conflicts known as the Peloponnesian War, which lasted from 431 to 404 BCE. The war was a catastrophic event for Greece, and it marked the beginning of the end for the Athenian Empire. The defeat of Athens in the Peloponnesian War was a turning point in Greek history. It shattered the illusion of Athenian invincibility, and it marked the beginning of a new era of conflict and instability. The Athenian Empire, which had once been the dominant power in Greece, was weakened and eventually destroyed. But the legacy of the Athenian Empire lived on, as Athens continued to be a center of culture and learning, and as the ideals of democracy and free speech that had been developed in Athens continued to influence the course of Western civilization. The history of Athens is inextricably linked to the age of Pericles, the golden age of the city-state that spanned from 461 to 429 BC. During this time, Athens rose to unprecedented heights of power and prosperity, thanks in large part to the leadership of Pericles, the prominent statesman and general. Pericles was born into an aristocratic family and received a classical education that instilled in him a deep love of culture, art, and philosophy. He entered politics at a young age and quickly rose to prominence as a powerful orator and advocate for democratic values. Under his leadership, Athens experienced a period of unparalleled growth and development. Pericles oversaw a series of ambitious building projects, including the construction of the Parthenon, the most famous of Athens' architectural wonders. He also invested heavily in the city's cultural institutions, sponsoring a number of festivals, plays, and artistic competitions that attracted the most talented writers, artists, and thinkers of the day. But it wasn't just culture and architecture that made Athens great during the age of Pericles. Under his guidance, Athens became the leading naval power in the Mediterranean and expanded its territory through a series of military conquests. Pericles was a master strategist, and he used Athens' growing power to establish alliances with other city-states and to promote democracy and free trade throughout the region. Of course, the rise of Athens also sparked the envy and hostility of its rivals, particularly the Spartans, who feared the growing power of the city-state. The result was a series of brutal wars that lasted for decades and ultimately spelled the downfall of Athens. Despite the eventual defeat of Athens, however, the age of Pericles remains a symbol of the city-state's achievements and of the power of democracy, culture, and military might. The legacy of Pericles and his era can be seen in the enduring influence of Greek culture and philosophy, and in the many ways that Athens has continued to shape the course of Western history. The Athenian city-state, in its golden age, produced some of the greatest minds and most memorable cultural achievements in human history. From the great playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, to the towering philosophical figures of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, Athenian culture has had a profound impact on Western thought and civilization. In the field of philosophy, Athens was home to the greatest minds of its time. Socrates, the father of Western philosophy, famously questioned the assumptions of his fellow Athenians and encouraged critical thinking and self-reflection. His student Plato would go on to found the Academy, which became the world's first institution of higher learning. Plato's dialogues, including the Republic, explored the nature of reality, morality, and political systems. Aristotle, another student of Plato, would become known as the father of science for his contributions to biology, physics, and logic. Theater was another important aspect of Athenian culture. The city-state hosted dramatic festivals in honor of the god Dionysus, which showcased the works of some of the greatest playwrights of all time. Aeschylus, known for his grandiose and epic plays, including the Orestia trilogy, is considered the father of tragedy. Sophocles, another great tragedian, is best known for his plays Oedipus Rex and Antigone. Euripides, the youngest of the three, was known for his more human and realistic characters, such as Medea and Electra. Art was also a central part of Athenian culture. The Parthenon, built in the 5th century BCE as a temple to the goddess Athena, is considered one of the finest examples of ancient Greek architecture. The temple's exterior is adorned with intricately carved friezes depicting scenes from Greek mythology. Sculpture was also an important art form in Athens. The famous marble statue of Athena Parthenos, created by the sculptor Phidias, stood over 40 feet tall and was housed in the Parthenon. Other notable Athenian sculptors include Myron, who created the Discobolus, and Praxiteles, who is known for his sensual and lifelike depictions of human figures. Beyond the arts and philosophy, Athens was also a hub of scientific and mathematical thought. The mathematician Euclid, known for his work on geometry, taught at the city's museum, a center of learning founded by the Ptolemaic dynasty. Archimedes, a scientist and inventor, made important contributions to fields such as hydrostatics and mechanics. The intellectual and cultural achievements of Athens in its golden age were supported by the city-state's unique political system. Athenian democracy, though imperfect, allowed for a level of political participation and civic engagement that was unmatched in the ancient world. Citizens were encouraged to participate in the governance of the city-state, and the Athenian assembly, made up of all male citizens, voted on laws and policies. This system of government allowed for a flourishing of ideas and artistic expression, as citizens were free to express themselves and share their thoughts. In summary, Athenian culture in its golden age was a shining example of the potential of human achievement. From philosophy to drama to art and science, the city-state produced some of the greatest minds and most enduring cultural works in history. The legacy of Athenian culture is still felt today, as its ideas and artistic achievements continue to inspire and influence people all around the world. The Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and Sparta from 431 to 404 BC, was one of the most significant conflicts in Greek history. The war had long-lasting repercussions on Greek civilization, politics, and culture, and its effects can still be felt to this day. The causes of the war were complex and intertwined, but ultimately it was a conflict over power and control in the Greek world. The roots of the Peloponnesian War can be traced back to the Persian Wars of the early 5th century BC. Athens emerged from these conflicts as the dominant power in Greece, thanks in large part to its navy and its charismatic leader, Themistocles. Sparta, on the other hand, was a land-based power, with a highly disciplined army and a rigid social structure. Despite their differences, Athens and Sparta managed to maintain an uneasy peace for several decades after the Persian Wars. The spark that ignited the Peloponnesian War was a dispute between Athens and Sparta over the city of Corcyra, modern-day Corfu. When Corcyra asked Athens for assistance against Corinth, which was allied with Sparta, Athens agreed to provide aid. Sparta in turn declared war on Athens, beginning the conflict that would last for almost 3 decades. The Peloponnesian War was fought on 2 fronts, at sea and on land. Athens, with its powerful navy, had the advantage at sea, while Sparta, with its formidable army, held the upper hand on land. The war was marked by a series of battles, sieges, and diplomatic maneuvers, with each side trying to gain the upper hand. One of the most significant battles of the war was the Sicilian Expedition, a disastrous campaign launched by Athens in 415 BC. The expedition was meant to bolster Athens' power by conquering the wealthy island of Sicily. However, the campaign was a complete failure, with Athens suffering heavy losses in men and resources. The Sicilian expedition proved to be a turning point in the war, weakening Athens and strengthening Sparta. The Peloponnesian War finally came to an end in 404 BC, when Athens was forced to surrender to Sparta. The war had been long and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Athens' defeat marked the end of the Athenian Empire, which had been the dominant power in Greece for much of the 5th century BC. The consequences of the Peloponnesian War were significant and far-reaching. The war had weakened the Greek city-states, making them vulnerable to attack from outside forces. The war had also sown the seeds of mistrust and division among the Greek states, which would lead to further conflicts in the future. Despite the devastating effects of the Peloponnesian War, it had also led to some positive developments in Greek civilization. The war had spurred advances in military technology, with both sides experimenting with new weapons and tactics. The war had also provided fertile ground for artistic and intellectual developments, with playwrights such as Aristophanes and Euripides, and philosophers such as Socrates and Plato producing some of their greatest works during this period. In summary, the Peloponnesian War was a significant event in Greek history, with long-lasting effects on Greek civilization, politics, and culture. The war had been fought over power and control in the Greek world, and had resulted in the weakening of the Greek city-states. Despite its devastating consequences, the war had also led to important artistic and intellectual developments in the Greek world, and had paved the way for further advancements in military technology. In the annals of Western civilization, few cities hold the same stature and admiration as Athens. The name alone conjures images of democracy, philosophy, and artistry. Indeed, Athens' legacy is so powerful that it has been the subject of countless studies and debates throughout history. In this treatise, we will explore the origins of Athens' greatness and how its legacy has reverberated through the ages. The Athenian model of democracy is one of the most celebrated achievements in human history. Its origins can be traced back to the reforms of Solon in the 6th century BC, which helped to alleviate the social and economic tensions that plagued Athens at the time. But it was not until the reforms of Cleisthenes in the late 6th century BC that the foundations of Athenian democracy were truly laid. Under his new system, all male citizens were given equal rights, regardless of their wealth or status. This marked a significant departure from the earlier aristocratic systems of government that dominated Greece. The Athenian system of democracy was a model of political participation. Citizens were expected to attend the assembly and debate and vote on important issues. The assembly was the supreme governing body in Athens and was responsible for making all major decisions, including those related to war and peace. It was also responsible for electing magistrates and holding them accountable for their actions. Athenian democracy was not without its flaws, of course. Women, slaves, and non-citizens were excluded from participating in the political process. Nevertheless, the Athenian model of democracy set the standard for all subsequent democratic governments and remains a source of inspiration for people around the world. But Athenian democracy was not the only source of Athens' greatness. The city was also renowned for its culture, philosophy, and art. Athens was the birthplace of many of the greatest philosophers in history, including Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle. These thinkers helped to shape Western philosophy, and their ideas continue to influence our thinking to this day. Athenian drama was also legendary. The playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides wrote some of the most enduring plays in history, exploring themes of love, betrayal, and fate. And let us not forget the visual arts, for which Athens was equally celebrated. The city was home to some of the most remarkable works of sculpture and architecture, including the Parthenon, the Erechtheum, and the Temple of Olympian Zeus. But Athens' greatness was not to last. The Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and its rival Sparta, would prove to be the city's downfall. The war was fought over a period of 27 years and left Athens weakened and vulnerable. Its empire collapsed, and its political power was greatly diminished. The city would never again achieve the same level of political or cultural significance that it had enjoyed during the golden age of Pericles. Despite this, Athens' legacy lived on. The ideas of democracy, philosophy, and art that originated in Athens spread throughout the Mediterranean world and beyond. Its legacy can be seen in the works of Renaissance artists, in the Enlightenment ideals of freedom and liberty, and in the democratic governments that exist today. Athens may have fallen, but its ideas and achievements continue to inspire and influence us. In summary, Athens' legacy is one of the most enduring and influential in human history. Its model of democracy, its cultural achievements, and its philosophical ideas continue to shape our world today. The Athenian model of democracy has become the standard for all subsequent democratic governments, and its achievements in art and philosophy continue to inspire people around the world. Despite its fall from political and cultural prominence, Athens' legacy lives on, a testament to the enduring power of human achievement. Chapter 10: The Legacy of Alexander the Great. The conquests of Alexander the Great rank among the most impressive feats of military might in the annals of human history. A Macedonian king, he set out in the late 4th century BCE to extend his dominion over the known world, and he succeeded in creating an empire that spanned 3 continents. Alexander's campaigns transformed the political and cultural landscape of the Mediterranean and Near East, and left a lasting imprint on the history of Western civilization. Alexander was born in 356 BCE in the ancient Macedonian kingdom, the son of King Philip II and Queen Olympia. He received a rigorous education under the tutelage of Aristotle, and was steeped in the traditions and values of Macedonian warrior culture. He ascended to the throne at the age of 20 after his father's assassination, and quickly set out to expand his empire. In his first military campaign, Alexander subdued the rebellious Greek city-states and secured his control over the Balkan Peninsula. He then turned his sights eastward, where he encountered the Persian Empire, which had dominated the Near East for centuries. The Persian king, Darius III, marshaled his massive army to face Alexander at the Battle of Issus in 333 BCE, but the Macedonian forces triumphed and Darius was forced to flee. This victory secured Alexander's position as the new ruler of the Near East. Alexander continued his conquests, pushing deep into Persia and beyond. He captured the great cities of Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis, and continued his advance into Central Asia and India. Along the way, he established new cities and garrisons, including Alexandria in Egypt, which would become one of the great centers of Hellenistic culture. Despite his many successes, Alexander's campaigns were marked by brutal violence and bloodshed. He showed little mercy to those who opposed him, and his armies plundered and destroyed countless cities and towns. The cost of his military campaigns was enormous, both in terms of human life and economic resources. Alexander's empire lasted only a few years after his death, but its impact on world history was profound. His conquests ushered in an era of cultural exchange and hybridization, as Greek ideas and practices mingled with those of the Near East. Greek language, art, and philosophy spread throughout the Mediterranean and beyond, and many of the cultural achievements of the Hellenistic era can be traced directly to Alexander's conquests. The legend of Alexander the Great has captured the imagination of generations of writers, artists, and scholars, and his life and achievements continue to be studied and debated to this day. His legacy as a warrior and conqueror is tempered by his role as a cultural mediator and the patron of the arts, and his impact on the history of the Western world remains undiminished. The conquests of Alexander the Great were among the most remarkable military achievements in history. Born in 356 BC, he succeeded his father Philip II as king of Macedon at the age of 20. In 334 BC, he led a massive invasion of the Persian Empire, which stretched from the Aegean Sea to the Indus River. The Persian Empire was then the greatest military power in the world, but Alexander defeated its forces in a series of battles, including the famous battles of Issus and Gaugamela. In just 3 years, he had conquered Egypt and the eastern Mediterranean coast, and established a new capital city in Egypt, Alexandria. After securing his position in Egypt, Alexander continued his conquests eastward, crossing the deserts of the Levant and Mesopotamia, and penetrating deep into Central Asia. He founded numerous cities and established new trade routes, spreading Greek culture and ideas as he went. But it was in India that Alexander met his greatest challenge. He fought a series of battles against the powerful Indian king Porus, who commanded a force of elephants. Despite suffering heavy losses, Alexander ultimately emerged victorious and established a new city, Alexandria on the Indus, at the mouth of the Indus River. However, Alexander's conquests came at a cost. His campaigns were marked by brutal battles and the destruction of numerous cities, and his empire was plagued by instability and conflict after his death in 323 BC. Nevertheless, his legacy was profound, as his conquests paved the way for the spread of Greek culture and ideas throughout the world. One of the key factors in Alexander's success was his military strategy. He emphasized speed and mobility, using cavalry and infantry in combination to strike the enemy from unexpected directions. He also made use of siege engines and tactics, which allowed him to capture cities and fortresses that would have been otherwise impossible to conquer. In addition to his military prowess, Alexander was a brilliant strategist and a charismatic leader. He inspired his troops with his own courage and daring, and he had a talent for diplomacy that allowed him to win the support of numerous conquered peoples. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Alexander was his impact on Greek culture and thought. He was a great patron of the arts, and encouraged the spread of Greek philosophy, literature, and drama throughout the regions he conquered. He founded new cities with Greek-style architecture, and promoted the study of the Greek language. Alexander's conquests were not without their flaws, however. He was known for his impulsiveness and his temper, and he often acted rashly with disastrous consequences. He also became increasingly brutal as his campaigns wore on, and he showed little mercy to those who opposed him. Despite these flaws, however, Alexander remains one of the most remarkable figures in history. His conquests transformed the world, and his legacy continues to inspire and fascinate people to this day. The Hellenistic Age is a period in Greek history that spans from the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BCE to the establishment of the Roman Empire in 31 BCE. It is a time of great political, cultural, and social change, marked by the spread of Greek culture and influence throughout the Mediterranean world. This period saw the rise of the Hellenistic kingdoms, the flourishing of Greek art and philosophy, and the development of new forms of government. One of the most important figures of the Hellenistic Age was Alexander the Great, whose military conquests spread Greek culture across the Mediterranean and into Asia. He founded many new cities and introduced Greek language and culture to the conquered lands. After his death, his empire was divided among his generals, who became the rulers of the Hellenistic kingdoms. The Hellenistic kingdoms were a collection of successor states to Alexander's empire, including the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in the Middle East, and the Antigonid Kingdom in Greece. These kingdoms were characterized by a fusion of Greek and local cultures, with the Greeks dominating the political and cultural life of the ruling class. The Hellenistic Age also saw the rise of new philosophical schools, including Stoicism, Epicureanism, and Skepticism. These schools emphasized personal ethics and the pursuit of happiness, and were influential in shaping Western philosophy. In addition to philosophy, the Hellenistic Age was a time of great artistic innovation. Hellenistic art was characterized by a focus on realism and naturalism, with a particular emphasis on human emotions and expression. This is exemplified in the famous sculpture of the Laocoon group, which depicts a father and his sons being attacked by sea serpents. The Hellenistic Age was also a time of great technological and scientific advancement. Greek mathematicians made significant strides in geometry, and the astronomer Hipparchus made groundbreaking observations of the stars and planets. Despite the achievements of the Hellenistic Age, it was also a time of great political instability and conflict. The Hellenistic kingdoms were constantly at war with one another, and this period saw the rise of powerful new empires such as Rome and Parthia that would eventually supplant the Hellenistic kingdoms. The Hellenistic Age came to an end with the establishment of the Roman Empire in 31 BCE. While Greek culture continued to exert a profound influence on Roman society, the Hellenistic kingdoms themselves disappeared from the political map. Overall, the Hellenistic Age was a time of great innovation and change in Greek history, characterized by the spread of Greek culture and the development of new forms of government, philosophy, art, and science. Its legacy continues to shape Western civilization to this day. In the ancient world, there were few cities as renowned and influential as Alexandria. Founded by Alexander the Great in 332 BCE, Alexandria became the cultural and intellectual capital of the Hellenistic world. Under the rule of the Ptolemaic dynasty, Alexandria developed into a center of scholarship, where philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians gathered to study and exchange ideas. One of the most significant accomplishments of the Alexandrian school was the creation of the Library of Alexandria, which housed a vast collection of books and manuscripts from all over the ancient world. The library was founded by Ptolemy I Soter, one of Alexander's generals who became ruler of Egypt after Alexander's death. The library quickly became a center of scholarship, attracting scholars and writers from all over the Mediterranean world. The library was not only a repository of knowledge, but also a center of research and study. Scholars were granted access to the library's collection, and they were encouraged to study and translate texts from other cultures. This led to the creation of many new works and the preservation of many ancient texts that would otherwise have been lost. In addition to the library, Alexandria was also home to the museum, which was a research institution and center of learning. The museum was created by Ptolemy I Soter, and it served as a place where scholars and researchers could gather to study and discuss various topics. The museum was the first of its kind in the ancient world and was a model for later institutions of higher learning. The scholars of Alexandria were not only interested in preserving and translating ancient texts, but also in advancing knowledge in various fields. One of the most famous Alexandrian scholars was Eratosthenes, who accurately calculated the size of the Earth and the distance between the Earth and the Moon. Other scholars studied medicine, mathematics, astronomy, and geography, making significant contributions to these fields. Alexandria was also a center of art and culture, with many artists and writers working in the city. The city was known for its impressive architecture, including the Pharos Lighthouse, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The city also hosted many theatrical productions and was the birthplace of the epic poet Callimachus. The influence of Alexandria extended far beyond its borders. Scholars and researchers traveled to the city to study and exchange ideas, and the knowledge and culture of Alexandria were exported to other parts of the Hellenistic world. The works of the Alexandrian scholars were translated into various languages, including Arabic, and were studied and built upon by scholars in the Islamic world. The legacy of Alexandria can still be seen today. The works of the Alexandrian scholars and writers are still studied and celebrated, and the city's architecture and art continue to inspire people around the world. The Library of Alexandria may no longer exist, but its legacy lives on in the many libraries and institutions of higher learning that have been created in its image. In summary, Alexandria was a remarkable city that played a significant role in the intellectual and cultural history of the ancient world. Its scholars and researchers made groundbreaking contributions to various fields of knowledge, and its culture and art continue to inspire people to this day. Alexandria was a testament to the power of human curiosity and creativity, and its legacy will continue to be celebrated for generations to come. It is difficult to speak of Alexander the Great without feeling awe and reverence. His conquests, stretching from Greece to India, transformed the political landscape of the ancient world and ushered in the Hellenistic Age. Yet beyond his military conquests, Alexander left a lasting legacy in the realms of art, culture, and political philosophy. One of the most significant contributions of Alexander was in the field of military tactics. He revolutionized the way wars were fought by introducing the concept of the combined arms approach. Alexander's armies were composed of infantry, cavalry, and archers, each with specific roles and functions. This allowed for greater flexibility and adaptability on the battlefield. Alexander also placed a great emphasis on speed and mobility, enabling his forces to rapidly advance and outmaneuver his enemies. His tactics and strategies were studied and emulated for centuries to come. Alexander's legacy in the arts is also profound. He believed that culture was as important as conquest, and therefore he sought to spread Greek culture and ideals throughout his vast empire. He established cities modeled after Greek city-states, each with their own theaters, gymnasiums, and temples. He patronized the arts and commissioned great works of sculpture and architecture, such as the Library of Alexandria and the city of Alexandria itself. His reign marked the beginning of the Hellenistic art movement, which blended Greek and Eastern influences to create a new aesthetic that would inspire artists for centuries to come. In addition to military tactics and the arts, Alexander's conquests also had a profound impact on political philosophy. He believed in the concept of the philosopher king, a ruler who combined wisdom and virtue to govern justly. This idea would be further developed by Plato and Aristotle, who sought to create ideal societies governed by enlightened leaders. Alexander's conquests also created a political vacuum in the Eastern Mediterranean, leading to the emergence of new states and political systems, such as the Seleucid Empire and the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt. Perhaps the greatest testament to Alexander's legacy was the enduring influence of his life and achievements. The figure of Alexander became a legend during his own lifetime, and his exploits inspired countless stories and legends. His legacy would continue to inspire generations of thinkers, writers, and artists throughout the ages. From Dante to Shakespeare, from Michelangelo to Rembrandt, Alexander's name and image have appeared in countless works of art and literature, cementing his place in the cultural pantheon of the Western world. In summary, Alexander the Great was a towering figure of the ancient world, whose impact on history and culture cannot be overstated. He transformed military tactics, inspired a new artistic movement, and influenced political philosophy. His life and achievements continue to inspire awe and admiration to this day, serving as a reminder of the power of individual action to shape the course of history. Chapter 11: Hellenistic Greece, Science, Philosophy, and Culture. The Hellenistic period in ancient Greek history spanned from the death of Alexander the Great, in 323 BC, to the annexation of Greece by Rome in 146 BC. This period saw the spread of Greek culture and influence across the Mediterranean and the Near East, and the emergence of new political systems and artistic styles. The term Hellenistic comes from the Greek word Hellen, which means Greek. The Hellenistic period began with the division of Alexander's empire among his generals, who became known as the Diadochi. These generals established their own kingdoms and engaged in a series of wars and alliances, known as the Wars of the Diadochi, as they jostled for power and territory. The most successful of these kingdoms were the Ptolemaic Kingdom in Egypt, the Seleucid Empire in the Near East, and the Antigonid Kingdom in Greece and Macedon. The Hellenistic period saw the continued development of Greek philosophy, particularly the schools of Stoicism, Epicureanism, and skepticism. These schools explored questions of ethics, metaphysics, and the nature of reality, and their ideas influenced later philosophers such as the Roman statesman Cicero and the Christian theologian Saint Augustine. In the field of science, Hellenistic scholars made important advances in mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. The astronomer Hipparchus developed a system of calculating the positions of the stars that remained in use for centuries, while the physician Galen wrote influential treatises on anatomy and pathology. The Hellenistic period also saw the rise of new artistic styles, which combined elements of Greek art with influences from the Near East and Asia. The sculpture of the period was characterized by greater emotional expressiveness and a focus on individualized portraiture, as seen in the work of artists such as Lysippus and Praxiteles. Hellenistic artists also made significant contributions to the fields of architecture and city planning, as seen in the cities of Alexandria and Pergamum. Despite the cultural achievements of the Hellenistic period, it was also marked by instability and conflict. The Wars of the Diadochi resulted in the fragmentation of Alexander's empire and the emergence of rival kingdoms, which engaged in a series of wars and alliances that destabilized the region. In addition, the expansion of Hellenistic influence was often accompanied by violence and exploitation, as seen in the campaigns of Alexander and the practices of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. Nevertheless, the Hellenistic period left a lasting legacy on the world, as the spread of Greek culture and ideas influenced the development of Western civilization. The achievements of Hellenistic scholars in fields such as science and philosophy laid the groundwork for later scientific and intellectual advances, while the artistic styles of the period continued to influence the work of later artists. In addition, the political models developed during the Hellenistic period, such as the idea of a universal monarchy and the concept of a cosmopolitan society, continued to shape political thought and practice in the centuries that followed. It was in the wake of Alexander the Great's conquests that Hellenistic Greece emerged, a period that saw the spread of Greek culture and ideas throughout the known world. The Hellenistic era was characterized by a vibrant intellectual and cultural scene, with philosophers, scientists, and artists contributing to a flourishing of ideas that would have a lasting impact on Western thought. In this essay, I shall focus on the philosophical schools that emerged during this period, namely the Stoics, Epicureans, and Cynics, and their contributions to the development of Greek philosophy. The Stoics were a philosophical school that emerged in the 3rd century BC, founded by a man named Zeno of Citium. The Stoics believed that the universe was governed by a divine reason, which they called the Logos, and that human beings should live in accordance with this divine plan. They held that virtue or excellence of character was the only true good, and that everything else was indifferent. According to the Stoics, the key to living a happy life was to live in accordance with nature, to accept what is beyond our control, and to focus on cultivating our own virtues. The Epicureans, on the other hand, were a philosophical school founded by Epicurus in the 4th century BC. They believed that pleasure was the ultimate good, but that true pleasure came from living a simple and moderate life, free from fear and anxiety. The Epicureans believed that the gods had no interest in human affairs, and that death was nothing to be feared, since it meant the end of consciousness. According to them, the pursuit of pleasure should be tempered by reason, and one should always strive for moderation in all things. The Cynics were a group of philosophers who rejected conventional society and lived a simple, ascetic life. They believed in living in accordance with nature, rejecting material wealth and social conventions. The Cynics believed that the key to happiness was to live a virtuous life, free from external influences and desires. They also emphasized the importance of self-reliance and self-sufficiency, and rejected the notion of relying on others for one's well-being. All three schools of philosophy shared a common thread in their emphasis on living a virtuous life, free from external influences and desires. They also emphasized the importance of reason in guiding one's actions and beliefs, and the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom as essential to living a good life. However, each school had its own unique approach to these ideas, and their differences in emphasis and methodology led to lively debates and disagreements within the philosophical community. The legacy of these schools of philosophy can be seen in their lasting influence on Western thought. The Stoics, for example, would later influence Roman philosophy and Stoic thought would continue to be influential in the Renaissance and Enlightenment periods. The Epicureans, too, would have a lasting impact on Western thought, particularly in the fields of ethics and epistemology. The Cynics, though less influential in the grand scheme of things, would inspire later thinkers with their emphasis on living a simple and virtuous life. In summary, the Hellenistic period was a time of great intellectual and cultural flourishing, with philosophers, scientists, and artists contributing to a vibrant scene of ideas and innovation. The Stoics, Epicureans, and Cynics all made significant contributions to the development of Greek philosophy, and their legacy can still be seen in the way we approach questions of ethics, knowledge, and human nature today. The Hellenistic era represents a significant moment in the history of Western thought, and its ideas and achievements continue to inspire and influence us to this day. It is a common mistake to assume that the Greeks' contributions to science ended with the classical period. In fact, it was during the Hellenistic era that some of the most significant scientific discoveries and advancements were made, particularly in the fields of mathematics, physics, and astronomy. The great minds of the Hellenistic era built upon the work of their predecessors and established a foundation for the scientific discoveries that would shape the modern world. One of the most important mathematicians of the Hellenistic era was Euclid, who lived in Alexandria during the 3rd century BCE. Euclid is famous for writing Elements, a 13-volume work on geometry that was used as a textbook for over 2,000 years. In Elements, Euclid establishes a rigorous system of proofs and axioms, which formed the basis of all mathematical reasoning until the 19th century. Another important Hellenistic mathematician was Archimedes, who lived in Syracuse during the 3rd century BCE. Archimedes made significant contributions to the fields of mechanics and hydrostatics, and is credited with discovering the principle of buoyancy, which explains why objects float in water. He also developed the concept of the lever and invented a number of machines, including a screw pump and a device for measuring the volume of irregular objects. In astronomy, the most important Hellenistic scientist was Ptolemy, who lived in Alexandria during the 2nd century CE. Ptolemy is best known for his work Almagest, a 13-volume treatise on astronomy that became the standard work on the subject for over 1,000 years. In Almagest, Ptolemy presents a detailed account of the motions of the planets and develops a system of astronomical measurement that is still in use today. The Hellenistic era was also a time of significant advances in physics. One of the most important Hellenistic physicists was Archytas, who lived in Tarentum during the 4th century BCE. Archytas made significant contributions to the fields of mechanics and acoustics, and is credited with inventing the screw, which is still used today in a variety of applications. He also developed a theory of musical harmony based on the mathematical principles of ratios. Another important Hellenistic physicist was Eratosthenes, who lived in Alexandria during the 3rd century BCE. Eratosthenes is best known for his work in geography, particularly his measurement of the Earth's circumference. Using simple trigonometry and measurements of the angle of the sun's rays in 2 different locations, Eratosthenes was able to calculate the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy. In summary, the Hellenistic era was a time of great scientific advancement, as the brilliant minds of the time built upon the work of their predecessors and established a foundation for the scientific discoveries that would shape the modern world. Euclid, Archimedes, Ptolemy, Archytas, and Eratosthenes are just a few of the many great scientists who made significant contributions during this period. Their work continues to inspire and inform scientific research today, demonstrating the enduring legacy of the Hellenistic era. Amid the shifting political landscape of the Hellenistic period, cultural and intellectual achievements flourished, leaving an enduring legacy that impacted Western civilization for centuries to come. One of the most significant examples of this legacy was the Library of Alexandria and the museum located in the Egyptian city of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was founded by Ptolemy I Soter, one of the successors to Alexander the Great, in the early 3rd century BCE. The library was envisioned as a repository of all knowledge, and scholars from all over the Hellenistic world were invited to contribute to its collection. The library quickly became the most famous and prestigious institution of its kind, with over 500,000 scrolls and manuscripts. In addition to the library, Ptolemy also founded the Museum of Alexandria, which served as a research institution and center of learning. The museum was home to many of the most prominent scholars of the Hellenistic period, who conducted research and taught students in a wide range of disciplines, including mathematics, astronomy, geography, medicine, and philosophy. One of the most significant achievements of the museum was the development of a new form of mathematics, which came to be known as Euclidean geometry, named after the museum's most famous mathematician, Euclid. Euclid's Elements, a textbook on geometry that he compiled at the museum, became one of the most influential works in the history of mathematics, with its logical and axiomatic approach serving as a model for mathematical inquiry for centuries. The museum was also home to Archimedes, one of the greatest mathematicians and scientists of the ancient world. Archimedes made significant contributions to fields such as geometry, physics, and mechanics, and is credited with developing a wide range of inventions, including the screw pump, the Archimedes screw, and the lever. Another scholar who worked at the museum was Ptolemy, a mathematician and astronomer who is best known for his work on the movement of the planets. Ptolemy Almagest, a comprehensive treatise on astronomy, served as the standard reference work on the subject for over 1,000 years. The Library of Alexandria and the museum not only served as centers of learning and innovation, but they also facilitated the spread of Greek culture throughout the Hellenistic world. Scholars from all over the Mediterranean world came to study and conduct research at the museum, and the library's collection of manuscripts and scrolls became a valuable resource for scholars and students alike. The influence of the library and museum extended far beyond the Hellenistic period, and their legacy can still be seen in many aspects of modern Western civilization. The scientific method, which emerged from the investigations of Hellenistic scholars, still serves as the foundation of modern scientific inquiry. The philosophical and mathematical works produced by Hellenistic scholars also had a significant impact on the development of Western philosophy and mathematics. Although the Library of Alexandria and the museum no longer exist, their legacy continues to inspire scholars and intellectuals around the world. They serve as a testament to the power of education and knowledge, and the enduring importance of cultural exchange and collaboration. The achievements of the Hellenistic period continue to shape the world we live in today, and the library and museum stand as powerful symbols of the transformative power of human ingenuity and creativity. In the wake of Alexander the Great's death in 323 BCE, the Greek world entered a new phase of cultural and intellectual development that would come to be known as the Hellenistic Age. This period, which lasted until the Roman conquest of Greece in 146 BCE, saw the spread of Greek culture throughout the Mediterranean world, as well as the emergence of new philosophical and scientific schools of thought. One of the defining features of Hellenistic culture was its cosmopolitanism. Under Alexander's leadership, Greek armies had marched as far east as India, encountering new peoples, languages, and religions along the way. The result was a more diverse and eclectic culture, which drew on a wide range of influences from across the Mediterranean and Near East. Perhaps the most famous center of Hellenistic culture was Alexandria, the great Egyptian city founded by Alexander himself. Here, under the patronage of the Ptolemaic dynasty, scholars and philosophers from across the Greek world came together to pursue knowledge and scholarship. The Library of Alexandria, founded in the 3rd century BCE, was one of the greatest repositories of knowledge in the ancient world, housing hundreds of thousands of books and manuscripts on a wide range of subjects. The Hellenistic period also saw the emergence of new schools of philosophical thought. The most famous of these were the Stoics, Epicureans, and Cynics, each of which offered its own perspective on the meaning of life, the nature of the universe, and the relationship between human beings and the divine. The Stoics, for example, emphasized the importance of reason and virtue in human life, while the Epicureans sought to achieve happiness through the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. In the field of science and mathematics, Hellenistic Greece was equally innovative. The great mathematician Euclid, for example, wrote his famous Elements during this period, laying the foundation for modern geometry. Meanwhile, the physicist and engineer Archimedes made significant contributions to the fields of hydrostatics and mechanics, while the astronomer Ptolemy developed a sophisticated system of astronomy that remained influential for centuries. Hellenistic art and literature were equally noteworthy. The period saw the emergence of new literary genres, such as the novel and the epigram, as well as a flourishing of drama and poetry. Hellenistic sculpture, meanwhile, was marked by a new interest in realism and emotion, as well as a growing fascination with the human form. The famous Winged Victory of Samothrace, for example, exemplifies this period of Greek art, with its dynamic, sweeping lines and its depiction of the goddess Nike in a moment of triumph. Despite its many achievements, the Hellenistic period was also marked by significant political instability. The death of Alexander the Great had left his vast empire in disarray, with various generals vying for control of different regions. The result was a series of conflicts and wars that stretched across the Mediterranean world, including the famous Punic Wars between Rome and Carthage. Nonetheless, the legacy of Hellenistic Greece endured long after its political power had faded. Greek philosophy, literature, and science continued to inspire generations of scholars and thinkers in the centuries that followed, while the influence of Hellenistic art and architecture can be seen in buildings and monuments across Europe and the Middle East. In many ways, the Hellenistic period laid the groundwork for the later flowering of Greco-Roman culture, as well as for the development of Western civilization more broadly. Chapter 12: The End of an Era, Rome Conquers Greece. In the early days of the Roman Republic, the city-state of Rome was just one among many powers vying for supremacy on the Italian peninsula. However, as Rome began to expand its territory and influence, it soon became clear that it was a force to be reckoned with. By the 4th century BCE, Rome had established itself as the dominant power in central Italy and was looking to expand further afield. One of the regions that caught Rome's eye was Greece. The Greeks had long been known for their artistic and cultural achievements, and their city-states were renowned for their political sophistication. However, by the 4th century BCE, Greece was a shadow of its former self. The once great city-states had been weakened by decades of internecine conflict, leaving them vulnerable to external aggression. Rome, however, was in the ascendancy. The city had a well-trained and disciplined army, and was led by a class of aristocrats who were determined to extend the Republic's power and influence. As a result, Rome began to expand into Greece, initially through diplomatic means. Rome formed alliances with some Greek city-states, and took advantage of others' internal conflicts to gain a foothold on Greek soil. The first major conflict between Rome and Greece occurred in 280 BCE, when Rome intervened in a war between the city-states of Tarentum and Pyrrhus of Epirus. Pyrrhus was a skilled general who had won many battles in his homeland, and he was confident of victory against the Romans. However, the Roman army proved to be more than a match for Pyrrhus, and he was forced to withdraw from Italy. This victory was a turning point for Rome. It showed that the Republic's army was capable of defeating even the most skilled of commanders, and it gave Rome a foothold in southern Italy. Over the next few decades, Rome continued to expand its territory, gradually encroaching on Greek soil. However, the Romans did not simply conquer Greece outright. Instead, they used a combination of military force and diplomacy to bring the Greek city-states under their influence. Some city-states willingly submitted to Roman rule, recognizing that it was better to be a vassal state than to risk annihilation in a war with Rome. Others resisted, and were forcibly subdued. One of the most famous examples of this was the sack of Corinth in 146 BCE. Corinth was one of the wealthiest and most powerful of the Greek city-states, and had long been a center of trade and culture. However, the city refused to submit to Roman rule, and so was besieged and ultimately destroyed by the Roman army. Despite this, Rome did not simply absorb Greece into its empire. Instead, it allowed the city-states to retain a degree of autonomy, and even encouraged the development of Greek culture and learning. This led to a period of cultural exchange between Rome and Greece, as Roman aristocrats began to adopt Greek customs and ideas. The Roman Republic's expansion into Greece had far-reaching consequences, both for the Republic itself and for the wider world. It marked the beginning of Rome's dominance of the Mediterranean world, and paved the way for the Roman Empire. It also had a profound impact on Greek culture, as Roman patronage helped to preserve many of the great works of Greek literature and art. Overall, the Roman Republic's expansion into Greece was a key moment in the history of both Rome and Greece. It marked the beginning of a new era, one in which Rome would become the dominant power in the Mediterranean world and would shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. It is a tale that the ancient world has seen many times. A rising power seeks to expand its territory, and a smaller but proud nation stands in its way. This is the story of the First Macedonian War, the first time Rome conquered Greece. In the early years of the 2nd century BC, Rome was in the midst of a period of rapid expansion. Its armies had already conquered much of Italy and were beginning to turn their attention to other parts of the Mediterranean world. One of the regions that drew their interest was Greece, which at the time was a collection of independent city-states that were often at odds with each other. Rome's first major clash with the Greeks came in 214 BC, when its armies invaded the Greek colony of Tarentum in southern Italy. The Tarentines had appealed to the Greek kingdom of Epirus for assistance, and the Epirot king Pyrrhus had sent an army to aid them. Pyrrhus won a series of battles against the Romans, but at great cost to his own forces. The term Pyrrhic victory would come to be used to describe any victory that came at too high a cost. With Pyrrhus out of the picture, Rome turned its attention to Greece itself. The trigger for the First Macedonian War was a dispute between two Greek states, the Aetolian League and the Kingdom of Macedon. The Aetolians had sought Roman help in their conflict with Macedon, and in 211 BC, the Roman general Publius Sulpicius Galba marched his army into Greece. Galba's initial campaign was successful, and he won a series of battles against the Macedonian king, Philip V. However, he was unable to achieve a decisive victory, and in 205 BC he was forced to withdraw his forces from Greece. The war dragged on for several more years, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Finally, in 200 BC, the Romans scored a major victory at the Battle of Cynoscephalae. The Macedonian phalanx, which had been the dominant military force in Greece for centuries, was no match for the Roman legions. Philip V was forced to sue for peace, and the First Macedonian War came to an end. The war had a profound impact on both Rome and Greece. For Rome, it was the first time that it had extended its power beyond Italy, and it set the stage for future conquests. For Greece, it marked the beginning of a period of decline, as the independent city-states were gradually brought under the control of foreign powers. However, the war also had some unexpected consequences. The Roman victory led to a flood of Greek intellectuals and artists coming to Rome, bringing with them the culture and learning of the ancient world. Greek philosophy, literature, and art would have a profound impact on Roman culture, shaping it in ways that are still felt today. The First Macedonian War was just the beginning of Rome's involvement in Greece. In the decades that followed, Rome would continue to exert its influence over the region, eventually leading to the conquest of Greece and the establishment of the Roman province of Achaia. However, the legacy of the war lived on, in the form of the cultural exchange between Rome and Greece that would help to shape the course of Western civilization. In the year 200 BC, the Roman Republic declared war on Macedon, sparking the Second Macedonian War. Macedon, under the leadership of King Philip V, had been expanding its influence in the Greek world, causing concern for the Romans who saw this as a threat to their own power. The war would prove to be a significant turning point in the history of Greece, marking the end of the Hellenistic period and the beginning of Roman dominance. The Roman forces, led by Flamininus, quickly gained the upper hand in the war. They won a decisive victory over the Macedonians at the Battle of Cynoscephalae in 197 BC, thanks in part to their superior tactics and discipline. The Macedonian phalanx, once considered unbeatable, was no match for the Roman legions. This defeat signaled the end of Macedonian power in Greece and the beginning of Roman domination. Following the Battle of Cynoscephalae, Flamininus declared that Greece was to be free and independent, no longer subject to Macedonian rule. The Romans, eager to extend their influence in the region, became involved in the affairs of the Greek city-states, often siding with one faction against another. This interference led to resentment among the Greeks, who had hoped for true independence. In 168 BC, the Roman army under the leadership of Lucius Aemilius Paulus defeated the Macedonian forces at the Battle of Pydna, effectively ending the Second Macedonian War. The Macedonian kingdom was dissolved, and its territories were divided among the Greek city-states and the Roman Republic. Greece became a province of Rome, and its people were subject to Roman law and governance. The Roman conquest of Greece had significant consequences for both the Romans and the Greeks. For the Romans, it marked the beginning of their expansion into the eastern Mediterranean and the establishment of their dominance in the region. For the Greeks, it signaled the end of their autonomy and the beginning of a period of subjugation under foreign rule. Despite this, the Roman conquest also brought with it some benefits for the Greeks. The Romans brought stability and security to the region, and their legal and administrative systems provided a framework for governance that the Greeks could adopt and adapt. Greek culture, philosophy, and literature continued to flourish, and many Greeks became influential figures in the Roman world. The legacy of the Roman conquest of Greece can still be seen today. Many of the architectural and cultural achievements of the Greeks were preserved and celebrated by the Romans, and their influence can be seen in Western culture and civilization. The ideals of democracy and civic duty that were developed in Greece also had a profound impact on Roman society and later on the development of Western political thought. In summary, the Second Macedonian War marked a significant turning point in the history of Greece and the Mediterranean world. The Roman Republic's victory over Macedon led to the establishment of Roman dominance in the region, with Greece becoming a province of the Roman Empire. The conquest had a profound impact on the Greeks, leading to the end of their autonomy and the beginning of a period of subjugation under foreign rule. However, the Roman conquest also brought stability and security to the region, and its influence can still be seen in Western culture and civilization today. The Achaean War, also known as the War against the Achaeans or the War of the League, was the final conquest of Greece by the Romans. The war took place from 146 to 145 BC and was fought between the Roman Republic and the Achaean League, a confederation of Greek city-states led by the city of Corinth. The war marked the end of Greek independence and the beginning of Roman hegemony over the Mediterranean world. The causes of the war can be traced back to the previous century, when the Romans first began to expand their influence into Greece. The Romans had already established a strong presence in the region by the mid-2nd century BC, having defeated the Carthaginians in the Punic Wars and subjugated the Hellenistic kingdoms of the East. The Greeks, who had long been accustomed to a tradition of city-state independence, were initially wary of Roman power but gradually came to accept the reality of their dominance. The Achaean League, founded in 280 BC, was one of the last remaining Greek confederations. It was composed of various city-states in the Peloponnese, including Corinth, Argos, and Sparta. The league had been weakened by internal disputes and external threats, and its leaders were divided over the issue of whether to ally with Rome or resist its influence. Some members of the league, including Corinth, had already aligned themselves with Rome, while others, led by the city of Megalopolis, were opposed to Roman interference. In 147 BC, the Romans demanded that the Achaeans expel the supporters of the deposed king of Macedon, Andriscus, from their cities. The Achaeans refused, and the Romans responded by sending an army under the command of the consul Lucius Mummius to Greece. The Roman army quickly defeated the Achaeans at the Battle of Scarpheia and besieged the city of Corinth. Despite the odds against them, the Achaeans continued to resist. They received support from various other Greek cities, including Athens and Sparta, and even from some of Rome's allies in the region. However, the Romans eventually prevailed, and Corinth was captured and sacked in 146 BC. Mummius famously ordered the city to be burned to the ground, and its treasures and works of art were taken back to Rome. The defeat of the Achaeans marked the end of Greek independence and the beginning of Roman domination over the Mediterranean world. Greece was now a province of Rome, and the Greeks were subject to Roman law and administration. Many Greeks, including some of the leading intellectuals of the time, embraced Roman culture and saw it as a source of new ideas and inspiration. The Achaean War also had a profound impact on Greek culture and society. The destruction of Corinth, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world, was a traumatic event that left a lasting impression on the Greek psyche. The war also marked the end of the Hellenistic era and the beginning of a new period in Greek history, one that was shaped by Roman influence and the spread of Roman ideas and values. In summary, the Achaean War was a pivotal event in the history of Greece and Rome. It marked the final conquest of Greece by the Romans and the beginning of Roman hegemony over the Mediterranean world. The war had a profound impact on Greek culture and society, and it helped to shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. It cannot be denied that the Romans owe a great debt to the Greeks. The Romans themselves recognized this fact and eagerly absorbed Greek culture, philosophy, and art into their own. The influence of Greece on Rome is perhaps most visible in the realm of architecture, where Greek styles and motifs were adapted and refined by Roman architects. But the influence of Greece on Rome extends far beyond just architecture. It was in Greece that the concept of democracy was born, and the Romans adopted and adapted this form of government to suit their own needs. Greek philosophy, especially that of the Stoics and Epicureans, had a profound impact on Roman thought and culture. The Stoic emphasis on virtue, duty, and self-control resonated with the Roman sense of duty and discipline, while the Epicurean emphasis on pleasure and the pursuit of happiness appealed to the Roman love of pleasure and leisure. Greek literature, too, was highly esteemed by the Romans. The works of Homer, Herodotus, and Thucydides were read and studied by Roman scholars who admired the beauty and power of Greek language and narrative. And of course, Greek mythology, with its tales of gods and heroes, was an endless source of fascination for the Romans, who eagerly adapted and reinterpreted these myths to suit their own tastes. Perhaps the most significant legacy of Greece on Rome, however, was the idea of the liberal arts. In Greece, education was not just about practical skills or vocational training, but about cultivating the whole person and developing a well-rounded, intellectually curious individual. This idea of the liberal arts was taken up by the Romans, who saw education as a key component of good citizenship and civic responsibility. The legacy of Greece on Rome did not end with the Roman Empire, however. The ideas and cultural achievements of Greece were carried forward by the Christian Church, which preserved and transmitted Greek literature and philosophy to future generations. The Renaissance, in particular, was a time of renewed interest in Greek culture, as artists, scholars, and thinkers looked to the ancient Greeks as a model of intellectual and artistic excellence. But the influence of Greece on Western culture extends far beyond just Rome and the Renaissance. The ideals of democracy, rational inquiry, and individualism that originated in ancient Greece have had a profound impact on Western civilization as a whole. From the founding of the United States to the Enlightenment to the present day, the legacy of Greece continues to shape the way we think about politics, society, and human nature. In summary, it is clear that the Greeks have left an indelible mark on Western civilization, and nowhere is this influence more evident than in Rome. From philosophy to art to literature to politics, the Romans eagerly embraced and adapted the cultural achievements of Greece to suit their own needs and interests. And this legacy has continued to resonate throughout Western culture to this day, serving as a testament to the enduring power and influence of the ancient Greeks. This has been From Mycenae to Marathon, a comprehensive history of ancient Greece. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Production copyright 2023 by A.J. Kingston. Byzantium, the Rise and Fall of the Eastern Roman Empire. Written by A.J. Kingston, narrated by A.I. Madison. Chapter 1, The Roman Empire Divided, the Birth of Byzantium. In the annals of human history, few empires have ever been as powerful and influential as the Roman Empire. Spanning over 3 continents, the Roman Empire reached its zenith in the 2nd century CE, under the rule of the illustrious Emperor Trajan. However, as the 3rd century dawned, the empire began to experience a series of crises that threatened to tear it apart. These crises were manifold in nature, and their roots lay in a variety of factors, ranging from economic turmoil to military decay. However, the most significant cause of the Roman Empire's crisis in the 3rd century was the problem of succession. Succession had always been a thorny issue for the Roman Empire, as the powerful and often egotistical personalities of its emperors inevitably led to power struggles and conflicts over who would rule after them. This issue came to a head in the 3rd century, as a series of weak and ineffectual emperors struggled to maintain control over the vast and unwieldy Roman Empire. The period between 235 CE and 284 CE is known as the crisis of the 3rd century, a period marked by chaos, civil war, and rampant inflation. It was against this backdrop of crisis that a new system of governance was devised, the Tetrarchy. The Tetrarchy was the brainchild of Emperor Diocletian, who came to power in 284 CE after a series of brutal power struggles. Diocletian realized that the Roman Empire was too large and too unwieldy for any one person to rule effectively. As a result, he divided the empire into 4 administrative regions, each governed by 2 co-emperors, one senior Augustus and one junior Caesar. This system of governance was intended to create a more stable and orderly succession process, as well as to decentralize power and increase the effectiveness of the empire's administration. Diocletian's reforms were not limited to the Tetrarchy. He also sought to address the root causes of the empire's crisis by undertaking a series of sweeping economic and military reforms. One of the most significant of these reforms was the introduction of the Edict on Maximum Prices. This edict was an attempt to combat rampant inflation by setting maximum prices on goods and services. However, the edict was not universally popular, and it was difficult to enforce, leading to widespread corruption and black market trading. Diocletian also reformed the Roman army, creating a more centralized and hierarchical structure that made it easier to control and manage. He also introduced a system of conscription that required all able-bodied men to serve in the military for a period of time. This helped to strengthen the Roman army and ensure that it was adequately staffed at all times. Despite these reforms, the Tetrarchy ultimately proved to be an unsustainable system of governance. The co-emperors inevitably clashed with one another, leading to a series of power struggles and civil wars that weakened the empire further. In 312 CE, one of the junior Caesars, Constantine, emerged victorious from a civil war and established himself as the sole ruler of the Roman Empire. Constantine was a brilliant military commander and a shrewd politician, and under his rule, the Roman Empire experienced a resurgence of power and influence. However, Constantine's rule also marked a significant turning point in the history of the Roman Empire. He was the first Christian emperor, and under his rule, Christianity began to supplant traditional Roman religion as the dominant faith of the empire. This change would have far-reaching consequences for the Roman Empire, as it would eventually lead to the fragmentation of the empire and the rise of a new civilization, medieval Europe. In summary, the crisis of the Roman Empire in the Third. The reign of Constantine the Great marks a critical turning point in the history of the Roman Empire. For centuries, Rome had been the center of the Western world, the symbol of power and civilization. But as the 4th century dawned, the empire was in crisis. Constantine was a man of great vision, a brilliant military strategist, and a shrewd politician. Under his leadership, the Roman Empire would undergo a profound transformation, one that would alter the course of history. Constantine was born in Naissus, a small town in what is now Serbia, in the year 272 CE. He was the son of Flavius Valerius Constantius, a high-ranking military officer in the Roman Empire. Constantine was raised in the court of Diocletian, the emperor who had reigned during the tumultuous years of the Tetrarchy. Constantine was a keen observer of politics and military affairs from a young age, and he quickly made a name for himself as a skilled military commander. In the year 306 CE, after a series of brutal power struggles, Constantine emerged as the sole ruler of the Western Roman Empire. He immediately set about consolidating his power and expanding his territories. He was a brilliant military strategist, and he won a series of decisive victories against his rivals. In the year 312 CE, he achieved his most famous victory at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge. According to legend, Constantine saw a vision of a cross in the sky before the battle. He took this as a sign from God and had his soldiers paint the cross on their shields. The battle was a resounding victory for Constantine, and he attributed his success to the Christian God. From that moment on, Constantine became a fervent supporter of Christianity. He issued the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, which granted religious freedom to all citizens of the empire, and he began to promote Christianity as the official religion of the empire. Constantine's embrace of Christianity was a significant turning point in the history of the Roman Empire. For centuries, the Roman Empire had been governed by a complex system of religious traditions, with a pantheon of gods and goddesses worshipped by its citizens. But under Constantine's rule, Christianity began to supplant traditional Roman religion as the dominant faith of the empire. This change would have far-reaching consequences, as it would eventually lead to the fragmentation of the empire and the rise of a new civilization, medieval Europe. In addition to promoting Christianity, Constantine also sought to create a new capital for the empire. He chose a site on the Bosphorus Strait where Europe meets Asia and began to build a new city. The city was named Constantinople after its founder, and it would eventually become one of the most important cities in the world. Constantinople was strategically located at the crossroads of trade routes between Europe and Asia. It was also heavily fortified, with walls that were nearly impregnable. The city quickly became the center of the Eastern Roman Empire, which would later be known as the Byzantine Empire. Constantinople was a city of great beauty, with magnificent palaces, public buildings, and churches. It was a symbol of the power and civilization of the Roman Empire, and it would play a crucial role in shaping the course of history for centuries to come. Constantine's reign was not without controversy. He was a complex figure, with many detractors as well as supporters. Some criticized him for his ruthless tactics, while others accused him of abandoning the traditional Roman values of honor and virtue. But there can be no doubt that Constantine was a man of great vision, whose leadership transformed the Roman Empire and set it on a new course. The Roman Empire had long been a symbol of power and civilization, but by the end of the 4th century, it was in crisis. The empire had become too large and unwieldy, and its resources were stretched to the breaking point. The situation was exacerbated by a series of invasions by barbarian tribes, which threatened the security of the empire's borders. It was against this backdrop of crisis that Theodosius emerged as one of the most important figures in Roman history. Theodosius was born in Spain in the year 347 CE. He came from a family of high-ranking military officers, and he was educated in the ways of war and politics from a young age. Theodosius was a skilled military commander, and he won a series of decisive victories against the barbarian tribes that threatened the empire's borders. In the year 379 CE, Theodosius was appointed as the emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire. He immediately set about consolidating his power and restoring order to the empire. He was a man of strong convictions, and he was determined to do whatever it took to preserve the empire's unity and strength. One of the most significant actions taken by Theodosius was the division of the Roman Empire. In the year 395 CE, Theodosius died, leaving behind two sons, Arcadius and Honorius. The empire was divided between the two brothers, with Arcadius ruling the Eastern Roman Empire and Honorius ruling the Western Roman Empire. The division of the Roman Empire was a significant turning point in the history of the empire. For centuries, Rome had been the center of the Western world, the symbol of power and civilization. But as the 4th century progressed, the empire had become too large and too unwieldy to be governed effectively. The division of the empire was an attempt to create two smaller, more manageable states that could be governed more effectively. The division of the empire also had important implications for the future of Christianity. The Eastern Roman Empire was the heartland of Christianity, and the Eastern Church would come to play an increasingly important role in the centuries that followed. The Western Roman Empire, on the other hand, would eventually fall to barbarian invasions and the rise of new powers in Europe. Theodosius was also an important figure in the history of Christianity. He was a devout Christian, and he took a number of actions to promote the Christian faith. He outlawed many of the pagan practices that had been common in the empire, and he made Christianity the official religion of the empire. He also called a number of councils to settle theological disputes within the Christian Church, including the Council of Constantinople in 381 CE. Theodosius was a man of strong convictions, and he was not afraid to use force to maintain order in the empire. He was known for his ruthless tactics, and he was not hesitant to use violence to suppress rebellions or dissent. However, he was also a man of great vision, who understood the challenges facing the empire and was determined to do whatever it took to preserve its unity and strength. In summary, Theodosius was one of the most important figures in Roman history. His reign marked a significant turning point in the history of the Roman Empire, as he oversaw the division of the empire and took a number of actions to promote the Christian faith. Theodosius was a man of strong convictions, who was not afraid to use force to maintain order in the empire. His legacy would be felt for centuries to come, as the Roman Empire evolved into new forms and new civilizations emerged in Europe and beyond. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in human history. Founded in the wake of the Roman Empire's collapse, the Byzantine Empire lasted for over 1,000 years, and its influence can still be felt today. One of the most important figures in the history of the Byzantine Empire was Justinian, whose reign marked a period of great transformation and upheaval. Justinian was born in Taurisium, a small town in what is now Macedonia, in the year 482 CE. He was the nephew of the reigning Byzantine Emperor, Justin I, and he rose to prominence through his own military and political achievements. Justinian was a man of great intelligence and energy, and he was determined to make the Byzantine Empire a world power. Justinian's reign began in 527 CE, and it was marked by a series of ambitious military campaigns and massive building projects. Justinian was a brilliant military strategist, and he won a series of decisive victories against the barbarian tribes that threatened the empire's borders. He also reconquered parts of the Western Roman Empire that had been lost to the barbarians, including Italy and North Africa. But Justinian's most enduring legacy was his massive building projects. He was determined to make Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the most magnificent city in the world. He oversaw the construction of numerous public buildings, including the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. He also built aqueducts, bridges, and roads throughout the empire, improving the infrastructure and making it easier for goods and people to move around. Justinian was also a man of strong convictions, and he was determined to promote Christianity and suppress other religions. He ordered the closure of the Academy of Athens, a center of learning that had been founded by Plato, and he persecuted Jews and other non-Christians. He also sought to unify the Christian Church, calling the Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE to resolve theological disputes. Despite Justinian's many achievements, his reign was not without controversy. He was known for his heavy-handed tactics, and he was not hesitant to use force to maintain order in the empire. He also faced a number of revolts and rebellions during his reign, including the Nika riots in 532 CE, which nearly toppled his regime. But perhaps the greatest challenge that Justinian faced was the invasion of the Byzantine Empire by the Persian Sassanid Empire. The two powers had been at odds for centuries, and in 540 CE, the Sassanids launched a massive invasion of the Byzantine Empire. The war lasted for over 20 years, and it was one of the bloodiest and most costly conflicts in the history of the Byzantine Empire. Despite the enormous cost of the war, Justinian was determined to emerge victorious. He poured vast resources into the conflict, and he commissioned the construction of massive fortifications along the empire's borders. Eventually, the Byzantines emerged victorious, but the war had taken a heavy toll on the empire, both in terms of lives lost and resources expended. Justinian died in 565 CE, after a long and eventful reign. He left behind a legacy of great achievements, but also a legacy of controversy and conflict. The Byzantine Empire would continue to evolve and change in the centuries that followed, facing new challenges and new enemies. But the reign of Justinian would always be remembered as a period of great transformation and upheaval, a time when the Byzantine Empire was at the height of its power and influence. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in human history. For over 1,000 years, the Byzantine Empire stood as a beacon of culture, learning, and civilization in the Eastern Mediterranean. Although it is often overshadowed by the more well-known civilizations of ancient Greece and Rome, the Byzantine Empire made important contributions to Western civilization that are still felt today. One of the most important contributions of the Byzantine Empire to Western civilization was its preservation of ancient Greek and Roman learning. The Byzantine Empire was founded in the wake of the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, and it inherited much of the knowledge and culture of the ancient world. The Byzantine scholars translated and preserved many of the great works of Greek and Roman literature, philosophy, and science, ensuring that these works would be passed down to future generations. The Byzantine Empire also made important contributions to art and architecture. The Byzantine style of art and architecture was characterized by its ornate decoration and use of mosaics and frescoes. The most famous example of Byzantine architecture is the Hagia Sophia, a magnificent church in Constantinople that was built by the Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. The Hagia Sophia was considered one of the greatest architectural achievements of the medieval world, and it influenced the development of architecture in the West for centuries to come. The Byzantine Empire was also a major center of trade and commerce. The empire was strategically located at the crossroads of trade routes between Europe and Asia, and it became a major hub for the exchange of goods and ideas. The Byzantine Empire produced and traded a wide variety of goods, including silk, spices, and precious metals. The empire's wealth and prosperity helped to fuel the development of trade and commerce in the West. Another important contribution of the Byzantine Empire to Western civilization was its role in the spread of Christianity. The Byzantine Empire was the heartland of Christianity, and the Eastern Church played a crucial role in the development of Christian theology and doctrine. The Byzantine Empire was also a major center of Christian art and literature, producing some of the most beautiful and influential works of Christian art in the medieval world. The Byzantine Empire also had a profound influence on the development of law and government in the West. The Byzantine Empire was governed by a complex system of laws and regulations that had evolved over centuries. This system of laws and regulations had a significant impact on the development of Western law, particularly in the areas of contract law and property law. Finally, the Byzantine Empire made important contributions to the development of military strategy and tactics. The Byzantine Empire was constantly at war with its neighbors, and its military commanders developed sophisticated strategies and tactics to defeat their enemies. These strategies and tactics would have a significant impact on the development of military science in the West. In summary, the Byzantine Empire was a civilization of great importance and influence. Although it is often overshadowed by the more well-known civilizations of ancient Greece and Rome, the Byzantine Empire made important contributions to Western civilization in a wide variety of areas. Its preservation of ancient Greek and Roman learning, its contributions to art and architecture, its role in trade and commerce, its influence on the spread of Christianity, its impact on the development of law and government, and its contributions to military science all helped to shape the course of Western civilization. The legacy of Byzantium can still be felt today, and it is a testament to the enduring power of this remarkable civilization. Chapter 2: Justinian and the Golden Age of Byzantium. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in human history. Founded in the wake of the Roman Empire's collapse, the Byzantine Empire lasted for over 1,000 years, and its influence can still be felt today. One of the most important figures in the history of the Byzantine Empire was Justinian, whose reign marked a period of great transformation and upheaval. Justinian was born in Taurisium, a small town in what is now Macedonia, in the year 482 CE. He was the nephew of the reigning Byzantine emperor, Justin I, and he rose to prominence through his own military and political achievements. Justinian was a man of great intelligence and energy, and he was determined to make the Byzantine Empire a world power. Justinian's reign began in 527 CE, and it was marked by a series of ambitious military campaigns and massive building projects. Justinian was a brilliant military strategist, and he won a series of decisive victories against the barbarian tribes that threatened the empire's borders. He also reconquered parts of the Western Roman Empire that had been lost to the barbarians, including Italy and North Africa. But perhaps the most enduring legacy of Justinian's reign was his massive building projects. He was determined to make Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the most magnificent city in the world. He oversaw the construction of numerous public buildings, including the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. He also built aqueducts, bridges, and roads throughout the empire, improving the infrastructure and making it easier for goods and people to move around. Justinian was also a man of strong convictions, and he was determined to promote Christianity and suppress other religions. He ordered the closure of the Academy of Athens, a center of learning that had been founded by Plato, and he persecuted Jews and other non-Christians. He also sought to unify the Christian Church, calling the Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE to resolve theological disputes. Despite Justinian's many achievements, his reign was not without controversy. He was known for his heavy-handed tactics, and he was not hesitant to use force to maintain order in the empire. He also faced a number of revolts and rebellions during his reign, including the Nika riots in 532 CE, which nearly toppled his regime. Justinian died in 565 CE, after a long and eventful reign. He left behind a legacy of great achievements, but also a legacy of controversy and conflict. The Byzantine Empire would continue to evolve and change in the centuries that followed, facing new challenges and new enemies. But the reign of Justinian would always be remembered as a period of great transformation and upheaval, a time when the Byzantine Empire was at the height of its power and influence. The Byzantine Empire was a civilization of great importance and influence, and its legacy can still be felt today. The empire was founded in the wake of the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, and it inherited much of the knowledge and culture of the ancient world. The Byzantine scholars translated and preserved many of the great works of Greek and Roman literature, philosophy, and science, ensuring that these works would be passed down to future generations. The Byzantine Empire also made important contributions to art and architecture. The Byzantine style of art and architecture was characterized by its ornate decoration and use of mosaics and frescoes. The most famous example of Byzantine architecture is the Hagia Sophia, a magnificent church in Constantinople that was built by Justinian in the 6th century. The reign of Justinian, which lasted from 527 to 565 CE, was one of the most transformative periods in the history of the Byzantine Empire. Justinian was a man of great ambition and vision, and he set out to transform the Byzantine Empire into a world power. During his reign, Justinian oversaw a series of military campaigns that helped to expand the empire's borders and bring new territories under Byzantine control. He also introduced a series of legal reforms that would have a lasting impact on the development of law in Western Europe. One of Justinian's most significant military campaigns was the reconquest of North Africa. In 533 CE, Justinian sent an army under the command of the general Belisarius to reclaim the province of Africa from the Vandals, who had taken control of the region in the early 5th century. Belisarius achieved a stunning victory, defeating the Vandal king Gelimer and bringing North Africa back under Byzantine control. Justinian's next target was Italy, which had been taken over by the Ostrogoths in the 5th century. In 535 CE, Justinian sent another army under the command of Belisarius to reconquer Italy. Belisarius achieved a series of stunning victories, capturing Naples, Rome, and Ravenna, the capital of the Ostrogothic kingdom. However, the war in Italy was long and difficult, and it would take another 20 years before the Byzantines were able to fully secure their control over the region. Justinian also undertook military campaigns against the Sassanid Empire, the Byzantine Empire's longtime rival in the east. In 540 CE, the Sassanids launched a massive invasion of the Byzantine Empire, which led to a protracted war that would last for over 20 years. Although the Byzantines were ultimately victorious, the war was costly in terms of both resources and lives. Despite the challenges of his military campaigns, Justinian was also a man of great vision when it came to legal reform. He commissioned a group of scholars to revise and codify the Roman legal system, creating what would become known as the Corpus Juris Civilis, or the body of civil law. The Corpus Juris Civilis included the Code of Justinian, a comprehensive legal code that would have a lasting impact on the development of law in Western Europe. The Code of Justinian was a remarkable achievement, representing a consolidation and simplification of Roman law that made it accessible to a wider audience. It included laws related to property, contracts, and crimes, as well as laws related to marriage and inheritance. The Code of Justinian would become one of the most important legal documents in the history of Western civilization, influencing the development of law in Europe for centuries to come. Justinian was also a patron of the arts, and he oversaw a number of important building projects during his reign. The most famous of these projects was the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. The Hagia Sophia was a symbol of Justinian's power and influence, and it would go on to inspire a new style of architecture that would be known as Byzantine. In summary, the reign of Justinian was a period of great transformation and upheaval in the history of the Byzantine Empire. Justinian oversaw a series of military campaigns that helped to expand the empire's borders and bring new territories under Byzantine control. He also introduced a series of legal reforms that would have a lasting impact on the development of law in Western Europe. Justinian was a man of great ambition and vision, and his reign left an indelible mark on the history of the Byzantine Empire and the world. The Nika riots, which took place in Constantinople in January 532 CE, were one of the most dramatic and violent events in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The riots were sparked by a dispute between two rival chariot racing factions, the Blues and the Greens, and quickly escalated into a full-scale revolt against the government of Emperor Justinian. The riots began on January 13th, during a chariot race at the Hippodrome in Constantinople. The crowd was divided between the Blues and the Greens, who had a long-standing rivalry. During the race, the Greens accused the Blues of cheating, and the Blues responded with insults and violence. The situation quickly escalated, and soon the entire city was caught up in the violence. The rioters began to attack government buildings and set fires throughout the city. They also demanded the release of several prisoners who had been arrested for political crimes. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, and the rioters began to call for the overthrow of Justinian and his government. For several days, the riots continued unabated, with the rioters gaining control of much of the city. Justinian was faced with a crisis, and he was unsure of how to respond. Finally, he decided to take decisive action. He ordered his general, Belisarius, to take the city back by force. Belisarius acted quickly, assembling a force of loyal soldiers and mercenaries. He marched on the Hippodrome, where the rioters were gathered, and attacked them with overwhelming force. The rioters were caught off guard, and many of them were killed or captured. The violence of the riots left much of the city in ruins. Many of the government buildings and public spaces had been destroyed or damaged. The Hippodrome itself had been badly damaged, and it would never again be used for chariot races. Despite the devastation, Justinian saw an opportunity to rebuild the city and make it even more magnificent than before. He commissioned a series of building projects, including the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. He also oversaw the construction of numerous public buildings, including bathhouses, markets, and aqueducts. The rebuilding of Constantinople was a massive undertaking, and it would take several years to complete. But Justinian was determined to create a city that would be the envy of the world. He poured vast resources into the rebuilding effort, and he spared no expense in creating a city that was both beautiful and functional. The rebuilding of Constantinople was also a symbol of Justinian's power and influence. He had weathered the storm of the Nika riots, and he had emerged stronger than ever. The rebuilding of the city was a testament to his determination and his vision for the future of the Byzantine Empire. In summary, the Nika riots were a dramatic and violent event in the history of the Byzantine Empire. They left much of the city of Constantinople in ruins, and they threatened to topple the government of Emperor Justinian. But Justinian responded with decisive action, and he was able to quell the rebellion and restore order to the city. He then used the opportunity to rebuild the city and make it even more magnificent than before. The rebuilding of Constantinople was a symbol of Justinian's power and influence, and it remains one of the most remarkable achievements in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The reign of Justinian I, which lasted from 527 to 565 CE, was a time of great transformation and innovation in the Byzantine Empire. One of the most notable aspects of Justinian's reign was his patronage of the arts, particularly in the fields of architecture and art. One of Justinian's most significant architectural achievements was the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. The Hagia Sophia was built between 532 and 537 CE, and it was designed by the architects Anthemius of Tralles and Isidorus of Miletus. The church was built to replace an earlier structure that had been destroyed during the Nika riots. The Hagia Sophia was a remarkable achievement, both in terms of its size and its design. The church was built on a massive scale, with a central dome that measured over 100 feet in diameter. The dome was supported by massive piers and arches, and it was decorated with elaborate mosaics and frescoes. The interior of the Hagia Sophia was decorated with a wide variety of artworks, including mosaics, frescoes, and marble panels. The mosaics were particularly notable, featuring scenes from the life of Christ and the saints. The mosaics were created using a technique called tessellation, which involved the use of small colored tiles to create intricate and detailed images. The Hagia Sophia was not the only architectural project commissioned by Justinian during his reign. He oversaw the construction of numerous other buildings, including churches, palaces, and public buildings. Many of these buildings were decorated with elaborate mosaics and frescoes, reflecting Justinian's interest in the arts. The art of the Byzantine Empire under Justinian was characterized by its ornate decoration and use of mosaics and frescoes. Byzantine art was heavily influenced by the Christian religion, and much of the art produced during Justinian's reign was intended to convey religious themes and messages. One of the most notable examples of Byzantine art from Justinian's reign is the mosaics at the Basilica of San Vitale in Ravenna, Italy. The mosaics at San Vitale were created between 526 and 547 CE, and they are some of the most beautiful and intricate works of art from the Byzantine Empire. The mosaics at San Vitale feature a variety of scenes from the Bible and the lives of the saints. They are characterized by their use of bright colors, intricate details, and intricate patterns. The mosaics at San Vitale are considered some of the finest examples of Byzantine art in the world, and they continue to inspire and awe visitors to this day. In addition to its architectural and artistic achievements, the Byzantine Empire under Justinian was also a center of learning and scholarship. The Byzantine Empire inherited much of the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, and it continued to build upon this legacy through its own intellectual and cultural achievements. In summary, the reign of Justinian was a time of great innovation and creativity in the arts and architecture of the Byzantine Empire. Justinian's patronage of the arts led to the creation of some of the most magnificent buildings and artworks in the world, including the Hagia Sophia and the mosaics at San Vitale. The art and architecture of the Byzantine Empire under Justinian continue to inspire and amaze us today, and they remain a testament to the enduring power and beauty of this remarkable civilization. The reign of Justinian I, which lasted from 527 to 565 CE, was a time of great transformation and innovation in the Byzantine Empire. One of the most notable achievements of Justinian's reign was the codification of Roman law, which was consolidated and simplified into what became known as the Corpus Juris Civilis. The Corpus Juris Civilis was a comprehensive legal code that included laws related to property, contracts, and crimes, as well as laws related to marriage and inheritance. The code was compiled by a team of legal scholars, led by the jurist Tribonian, and it was completed in 534 CE. The Corpus Juris Civilis was a remarkable achievement, representing a consolidation and simplification of Roman law that made it accessible to a wider audience. The code was intended to be a guide for judges and legal officials, as well as a source of guidance for individuals seeking to understand their legal rights and obligations. One of the most important aspects of the Corpus Juris Civilis was its impact on the development of law in Western Europe. The code was translated into numerous languages, including Latin, Greek, and Arabic, and it became one of the most important legal documents in the history of Western civilization. The influence of the Corpus Juris Civilis on the development of law in Europe cannot be overstated. The code became the basis for much of the legal system in Western Europe, and it was used as a guide for the development of legal codes in numerous countries, including England, France, and Germany. In addition to its impact on the development of law, the Corpus Juris Civilis also had a significant cultural impact. The code helped to preserve and disseminate much of the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, including the works of Roman jurists such as Cicero and Gaius. Justinian's codification of Roman law was not without controversy, however. Many of the laws included in the code were seen as harsh and oppressive, particularly those related to slavery and the treatment of women. Critics also argued that the code was overly complex and difficult to understand. Despite these criticisms, however, the Corpus Juris Civilis remains one of the most important legal documents in the history of Western civilization. It helped to shape the legal systems of numerous countries, and it continues to influence the development of law to this day. The codification of Roman law was just one of Justinian's many achievements during his reign. He was also responsible for numerous building projects, including the construction of the Hagia Sophia, one of the most magnificent churches in the world. He also oversaw a series of military campaigns that helped to expand the empire's borders and bring new territories under Byzantine control. In summary, the legacy of Justinian is a testament to his vision and his ambition. His codification of Roman law into the Corpus Juris Civilis was a remarkable achievement that had a lasting impact on the development of law in Western Europe. The code helped to preserve and disseminate much of the knowledge and culture of the ancient world, and it remains one of the most important legal documents in the history of Western civilization. Justinian's reign was a time of great transformation and innovation in the Byzantine Empire, and his legacy continues to inspire and influence us to this day. Chapter 3: The Iconoclast Controversy and the Triumph of Orthodoxy. The Byzantine Empire was a rich and complex civilization that produced some of the most remarkable art and architecture in the history of the world. One of the most notable aspects of Byzantine art was the use of religious images, or icons, which were central to the religious practices of the Byzantine Empire. However, the use of icons was not without controversy. In the 8th and 9th centuries, a theological debate emerged over the use of icons in religious worship, leading to a period of conflict known as the Iconoclastic Controversy. The Iconoclastic Controversy was a theological debate over the use of religious images in the Byzantine Empire. Supporters of iconoclasm, known as iconoclasts, believed that the use of images in religious worship was a form of idolatry and should be prohibited. They argued that the use of images was a violation of the Ten Commandments and that it was incompatible with the pure worship of God. Opponents of iconoclasm, known as iconodules, believed that the use of images in religious worship was an important part of Christian tradition and practice. They argued that images were a means of expressing devotion and piety, and that they played an important role in the religious life of the Byzantine Empire. The debate over icons was not simply a theological issue, however. It was also tied to political and cultural factors, including the role of the emperor in the governance of the church and the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and its neighbors. The iconoclastic controversy began in the 8th century, when Emperor Leo III issued a series of edicts prohibiting the use of religious images. Leo's edicts sparked a period of intense conflict and upheaval, with supporters of iconodulism and iconoclasm vying for control of the church and the empire. The controversy continued for several centuries, with successive emperors reversing or reaffirming their predecessors' policies on the use of icons. The debate reached its height in the 9th century, during the reign of Emperor Leo V, who was a staunch iconoclast. The controversy was finally resolved in 843 CE, when Empress Theodora II issued a decree known as the Triumph of Orthodoxy. The decree reaffirmed the use of icons in religious worship and signaled the end of the iconoclastic controversy. The iconoclastic controversy had a profound impact on the Byzantine Empire, both politically and culturally. It contributed to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. It also had a lasting impact on the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, influencing the development of art and religious practices for centuries to come. In summary, the iconoclastic controversy was a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The debate over the use of religious images in worship was not simply a theological issue, but was tied to political and cultural factors as well. The controversy had a profound impact on the Byzantine Empire, contributing to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. The legacy of the iconoclastic controversy continues to be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire and the wider world. The first iconoclasm was a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire that began during the reign of Emperor Leo III in the 8th century. The period was marked by a fierce debate over the use of religious images, or icons, in the Christian Church, which ultimately led to a widespread ban on the use of icons in the Byzantine Empire. The controversy over the use of icons began during the reign of Leo III, who came to power in 717 CE. Leo was a staunch defender of the Christian faith and saw the use of icons as a form of idolatry that was incompatible with true Christian worship. He believed that the use of images in religious worship was a violation of the Second Commandment, which forbids the worship of graven images. Leo's views on the use of icons were not universally shared, however. Many Christians believed that the use of icons was an important part of Christian tradition and practice, and that they played an important role in expressing piety and devotion. The controversy over the use of icons came to a head in 726 CE, when Leo issued a series of edicts banning the use of religious images in the Byzantine Empire. The edicts were met with widespread resistance, particularly in the provinces, where many people saw the use of icons as an important part of their religious practice. The ban on the use of icons led to a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire. Supporters of the use of icons, known as iconodules, mounted a fierce resistance to the ban, while supporters of the ban, known as iconoclasts, worked to enforce it. The controversy over the use of icons was not simply a theological issue, however. It was also tied to political and cultural factors, including the role of the emperor in the governance of the church and the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and its neighbors. The ban on the use of icons was eventually lifted in 787 CE, when the Seventh Ecumenical Council met in Nicaea and affirmed the use of icons in Christian worship. The council recognized the importance of images in expressing the teachings of the Christian faith and condemned those who sought to ban their use. The first iconoclasm had a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire, both culturally and politically. The controversy contributed to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. It also had a profound impact on the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, with many of the greatest works of art from this period being destroyed or lost. In summary, the first iconoclasm was a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire. The controversy over the use of religious images was not simply a theological issue, but was tied to political and cultural factors as well. The ban on the use of icons had a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire, contributing to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. The legacy of the first iconoclasm continues to be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire and the wider world. The second iconoclasm was a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire that began during the reign of Emperor Leo V in the 9th century. The period was marked by a fierce debate over the use of religious images, or icons, in the Christian Church, which ultimately led to a widespread ban on the use of icons in the Byzantine Empire for a second time. The controversy over the use of icons had been resolved in the late 8th century, with the Seventh Ecumenical Council affirming the use of icons in Christian worship. However, the controversy was reignited during the reign of Leo V, who came to power in 813 CE. Leo V was a devout Christian who believed that the use of icons was a form of idolatry that was incompatible with true Christian worship. He saw the use of images in religious worship as a violation of the Second Commandment, which forbids the worship of graven images. Leo's views on the use of icons were not universally shared, however. Many Christians believed that the use of icons was an important part of Christian tradition and practice, and that they played an important role in expressing piety and devotion. The controversy over the use of icons came to a head in 815 CE, when Leo issued a series of edicts banning the use of religious images in the Byzantine Empire. The edicts were met with widespread resistance, particularly in the provinces, where many people saw the use of icons as an important part of their religious practice. The ban on the use of icons led to a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire. Supporters of the use of icons, known as iconodules, mounted a fierce resistance to the ban, while supporters of the ban, known as iconoclasts, worked to enforce it. The controversy over the use of icons was not simply a theological issue, however. It was also tied to political and cultural factors, including the role of the emperor in the governance of the church and the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and its neighbors. The ban on the use of icons was eventually lifted in 843 CE, when Empress Theodora II issued a decree known as the Triumph of Orthodoxy. The decree reaffirmed the use of icons in religious worship and signaled the end of the second iconoclasm. The second iconoclasm had a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire, both culturally and politically. The controversy contributed to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. It also had a profound impact on the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, with many of the greatest works of art from this period being destroyed or lost. In summary, the second iconoclasm was a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire. The controversy over the use of religious images was not simply a theological issue, but was tied to political and cultural factors as well. The ban on the use of icons had a lasting impact on the Byzantine Empire, contributing to the fragmentation of the church and the weakening of the central government. The legacy of the second iconoclasm continues to be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire and the wider world. The triumph of orthodoxy was a pivotal moment in the history of the Byzantine Empire, marking the end of a long and bitter struggle over the use of religious images or icons. The controversy over the use of icons had divided the Byzantine Empire for centuries, leading to periods of intense conflict and upheaval. The triumph of orthodoxy marked the restoration of icons as an integral part of Christian worship, and signaled the end of a tumultuous chapter in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The triumph of orthodoxy was the result of a series of events that culminated in the Synod of Constantinople in 843 CE. The synod was convened by Empress Theodora II, who was a staunch defender of the use of icons. The synod was attended by hundreds of bishops, theologians, and other religious officials, who came together to reaffirm the use of icons in Christian worship. The synod was a momentous event, with participants engaging in intense theological debates over the use of images in religious worship. The debates were often heated, with participants on both sides of the issue arguing passionately for their views. Despite the intensity of the debates, however, the synod ultimately reached a consensus in favor of the use of icons. The participants agreed that images were an important part of Christian worship, and that they played an essential role in expressing the teachings of the Christian faith. The Synod of Constantinople was a major turning point in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The restoration of icons was a significant victory for the iconodules, who had been fighting for the use of images in religious worship for centuries. The triumph of orthodoxy had a profound impact on the Byzantine Empire, both culturally and politically. The restoration of icons helped to unify the Church and the Empire, and it played an important role in shaping the religious and cultural identity of the Byzantine Empire. The legacy of the triumph of orthodoxy can still be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire. The restoration of icons led to a flowering of artistic expression, with artists producing some of the most magnificent works of art in the history of the world. In summary, the triumph of orthodoxy was a momentous event in the history of the Byzantine Empire, marking the restoration of icons as an integral part of Christian worship. The Synod of Constantinople brought together hundreds of religious officials, who engaged in intense debates over the use of images in religious worship. The restoration of icons helped to unify the Church and the Empire, and it played an important role in shaping the religious and cultural identity of the Byzantine Empire. The legacy of the triumph of orthodoxy can still be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, serving as a reminder of the enduring power of religious symbolism and expression. The iconoclast controversy was one of the most significant events in the history of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a lasting impact on politics, society, and culture. The controversy centered around the use of religious images, or icons, and divided the Byzantine Empire for centuries. The controversy began in the 8th century, during the reign of Emperor Leo III, who believed that the use of icons in religious worship was a form of idolatry. Leo issued a series of edicts prohibiting the use of religious images, sparking a period of intense conflict and upheaval in the Byzantine Empire. The controversy was not simply a theological issue, but was tied to political and cultural factors as well. The role of the emperor in the governance of the Church was a major point of contention, as was the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and its neighbors. The controversy continued for centuries, with successive emperors reversing or reaffirming their predecessors' policies on the use of icons. The debate reached its height in the 9th century, during the reign of Emperor Leo V, who was a staunch iconoclast. The controversy finally came to an end in 843 CE, when Empress Theodora II issued a decree known as the Triumph of Orthodoxy. The decree reaffirmed the use of icons in religious worship and signaled the end of the iconoclastic controversy. The legacy of the iconoclastic controversy can still be felt in the politics, society, and culture of the Byzantine Empire. The controversy contributed to the fragmentation of the Church and the weakening of the central government. It also had a profound impact on the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, with many of the greatest works of art from this period being destroyed or lost. Religion played a central role in Byzantine politics and society, and the iconoclastic controversy underscored the close relationship between the Church and the state. The debate over the use of icons highlighted the importance of religious symbolism and expression in the Byzantine Empire, and demonstrated the ways in which religious beliefs could be used to shape political and social attitudes. The controversy also underscored the importance of the emperor in the governance of the church, and the extent to which the emperor could use religion to exert control over the populace. The role of the emperor in the iconoclastic controversy highlighted the complex relationship between religion and politics in the Byzantine Empire, and demonstrated the ways in which religious beliefs could be used to legitimize or challenge political authority. In summary, the iconoclastic controversy was a pivotal event in the history of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a lasting impact on politics, society, and culture. The controversy highlighted the importance of religious symbolism and expression in the Byzantine Empire, and underscored the close relationship between the church and the state. The legacy of the iconoclastic controversy can still be felt in the art and culture of the Byzantine Empire, serving as a reminder of the enduring power of religious expression and the complex relationship between religion and politics. Chapter 4: The Byzantine Economy, Trade, Agriculture, and Taxation. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most powerful and prosperous civilizations in the world, with a sophisticated economy that played a central role in its success. The Byzantine economy was marked by a complex system of trade, agriculture, and manufacturing, and was supported by a strong central government that oversaw economic activity throughout the empire. The Byzantine economy was built on a foundation of trade, with the empire serving as a hub for commerce between Europe and Asia. The empire was strategically located at the crossroads of major trade routes, and its ports were among the busiest in the world. Trade was facilitated by a system of roads, bridges, and waterways that connected cities and towns throughout the empire. The government also established a series of marketplaces and trading posts, known as the agora, where merchants and traders could buy and sell goods. Agriculture was another key component of the Byzantine economy, with farmers producing a wide range of crops, including grains, olives, and grapes. The empire also had a thriving fishing industry, with fishermen harvesting a variety of fish and seafood from the Mediterranean Sea. Manufacturing was also an important part of the Byzantine economy, with artisans producing a wide range of goods, including textiles, ceramics, and metalwork. The empire was particularly renowned for its production of silk, which was a highly prized commodity throughout the world. The Byzantine economy was supported by a strong central government that oversaw economic activity throughout the empire. The government levied taxes on trade, agriculture, and manufacturing, and used the revenue to fund public works projects, such as the construction of roads, bridges, and aqueducts. The government also established a system of currency that was used throughout the empire, known as the Byzantine solidus. The solidus was a gold coin that was widely recognized and accepted throughout the world, and was a symbol of the empire's economic strength and stability. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine economy was not without its challenges. The empire faced periodic economic crises, caused by factors such as war, natural disasters, and political instability. In addition, the Byzantine economy faced competition from other regions, such as the Islamic world and Western Europe, which threatened to erode the empire's economic dominance. In summary, the Byzantine economy was a complex and sophisticated system that played a central role in the success of the Byzantine Empire. The economy was built on a foundation of trade, agriculture, and manufacturing, and was supported by a strong central government that oversaw economic activity throughout the empire. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine economy faced periodic challenges and competition from other regions. Nevertheless, the legacy of the Byzantine economy can still be felt in the art, culture, and commerce of the Mediterranean world today. Agriculture played a crucial role in the economy of the Byzantine Empire, providing the empire with a stable and reliable source of food and resources. The empire's agricultural system was highly developed, with farmers using advanced techniques and technology to produce a wide variety of crops and livestock. The Byzantine Empire was divided into several regions, each with its own unique agricultural system. In the western regions, farmers grew crops such as wheat, barley, and legumes, while in the east, farmers specialized in the production of olives, grapes, and citrus fruits. One of the most significant agricultural innovations of the Byzantine Empire was the development of the water mill, which revolutionized the process of grinding grain into flour. Water mills were powered by streams and rivers, and allowed farmers to produce large quantities of flour much more efficiently than before. In addition to crops, the Byzantine Empire also had a thriving livestock industry. Farmers raised a wide range of animals, including sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle, which provided a source of meat, milk, and wool. The empire was particularly renowned for its production of silk, which was made from the cocoons of silkworms that were raised by farmers. The Byzantine Empire also had a highly developed system of land ownership and taxation. Land was divided into parcels known as themes, which were overseen by a local governor. Farmers paid taxes on their land and crops, which were used to fund public works projects and support the military. Despite the empire's many agricultural strengths, there were also challenges and setbacks. Natural disasters such as droughts, floods, and pests could devastate crops and livestock, and the empire faced periodic food shortages as a result. In addition, the empire's agricultural system was vulnerable to political and economic instability. Wars and other conflicts could disrupt the flow of trade and commerce, leading to shortages of food and resources. Similarly, economic downturns could cause farmers to suffer financial losses and reduce the productivity of the agricultural sector. Nevertheless, the Byzantine Empire's agricultural system remained a central pillar of the empire's economy for centuries, providing the empire with a stable source of food and resources. The legacy of Byzantine agriculture can still be felt in the art, culture, and cuisine of the Mediterranean world today. Byzantine trade played a pivotal role in the economic and cultural development of the Byzantine Empire. The empire was strategically located at the crossroads of major trade routes, which allowed it to become a hub for commerce between Europe and Asia. One of the most important trade routes that passed through the Byzantine Empire was the Silk Road, which linked China to the Mediterranean world. The Silk Road was a network of overland and maritime trade routes that allowed merchants to transport goods such as silk, spices, and precious metals across vast distances. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in the trade along the Silk Road, serving as a vital link between the East and the West. Byzantine merchants traveled to Asia to purchase goods such as silk, spices, and ivory, which they then brought back to the empire to sell. The empire also served as a major market for goods from the West, including textiles, wine, and olive oil. Byzantine merchants traded these goods with their counterparts in the East, creating a vibrant and complex system of trade that helped to fuel the growth and prosperity of the empire. Trade was facilitated by a system of roads, bridges, and waterways that connected cities and towns throughout the empire. The government also established a series of marketplaces and trading posts, known as the agora, where merchants and traders could buy and sell goods. The Byzantine Empire also had a highly developed system of currency, which was used throughout the empire and was widely recognized and accepted throughout the world. The Byzantine solidus, a gold coin, was one of the most stable and reliable currencies in the world and was highly valued by merchants and traders. Despite the many benefits of trade, there were also challenges and setbacks. Piracy, banditry, and political instability could disrupt the flow of goods and threaten the safety of merchants and traders. In addition, economic downturns and periods of war could cause trade to slow or come to a halt altogether. Nevertheless, the Byzantine Empire's position as a hub for trade and commerce allowed it to become one of the most prosperous and powerful civilizations in the world. The empire's wealth and influence were reflected in its art, culture, and architecture, which drew inspiration from the many cultures and civilizations with which it traded. In summary, Byzantine trade played a crucial role in the economic and cultural development of the Byzantine Empire. The empire's strategic location at the crossroads of major trade routes allowed it to become a hub for commerce between the East and the West, and its highly developed system of currency, transportation, and marketplaces helped to facilitate trade and commerce throughout the empire. The legacy of Byzantine trade can still be felt in the art, culture, and cuisine of the Mediterranean world today. The Byzantine Empire was a complex and highly centralized state that relied on a system of taxation to fund its government and support its various institutions. The collection and distribution of revenue, was a complex and often contentious process that played a pivotal role in the politics and governance of the empire. The Byzantine tax system was based on a variety of taxes and fees, including land taxes, income taxes, and customs duties. These taxes were levied on individuals and businesses throughout the empire, and the revenue was collected by government officials and sent to the central treasury in Constantinople. The system of taxation was overseen by a bureaucracy of officials who were responsible for assessing and collecting taxes, as well as enforcing tax laws and regulations. The bureaucracy was headed by the logothetes, who was responsible for overseeing the collection and distribution of revenue throughout the empire. One of the most significant taxes in the Byzantine system was the land tax, which was levied on all landowners in the empire. The tax was based on the amount of land owned and the productivity of the land, and was used to fund public works projects, support the military, and pay for the government bureaucracy. In addition to the land tax, the Byzantine Empire also levied income taxes on individuals and businesses, as well as customs duties on goods imported and exported from the empire. These taxes were used to fund a variety of government programs and initiatives, including the construction of roads, bridges, and aqueducts, and the support of the military. Despite the centralization and efficiency of the Byzantine tax system, there were many challenges and obstacles to its successful operation. Corruption and bribery were endemic within the bureaucracy, with government officials often demanding bribes in exchange for lowering or eliminating taxes. In addition, the Byzantine tax system was often used as a tool of political control, with the emperor and other government officials using the tax system to punish or reward individuals and groups based on their loyalty or opposition to the government. Nevertheless, the Byzantine tax system played a crucial role in the governance and stability of the empire, providing a steady and reliable source of revenue that allowed the government to fund its various programs and institutions. The legacy of the Byzantine tax system can still be felt in the bureaucratic and administrative structures of many modern states, and serves as a reminder of the enduring importance of taxation in the functioning of governments and societies. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most powerful and influential civilizations in history, and its economic system played a pivotal role in its success. The empire's sophisticated economy was marked by a complex system of trade, agriculture, and manufacturing, and was supported by a strong central government that oversaw economic activity throughout the empire. The legacy of the Byzantine economy can be seen in the many ways in which it influenced the economic and cultural development of medieval and Renaissance Europe. The empire's strategic location at the crossroads of major trade routes allowed it to become a hub for commerce between the East and the West, and its highly developed system of currency, transportation, and marketplaces helped to facilitate trade and commerce throughout the empire. The Byzantine Empire also had a significant influence on the development of European agriculture, particularly in the areas of irrigation and crop rotation. Byzantine farmers used advanced techniques and technology to produce a wide variety of crops and livestock, and their innovations were later adopted by European farmers. In addition, the Byzantine Empire's production of silk had a major impact on the economies of Europe, particularly in Italy. Byzantine silk was highly prized throughout the world, and Italian merchants began importing and selling Byzantine silk in the 12th century. The demand for Byzantine silk helped to fuel the growth of the Italian economy and helped to establish Italy as a major center of trade and commerce in Europe. The Byzantine Empire also had a significant influence on the development of European art and architecture. Byzantine art and architecture drew inspiration from the many cultures and civilizations with which it traded, and its unique style was characterized by ornate mosaics, intricate carvings, and bold colors. This style of art and architecture was later adopted by medieval and Renaissance Europe, particularly in the areas of religious art and architecture. Byzantine art and architecture influenced the development of Gothic and Romanesque architecture, as well as the Renaissance style that emerged in Italy in the 14th century. In addition to its economic and cultural influence, the Byzantine Empire also played a significant role in the transmission of knowledge and ideas between the East and the West. Byzantine scholars and intellectuals preserved and translated many of the works of ancient Greece and Rome, which were later rediscovered and studied during the Renaissance. In summary, the legacy of the Byzantine economy can be seen in the many ways in which it influenced the economic, cultural, and intellectual development of medieval and Renaissance Europe. The empire's sophisticated system of trade, agriculture, and manufacturing, along with its strategic location and highly developed bureaucracy, helped to establish it as one of the most prosperous and powerful civilizations in history. The legacy of the Byzantine Empire can still be felt today in the art, architecture, and commerce of the Mediterranean world, and serves as a testament to the enduring influence of this remarkable civilization. Chapter 5: The Byzantine Military, Strategy, Tactics, and Weaponry. The Byzantine Empire was one of the most powerful and long-lasting civilizations in history, and its military played a crucial role in its success. The Byzantine military was highly organized and well-equipped, and was renowned for its discipline, skill, and innovation. The Byzantine military was divided into several branches, including the army, navy, and the imperial guard. The army was the largest and most important branch of the military, and was responsible for defending the empire's borders and maintaining internal security. The Byzantine army was highly organized and disciplined, and was composed of a variety of units, including cavalry, infantry, and archers. Soldiers were recruited from all walks of life, and were highly trained in the use of weapons and tactics. The Byzantine navy was also highly developed, and played a crucial role in protecting the empire's coastline and defending its maritime trade routes. The navy was equipped with a variety of warships, including galleys and triremes, and was staffed by highly trained sailors and marines. In addition to the army and navy, the Byzantine Empire also had a highly elite unit known as the Imperial Guard. The Guard was composed of the most skilled and loyal soldiers in the empire, and was responsible for protecting the emperor and his family. The Byzantine military was supported by a highly developed system of logistics and infrastructure. The empire maintained a series of forts and military bases along its borders, and also had a network of roads and transportation systems that allowed troops and supplies to be moved quickly and efficiently. The Byzantine military was also characterized by a culture of innovation and adaptation. Byzantine military leaders were constantly experimenting with new weapons, tactics, and strategies, and were quick to adopt new technologies and techniques when they proved effective. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine military was not without its weaknesses and challenges. Wars and other conflicts could take a toll on the military's resources and morale, and the empire faced periodic threats from external enemies and internal rebellions. In summary, the Byzantine military played a crucial role in the success and longevity of the Byzantine Empire. The empire's highly disciplined and innovative military was renowned for its skill and effectiveness, and was instrumental in defending the empire's borders and maintaining internal security. The legacy of the Byzantine military can still be seen today in the art, culture, and military traditions of the Mediterranean world. The Byzantine army was one of the most powerful and effective military forces in history. It was highly organized and disciplined, and played a crucial role in defending the Byzantine Empire's borders and maintaining internal security. The recruitment, training, and organization of the Byzantine army were essential components of its success. Recruitment for the Byzantine army was carried out through a variety of means. Some soldiers were conscripted into service, while others were volunteers. Soldiers were recruited from all walks of life, and were often drawn from the peasant class. Once recruited, soldiers underwent a rigorous training program that was designed to prepare them for the rigors of battle. Training included instruction in the use of weapons, tactics, and strategy, as well as physical fitness and endurance training. Soldiers were organized into a variety of units, including infantry, cavalry, and archers. These units were further divided into smaller subunits, which were led by officers and commanders. The Byzantine army was organized into several levels of command, with the emperor at the top of the hierarchy. The emperor was responsible for overseeing the overall strategy and direction of the army, while lower-level commanders were responsible for managing and directing specific units and subunits. The Byzantine army was characterized by a culture of discipline and obedience. Soldiers were expected to follow orders without question, and disobedience was punished harshly. This culture of discipline and obedience helped to ensure that the army was able to function effectively in battle. The Byzantine army was also notable for its use of innovative tactics and weapons. Byzantine military leaders were constantly experimenting with new strategies and technologies, and were quick to adopt new techniques when they proved effective. The army was also supported by a highly developed system of logistics and infrastructure. The empire maintained a series of forts and military bases along its borders, and also had a network of roads and transportation systems that allowed troops and supplies to be moved quickly and efficiently. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine army was not without its weaknesses and challenges. Wars and other conflicts could take a toll on the army's resources and morale, and the empire faced periodic threats from external enemies and internal rebellions. In summary, the recruitment, training, and organization of the Byzantine army were essential components of its success. The army's highly organized and disciplined structure, combined with its innovative tactics and weapons, allowed it to defend the empire's borders and maintain internal security. The legacy of the Byzantine army can still be seen today in the military traditions and tactics of many modern states. The Byzantine Empire was renowned for its military prowess and the effectiveness of its warfare strategies. The Byzantine military had a range of strategies and tactics that it employed to achieve victory on the battlefield, as well as a sophisticated system of siegecraft that allowed it to successfully take and defend cities. The strategy of the Byzantine army was focused on a combination of defensive and offensive measures. The army was divided into several branches, including infantry, cavalry, and archers, each of which had specific roles and responsibilities on the battlefield. One of the most important tactics employed by the Byzantine army was the use of defensive formations. The army would often form a tight defensive formation, known as a phalanx, which was designed to protect soldiers from enemy attacks. The Byzantine army was also known for its use of cavalry. Byzantine cavalry was highly trained and skilled, and was often used to outmaneuver enemy forces and attack them from the rear. The Byzantine army was also highly skilled in siegecraft. The army was equipped with a variety of siege engines, including battering rams, siege towers, and catapults, which were used to breach the walls of enemy fortifications. In addition to its sophisticated siegecraft, the Byzantine army was also known for its use of psychological warfare. The army would often use loud noises and displays of force to intimidate enemy forces, and would also employ tactics such as ambushes and surprise attacks to catch enemies off guard. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine army was not without its weaknesses and challenges. One of the greatest challenges faced by the Byzantine army was the difficulty of maintaining a large and complex military infrastructure over an extended period of time. Wars and other conflicts could take a toll on the army's resources and morale, and the empire faced periodic threats from external enemies and internal rebellions. The Byzantine army was also susceptible to corruption and political manipulation, which could weaken its effectiveness on the battlefield. In summary, the Byzantine Empire was renowned for its military prowess and the effectiveness of its warfare strategies. The army's sophisticated system of defensive and offensive measures, combined with its use of siegecraft and psychological warfare, allowed it to successfully defend the empire's borders and achieve victory on the battlefield. The legacy of Byzantine warfare can still be seen today in the tactics and strategies employed by modern militaries around the world. The Byzantine Empire was renowned for its powerful and effective military, and one of the key components of its success was its sophisticated system of weaponry. The Byzantine army was equipped with a variety of weapons, including swords, spears, and cataphracts, which were designed to be both effective and versatile. The sword was one of the most important weapons used by the Byzantine army. Byzantine swords were characterized by their straight, double-edged blades, which were designed to be both sharp and durable. These swords were often used in close combat and were highly effective in hand-to-hand combat. The spear was another important weapon used by the Byzantine army. Byzantine spears were typically long and slender, and were designed to be used both in hand-to-hand combat and in formation. Spears were often used to ward off cavalry attacks, and were highly effective in breaking up enemy formations. The Byzantine army also made extensive use of heavy cavalry, known as cataphracts. Cataphracts were heavily armored and were armed with a variety of weapons, including spears and swords. These cavalry units were highly effective in charging enemy formations and breaking through enemy lines. In addition to these weapons, the Byzantine army also made use of a variety of defensive weapons, including shields and armor. Byzantine shields were typically made of wood or leather, and were often decorated with intricate designs and patterns. Byzantine armor was also highly developed and included a variety of protective garments and helmets. The Byzantine army's weapons and equipment were not only highly effective, but were also designed to be versatile and adaptable. Soldiers were trained to use a variety of weapons and tactics, which allowed the army to adapt to a wide range of battlefield conditions and situations. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine army's weapons and equipment were not without their weaknesses and challenges. The heavy armor worn by cataphracts could be cumbersome and difficult to move in, and the use of spears and swords required a high degree of skill and training. In summary, the Byzantine Empire's sophisticated system of weaponry was one of the key components of its success on the battlefield. The army's swords, spears, and cataphracts were highly effective and versatile, and were supported by a range of defensive weapons and equipment. The legacy of Byzantine weaponry can still be seen today in the arms and armor of modern militaries around the world. The Byzantine military was one of the most powerful and influential military forces in history, and its legacy can still be seen today in the military science and strategy of modern Europe. The Byzantine army was renowned for its highly disciplined and innovative approach to warfare, which relied on a combination of defensive and offensive measures, sophisticated siegecraft, and psychological warfare. These tactics and strategies were highly effective, and were instrumental in defending the Byzantine Empire's borders and maintaining internal security. The Byzantine military's influence on European military science and strategy can be traced back to the Middle Ages, when many European armies began to adopt Byzantine tactics and techniques. These tactics and techniques were particularly influential in the areas of siegecraft and fortification, and helped to shape the development of military science in Europe. One of the most important contributions of the Byzantine military to European military science was its use of innovative technologies and techniques. Byzantine military leaders were constantly experimenting with new weapons, tactics, and strategies, and were quick to adopt new technologies and techniques when they proved effective. This culture of innovation and adaptation helped to shape the development of military science in Europe, and influenced the evolution of military tactics and technologies in the centuries that followed. The Byzantine military's influence on European military science and strategy was also evident in the development of fortifications and siegecraft. Byzantine military engineers were renowned for their ability to design and construct highly effective fortifications, which were able to withstand prolonged sieges and attacks. These fortifications were highly influential in shaping the development of European military architecture, and helped to lay the groundwork for the construction of many of the great castles and fortresses of medieval Europe. In addition to its influence on fortification and siegecraft, the Byzantine military also played a crucial role in the development of military strategy and tactics. Byzantine military leaders were highly skilled in the art of warfare, and were able to develop and implement highly effective military strategies that allowed them to achieve victory on the battlefield. These strategies were highly influential in shaping the development of military science and strategy in Europe, and helped to establish many of the fundamental principles of modern military science. In summary, the legacy of the Byzantine military is an enduring one, and its influence on European military science and strategy can still be seen today. The military innovations and techniques developed by the Byzantine military helped to shape the development of military science in Europe, and played a crucial role in the evolution of military tactics and technologies in the centuries that followed. The legacy of the Byzantine military continues to inspire military leaders and scholars around the world, and will undoubtedly continue to shape the future of military science and strategy for centuries to come. Chapter 6: The Byzantine Court: Intrigue, Treachery, and Eunuchs. The Byzantine court was one of the most powerful and influential institutions in the Byzantine Empire. It was the center of political power and played a crucial role in shaping the course of Byzantine history. The court was the residence of the Byzantine emperor and his family, and was located in the capital city of Constantinople. It was the site of important political and social events, including coronations, weddings, and other ceremonial occasions. The Byzantine court was organized into a complex hierarchy, with the emperor at the top of the hierarchy. Below the emperor were a series of court officials and advisors, who were responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs of the court and advising the emperor on matters of state. The court was also home to a variety of artists, musicians, and other cultural figures, who were responsible for creating the rich and vibrant cultural life of the Byzantine Empire. These individuals were often patrons of the arts, and commissioned works of art and music that were reflective of the values and ideals of the Byzantine court. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine court was not without its weaknesses and challenges. The court was often plagued by political intrigue and power struggles, as different factions vied for control of the emperor's favor. The court was also subject to periodic threats from external enemies and internal rebellions, which could disrupt the delicate balance of power that existed within the court. In summary, the Byzantine court was a complex and influential institution that played a crucial role in shaping the course of Byzantine history. It was the site of important political and social events, and was home to a rich and vibrant cultural life. The legacy of the Byzantine court can still be seen today in the institutions and traditions of modern political and cultural life. The Byzantine Empire was ruled by a series of powerful and influential emperors, who were responsible for shaping the course of Byzantine history. The process of succession, coronation, and deposition of Byzantine emperors was complex and often fraught with political intrigue and power struggles. The process of succession in the Byzantine Empire was generally based on hereditary principles, although there were many exceptions to this rule. The Byzantine emperors often appointed their own heirs, or chose their successors from among their closest advisors and family members. Upon the death of an emperor, the successor would be proclaimed emperor by the army, the Senate, and the people of Constantinople. The coronation ceremony was a grand and elaborate affair, and was designed to showcase the power and majesty of the Byzantine Empire. The new emperor would be dressed in a luxurious robe, and would receive a crown, scepter, and other symbols of his power. He would then proceed to the Hagia Sophia, the great cathedral of Constantinople, where he would receive the blessings of the clergy and the people. The process of deposition was a rare but sometimes necessary event in Byzantine history. Emperors could be deposed for a variety of reasons, including incompetence, corruption, or rebellion. The process of deposition was often accompanied by political intrigue and power struggles, as different factions within the court vied for control of the emperor's favor. Deposed emperors were often exiled or imprisoned, and their reigns were often erased from the historical record. Despite the challenges and uncertainties of the succession process, the Byzantine emperors were able to maintain their power and influence over the course of several centuries. Their reigns were marked by great achievements in art, literature, and architecture, as well as important political and military victories. In summary, the succession, coronation, and deposition of Byzantine emperors was a complex and often fraught process, marked by political intrigue and power struggles. Despite these challenges, the Byzantine emperors were able to maintain their power and influence over the course of several centuries, and left a lasting legacy on the history of the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire was known for its sophisticated and highly centralized system of government, which relied on a complex bureaucracy of eunuchs, administrators, and officials. This system of government was instrumental in maintaining the stability and prosperity of the Byzantine Empire, and played a crucial role in shaping its history. One of the key features of the Byzantine bureaucracy was the role of the eunuchs. Eunuchs were castrated males who were typically recruited from outside the Byzantine Empire, and were often selected for their loyalty and administrative abilities. Eunuchs played a crucial role in the Byzantine court, where they served as advisors to the emperor and held important positions of power and influence. They were also responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs of the court, and for ensuring that the emperor's commands were carried out efficiently and effectively. In addition to the eunuchs, the Byzantine bureaucracy also included a variety of administrators and officials, who were responsible for managing the various provinces and regions of the Byzantine Empire. These officials were typically appointed by the emperor, and were chosen for their administrative abilities and loyalty to the crown. The Byzantine bureaucracy was highly centralized, and was organized into a complex hierarchy of officials and administrators. The highest officials were responsible for managing the affairs of the empire as a whole, while lower officials were responsible for managing specific regions and provinces. Despite its many strengths, the Byzantine bureaucracy was not without its weaknesses and challenges. The bureaucracy was often plagued by corruption and inefficiency, and was subject to periodic power struggles and political intrigue. The system of government established by the Byzantine bureaucracy had a profound influence on the history of the Byzantine Empire, and played a crucial role in shaping its development. The highly centralized nature of the Byzantine bureaucracy allowed for efficient and effective governance, and helped to maintain the stability and prosperity of the Byzantine Empire for many centuries. In summary, the Byzantine bureaucracy was a complex and highly centralized system of government, which relied on a variety of eunuchs, administrators, and officials to manage the affairs of the Byzantine Empire. Despite its many challenges, the Byzantine bureaucracy played a crucial role in shaping the history of the Byzantine Empire, and left a lasting legacy on the history of the world. The Byzantine court was a place of intrigue, plots, scheming, and assassinations. Throughout its history, the Byzantine Empire was marked by political instability and turmoil, as ambitious courtiers and rival factions jostled for power and influence. The Byzantine court was a complex and hierarchical institution, with different factions vying for control of the emperor's favor. At the heart of this complex web of intrigue were the eunuchs, who held positions of great power and influence within the court. The eunuchs were often involved in plots and schemes to advance their own interests, and to gain more power and influence within the court. They were often involved in the assassination of rivals and enemies, and were notorious for their willingness to use violence and intimidation to achieve their goals. Another group that played a key role in the Byzantine court intrigue were the aristocrats and wealthy merchants. These individuals were often involved in plots to gain political power or to advance their economic interests, and were known for their willingness to use bribery, corruption, and other underhanded tactics to achieve their goals. The Byzantine court was also subject to periodic external threats, such as invasions by foreign powers or internal rebellions. These threats often led to further intrigue and political maneuvering within the court, as different factions sought to gain control of the situation. Despite the many challenges and dangers of court intrigue, the Byzantine Empire was able to maintain its power and influence over the course of several centuries. Its leaders were able to navigate the complex web of court politics, and to maintain a delicate balance of power between rival factions. The Byzantine Empire's legacy of court intrigue and political maneuvering can still be seen today in the institutions and practices of modern political and economic life. The lessons of the Byzantine court are still relevant today, as nations and individuals continue to grapple with the complexities of power, influence, and leadership. In summary, the Byzantine court was a place of intense intrigue, plots, scheming, and assassinations. The eunuchs, aristocrats, and wealthy merchants all played a key role in the Byzantine court intrigue, as they sought to gain power and influence within the court. Despite the many challenges and dangers of court politics, the Byzantine Empire was able to maintain its power and influence over the course of several centuries, and left a lasting legacy on the history of the world. The Byzantine court was one of the most influential institutions of the Byzantine Empire, and had a profound impact on the history and culture of the world. Its legacy can still be seen today in the institutions and practices of modern court politics and culture. The Byzantine court was a center of power and influence, where the most powerful individuals in the empire came together to shape the course of Byzantine history. It was also a center of culture and learning, where some of the greatest artists, writers, and thinkers of the time were able to flourish and create. One of the key legacies of the Byzantine court was its influence on court politics. The Byzantine court was characterized by complex and intricate political maneuvering, as different factions vied for control of the emperor's favor. This system of court politics was highly influential, and helped to shape the development of court politics and diplomacy throughout Europe and the Middle East. The Byzantine court also had a profound impact on culture and the arts. The court was home to some of the greatest artists and thinkers of the time, who were able to create works of art and literature that are still admired and celebrated today. One of the most important cultural legacies of the Byzantine court was its influence on Christianity. The Byzantine court played a crucial role in shaping the development of the Eastern Orthodox Church, and helped to establish many of the traditions and practices that are still followed today. Despite its many achievements, the Byzantine court was not without its weaknesses and challenges. The court was often plagued by political intrigue and power struggles, and was subject to periodic threats from external enemies and internal rebellions. In summary, the legacy of the Byzantine court is a rich and varied one, with influences that can still be seen today in the institutions and practices of modern court politics and culture. The Byzantine court's influence on court politics, culture, and religion has had a profound impact on the history of the world, and will continue to shape the course of human history for many years to come. Chapter 7: The Crusades and the Byzantine Empire. The Crusades were a series of military campaigns undertaken by Western European Christians in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, with the aim of reclaiming the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusades were motivated by a complex mixture of religious, economic, and political factors, and had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East. The First Crusade, which was launched in 1096, was the most successful of the Crusades. The Crusaders, led by a combination of European nobles and military leaders, were able to capture Jerusalem and establish a Christian kingdom in the Holy Land. Subsequent crusades, however, were less successful. The Second Crusade, launched in 1147, failed to capture Damascus, and the Third Crusade, launched in 1189, failed to retake Jerusalem. The Crusades had a profound impact on the cultures and societies of Europe and the Middle East. They played a key role in shaping the development of Western Europe, by introducing new ideas and technologies, and by stimulating trade and commerce with the Middle East. The Crusades also had a profound impact on the Middle East, by introducing new ideas and technologies, and by shaping the development of Islamic culture and society. They were instrumental in spreading the ideas of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment throughout Europe, and in shaping the course of European history for centuries to come. Despite their many achievements, the Crusades were also marked by violence, intolerance, and atrocities committed against Muslims, Jews, and other non-Christian groups. They were also characterized by political rivalries and power struggles, both within Europe and between Europe and the Middle East. In summary, the Crusades were a complex and multifaceted series of military campaigns, which had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East. They were motivated by a mixture of religious, economic, and political factors, and were marked by both achievements and atrocities. The legacy of the Crusades can still be seen today in the cultural, social, and political institutions of Europe and the Middle East. The First Crusade was launched in 1096, with the aim of reclaiming the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusaders, led by a combination of European nobles and military leaders, were able to capture Jerusalem and establish a Christian kingdom in the Holy Land. The First Crusade was marked by many challenges and obstacles, including the role of the Byzantine Empire, which was a key ally and player in the conflict. The Byzantine Empire played a crucial role in the First Crusade by providing support and resources to the Crusaders as they made their way through Byzantine territory. The Byzantine Empire, which was still recovering from a series of devastating wars with the Seljuk Turks, saw the Crusaders as a valuable ally in its struggle against Muslim power in the Middle East. However, the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Crusaders was often fraught with tension and mistrust. The Crusaders were often seen as a threat by the Byzantine Empire, which feared that they might turn on the Byzantine Empire once they had achieved their goals in the Holy Land. Despite these challenges, the Crusaders were able to make their way through Byzantine territory and eventually reached the Holy Land. One of the key moments of the First Crusade was the Siege of Antioch, which took place in 1098. The Siege of Antioch was a long and grueling battle, which lasted for months. The Crusaders were surrounded and outnumbered by the Muslim defenders of the city, and were forced to endure hunger, disease, and other hardships. Despite these challenges, the Crusaders were eventually able to breach the walls of Antioch and were able to capture the city. The victory at Antioch was a key turning point in the First Crusade, and gave the Crusaders the confidence and momentum they needed to continue their advance towards Jerusalem. The Siege of Antioch was also marked by many challenges and obstacles, including internal conflicts and power struggles within the Crusader army. The Crusaders were often divided along religious, linguistic, and cultural lines, and were subject to periodic bouts of infighting and disunity. In summary, the First Crusade was a complex and multifaceted conflict, which was marked by many challenges and obstacles, including the role of the Byzantine Empire and the Siege of Antioch. The First Crusade had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East, and played a crucial role in shaping the development of Western civilization. Despite its many achievements, the First Crusade was also marked by violence, intolerance, and atrocities committed against Muslims, Jews, and other non-Christian groups. The legacy of the First Crusade can still be seen today in the cultural, social, and political institutions of Europe and the Middle East. The Second Crusade, launched in 1147, was an attempt by the Western European powers to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusaders were led by King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany, but the campaign was marked by a series of setbacks and defeats, including the failure to capture Damascus, one of the key cities of the region. The role of the Byzantine Empire in the Second Crusade was crucial, as it provided logistical support and military assistance to the Crusaders. The Byzantine Emperor Manuel I Komnenos was a key ally of the Crusaders and had hoped to use the campaign as a means of strengthening his own position in the region. However, the relationship between the Byzantine Empire and the Crusaders was often fraught with tension and mistrust, as the Crusaders were seen as a potential threat to Byzantine power and influence. The Crusaders were also seen as a rival to the Byzantine Empire's own plans for expansion in the region. Despite these challenges, the Crusaders were able to make their way through Byzantine territory and eventually reached the Holy Land. However, they suffered a series of setbacks and defeats, including the disastrous defeat at the Battle of Hattin, where the Crusader army was destroyed by the Muslim forces under Saladin. The Crusaders' failure to capture Damascus was another significant setback in the campaign. The siege of Damascus lasted for several weeks, but was ultimately unsuccessful, due in part to internal conflicts and power struggles within the Crusader army. The Byzantine Emperor Manuel I played a key role in the siege of Damascus by providing logistical support and military assistance to the Crusaders. However, the Byzantine forces were also subject to periodic infighting and disunity, and were not always able to coordinate their efforts effectively with the Crusaders. The siege of Damascus was a significant setback for the Crusaders and marked a turning point in the campaign. The Crusaders were forced to retreat, and the failure of the campaign led to a period of disillusionment and despair in Europe. In summary, the Second Crusade was a complex and multifaceted conflict, marked by many challenges and obstacles, including the role of the Byzantine Empire and the siege of Damascus. The campaign had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East, and played a crucial role in shaping the development of Western civilization. Despite its many achievements, the Second Crusade was also marked by violence, intolerance, and atrocities committed against Muslims, Jews, and other non-Christian groups. The legacy of the Second Crusade can still be seen today in the cultural, social, and political institutions of Europe and the Middle East. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, was an attempt by the Western European powers to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusaders were led by a combination of French and Venetian nobles, and were supported by Pope Innocent III. However, the Fourth Crusade was marked by a series of setbacks and failures, including a disastrous decision to divert the campaign to Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. The decision to divert the campaign to Constantinople was made in 1203, after the Crusaders were unable to pay their debts to the Venetian Republic, which had provided transport and logistical support to the campaign. The Venetians suggested that the Crusaders should attack Constantinople in order to repay their debts by capturing the rich city. The decision to attack Constantinople was controversial, as the Byzantine Empire was a Christian state and an ally of the Western European powers. However, the Crusaders saw the Byzantine Empire as a rival and a potential threat to their own interests in the region. The siege of Constantinople began in 1203 and was marked by a series of bloody battles and skirmishes. The Byzantine Empire, led by Emperor Alexios III Angelos, was able to hold off the Crusader attacks for several months, but eventually fell to the combined assault of the Crusaders and the Venetians. The sack of Constantinople, which took place in 1204, was one of the most brutal and devastating events of the Crusades. The city was ransacked and looted by the Crusaders, who killed and enslaved thousands of Byzantine citizens and destroyed many of the city's cultural and religious treasures. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of the Byzantine Empire, which had been one of the most powerful and influential states in Europe and the Middle East for over 1,000 years. The legacy of the Byzantine Empire, including its cultural, political, and religious achievements, continued to influence Europe and the Middle East for centuries to come. The Fourth Crusade was also a turning point in the history of the Crusades, as it marked a shift away from the original goals and objectives of the campaign and towards more self-interested and destructive objectives. The sack of Constantinople was a clear indication that the Crusaders were not simply motivated by religious fervor or a desire to reclaim the Holy Land, but were also driven by more selfish and destructive impulses. In summary, the Fourth Crusade was a complex and multifaceted conflict, marked by many challenges and obstacles, including the decision to attack Constantinople and the subsequent sack of the city. The campaign had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East, and played a crucial role in shaping the development of Western civilization. Despite its many achievements, the Fourth Crusade was also marked by violence, intolerance, and atrocities committed against the Byzantine Empire and its citizens. The legacy of the Fourth Crusade can still be seen today in the cultural, social, and political institutions of Europe and the Middle East. The Crusades were a series of religious wars launched by the Western European powers in the Middle Ages, with the aim of reclaiming the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusades had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East, and played a crucial role in shaping the development of Western civilization. One of the most significant legacies of the Crusades was their impact on East-West relations. The Crusades marked a period of intense conflict and competition between the Christian and Muslim worlds, and led to a long-standing divide between the West and the Middle East. The Crusades also led to the rise of anti-Muslim sentiment in Europe, which has persisted to this day. The Crusades also had a significant impact on the Byzantine Empire, which was a key player in the conflicts. The Byzantine Empire was a Christian state, and was often seen as an ally of the Crusaders. However, the Byzantine Empire also had its own interests and ambitions in the region, and often clashed with the Western European powers over control of the Holy Land. The Fourth Crusade, in particular, had a devastating impact on the Byzantine Empire, as it led to the sack of Constantinople and the fall of the Byzantine Empire. The fall of Constantinople marked the end of one of the most powerful and influential states in Europe and the Middle East, and had a profound impact on the development of the region. Despite the many challenges and failures of the Crusades, they also had a significant positive impact on the development of Western civilization. The Crusades led to an expansion of trade and commerce, and facilitated the exchange of ideas and knowledge between the East and the West. The Crusades also led to the development of new military technologies and strategies, which were later adapted and adopted by European powers. The Crusades also had a significant impact on the development of Western art, literature, and culture. The Crusades inspired a new wave of epic poetry and literature, which celebrated the heroic deeds of the Crusaders and their adventures in the Holy Land. The Crusades also led to the development of new styles of architecture and design, which were influenced by the cultures and traditions of the Middle East. In summary, the Crusades were a complex and multifaceted series of conflicts, which had a profound impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East. The Crusades marked a period of intense conflict and competition between the Christian and Muslim worlds, and led to a long-standing divide between the West and the Middle East. The Crusades also had a significant impact on the Byzantine Empire and contributed to its eventual downfall. Despite their many challenges and failures, the Crusades also had a significant positive impact on the development of Western civilization and led to the exchange of ideas, knowledge, and culture between the East and the West. Chapter 8: The Fall of Constantinople to the Fourth Crusade. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, was one of the most controversial and tumultuous of all the Crusades. The crusade was marked by a series of setbacks and failures, including a disastrous decision to divert the campaign to Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. The causes and goals of the Fourth Crusade were complex and multifaceted, reflecting the complex political, religious, and economic factors of the time. One of the main causes of the Fourth Crusade was the desire of the Western European powers to reclaim the Holy Land from Muslim rule. The Crusaders were motivated by a deep sense of religious fervor and a desire to protect and defend their Christian faith. However, the Crusaders were also driven by more self-interested and economic factors, such as the desire to expand trade and commerce, and to gain access to the rich markets of the Middle East. Another important factor in the Fourth Crusade was the role of the Venetian Republic, which had provided transport and logistical support to the campaign. The Venetians were motivated by a desire to increase their own power and influence in the region, and saw the Crusaders as a means of achieving their own goals. The goals of the Fourth Crusade were complex and multifaceted, reflecting the diverse interests and objectives of the Crusaders and their allies. One of the primary goals of the Crusade was the capture of Jerusalem and the Holy Land, which had been under Muslim control since the 7th century. The Crusaders also hoped to expand their own power and influence in the region, and to gain access to the rich markets and resources of the Middle East. However, the goals of the Crusaders were often undermined by internal conflicts and rivalries. The Crusaders were made up of a diverse group of nobles and warriors, who often had their own agendas and interests. This led to infighting and disunity within the Crusader army, and undermined their ability to achieve their goals. The decision to divert the campaign to Constantinople was one of the most controversial and significant events of the Fourth Crusade. The Venetians suggested that the Crusaders should attack Constantinople in order to repay their debts by capturing the rich city. The decision to attack Constantinople was controversial, as the Byzantine Empire was a Christian state and an ally of the Western European powers. Despite these challenges and setbacks, the Fourth Crusade had a significant impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East. The Crusade marked a period of intense conflict and competition between the Christian and Muslim worlds, and led to a long-standing divide between the West and the Middle East. The Crusade also had a profound impact on the Byzantine Empire, and contributed to its eventual downfall. In summary, the Fourth Crusade was a complex and multifaceted conflict, driven by a combination of religious, economic, and political factors. The Crusade had a significant impact on the history of Europe and the Middle East, and played a crucial role in shaping the development of Western civilization. Despite its many challenges and failures, the Fourth Crusade also had a significant positive impact on the development of trade, commerce, and culture between the East and the West. The Siege of Constantinople, which took place during the Fourth Crusade in 1204, was one of the most significant events in the history of the Byzantine Empire. The siege was marked by intense fighting and resistance, as the Byzantine defenders sought to protect their city from the invading Crusaders. The Venetian allies of the Crusaders played a key role in the Siege of Constantinople. The Venetians had provided transport and logistical support to the Crusaders, and were motivated by a desire to increase their own power and influence in the region. The Venetians were also keen to repay their debts to the Crusaders, and saw the capture of Constantinople as a means of achieving this goal. The Byzantine defenders, led by the Emperor Alexios V, were determined to resist the invading Crusaders. The Byzantine Empire was a Christian state and had long been an ally of the Western European powers. However, the Byzantine Empire also had its own interests and ambitions in the region, and often clashed with the Western European powers over control of the Holy Land. The Siege of Constantinople was marked by intense fighting and resistance, as the Byzantine defenders sought to protect their city from the invading Crusaders. The Byzantines were able to hold off the initial attacks, but were eventually overwhelmed by the superior firepower and technology of the Crusaders. The Venetians played a key role in the siege, using their naval power to blockade the city and prevent supplies from reaching the defenders. The Venetians also played a crucial role in breaching the city walls, using their expertise in siegecraft to devise new and innovative methods of attack. The Byzantine defenders, however, were not easily defeated. They used a range of defensive tactics and weapons, including Greek fire, a powerful incendiary weapon that could set ships and buildings ablaze. The Byzantines also employed a range of military tactics and strategies, such as the use of mobile reserve forces and the deployment of archers and crossbowmen. Despite the efforts of the Byzantine defenders, the city eventually fell to the Crusaders. The Venetians and their allies stormed the city, capturing the walls and breaching the defenses of Constantinople. The Byzantine defenders put up a fierce resistance, but were eventually overwhelmed by the superior firepower and technology of the Crusaders. The Siege of Constantinople had a profound impact on the history of the Byzantine Empire. The capture of the city marked the end of one of the most powerful and influential states in Europe and the Middle East, and led to the fragmentation of the Byzantine Empire into a series of smaller states and territories. In summary, the Siege of Constantinople was a complex and